Chapter 163. Howl. For frenzy lightning wolves raised their necks and howled loudly. Swish, swish, swish. Heavy rain poured down. The curtains of rain intertwined, and dark clouds covered the sky. It caused the sky to darken, greatly hindering one's vision. Quick, there's a gap near the east gate. Shangnan's group will go up. Healer, we have a heavily injured person here. Kill, 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 kill all these wolf cubs. Competing with the wolf howls were the shouts of Goo Masters. Everyone was fighting a bloody battle. Surrounding the village, the battle line stretched on like a raging fire. The people's shouts, the wolf howls, the sound of heavy rain, and the sound of the wind mixed together. The densely packed lightning wolves charged towards the village wall like a tide. The pit in front of the village wall had already been filled up by thick wolf corpses. Under the lead of bold lightning wolves, the wolf pack had an extremely strong charging force. Rank 1 and Rank 2 Goo Masters were fighting on the front lines. Large numbers of moonblades shot towards the wolf pack, flipping over the lightning wolves one by one. But the wolf pack also had lightning bolts and lightning balls that shot towards the village, causing casualties to the Guyue clan. Elder Fang Yuan, this is the casualty report from the medicine hall. Please take a look. A messenger Goo Master rushed over. After seeing Fang Yuan, he bowed and handed over the report with both hands. Fang Yuan was already a rank 3 Goo Master and had become a clan elder. He was given a mission by the clan and became the leader in suppressing this western area. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze from the battlefield and received the bamboo report, saying to the Goo Master, "You may leave." The Goo Master bowed again and left. His speed was fast, using a goo worm to increase his speed. He quickly left and rushed to the next area. Any Goo Master assigned to deliver messages had at least one movement assistance goo worm. Some even had two. Fang Yuan opened the report and glanced at it. The casualty figures on the battle report were quite shocking. Until now, the wolf tide had attacked the Guyue village almost 10 times. The casualties of the clan's Goo Masters were extremely severe. Guyue Zhong, who was the temporary elder of the medicine hall, was under even more pressure. He was originally a middle-aged man, but when Guyue Zhong saw him by chance these few days, he actually had some white hair. However, because Fang Yuan had the memories of his previous life, he was mentally prepared, so he was not surprised. This wolf tide is one of the most severe in the history of the Guyue clan. Casualties are unavoidable, he thought to himself as he activated the moonlight in his palm and crushed the report into powder. Only the elders of the clan had the right to read these reports. If they were to be announced to the public, it might cause panic. Even though the Guyue stronghold was already panicking enough, the feeling of unease was getting heavier by the day. At this moment, the moonlight in Fang Yuan's palm was no longer pure blue. Instead, it was blood red. This was a rank 3 blood moon goo. In order to refine this goo, Fang Yuan had failed once. It wasn't until the second time that he succeeded. As for the materials for the fusion, they were naturally obtained by squeezing out Guyue's cultivation. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, his mind entering the aperture in his body. In the aperture walls were shining, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, but there were no impurities. It was pure white. The primeval essence droplets were all white with a metallic silver luster. This was a rank 3 Goo Master's white-silver primeval essence. The water accumulated into a sea, and the aperture was a sea of white-silver primeval essence. Originally, there was a layer of dark red filth on the surface of the silver sea, but now it was gone. Fang Yuan had already used the cleansing water goo that he extorted from Guyue's cultivation. The aftereffects of the man-beast life burial goo had been completely eliminated, but this was not without a price. Fang Yuan's aptitude had dropped by a little. Originally, it was C grade 44%, but now, because of the man-beast life burial goo, it had dropped by 2 points, and the aperture could only hold 42% primeval essence. But this price, Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared. In the end, he still had to thank Gu Yue's cultivation. If not for his cleansing water goo, that dark red filth would contaminate his primeval essence for a long time, and Fang Yuan's aptitude would drop even more. A big ladybug with a white shell and black spots was flying in the air above the sea. This was the sky canopy goo. The stealth scales goo with the appearance of a stonefish was submerged in the primeval sea. The 4 flavors liquor worm was playing on the sea. As for the newly refined blood moon goo, it looked similar to the moonlight goo and was residing in Fang Yuan's right palm, turning into a red crescent moon mark. As for the rank 3 Thunderwings goo, it was residing on Fang Yuan's back. It was like 2 lightning tattoos. What was worth mentioning was the spring-autumn cicada. Its condition was getting better, and its recovery speed was also getting faster. This situation made Fang Yuan secretly happy, but also somewhat worried. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo master, and he was only a rank 3 goo master. With his current aperture, he might not be able to hold the fully recovered spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada's aura was getting stronger, like a paper tube filled with iron. The aperture might not be able to hold it. If there's really no other way, I can only leave it by my side. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This move had a huge disadvantage. Rank 6 goo worms were all related to the Tao and contained fragments of the laws of heaven and earth. Leaving it outside for a long time would cause the laws to resonate, and unless it was in hibernation, the commotion would not be small and would cause all sorts of phenomena attracting the attention and greed of other experts. But this was the only way. Howl. At this time, a loud wolf's howl entered his ears. Fang Yuan suddenly retracted his consciousness. Lord Elder, frenzy lightning wolves have joined the attack. Gu Yue, Jiang Jin, and the other elders are defending near the east gate, and hope you can go and help them. A goo master hurriedly reported. Crack! With the sound of thunder and lightning, 2 wings appeared on Fang Yuan's back. These 2 wings were formed by blue electric currents, and their appearance was simple and abstract. But with just a flap of the wings, it brought Fang Yuan up into the sky, its speed extremely fast, rushing towards the East Gate battlefield. Flying in a straight line, Fang Yuan arrived at the battlefield in just a few breaths' time. The frenzy lightning wolf was trying to attack the East Gate, and a few elders were near the entrance, fighting fiercely with it. The frenzy lightning wolf suddenly jumped out of the battlefield, and its tail swept towards a rank 1 goo master girl in the corner. This goo master's face turned pale, and hearing the sound of the wind, seeing the wolf tail sweeping towards him, he cried out bitterly in his heart, "It's over." With his ability, he might not be able to dodge or block it, but at this critical moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and hugged her. The girl only felt the world spinning in front of her, and when she came back to her senses, she saw that she was already flying in the air. The wolf tail swept below her, and a 2-story bamboo building suffered a heavy blow on the verge of collapse. Her expression turned even worse. If she was hit by the wolf tail, she would have turned into meat paste. Immediately after, she realized that she had been saved. Who was it that saved her? She raised her eyes to look at this person and was stunned. It's him, Gu Yue, Fang Yuan. For a moment, the girl's heart was filled with complex emotions, and it was hard to describe with words. She and Fang Yuan were classmates, and Fang Yuan had once snatched her Yuan stone, so she naturally hated and loathed Fang Yuan. But she could not help but admire Fang Yuan's achievements. Especially when the news of Fang Yuan being promoted to clan elder spread, she was shocked and in awe. Like Fang Yuan, she was also a C-grade talent, but she was still a rank 1. Now, she was saved by Fang Yuan. This was a life-saving grace. She was grateful towards Fang Yuan, but also shocked and in awe. There was still a trace of hatred, but it seemed to have disappeared completely. The battlefield here is dangerous. Retreat far away. Fang Yuan flapped his lightning wings and landed on the ground, putting down the girl in his arms. He had some impression of this girl. She seemed to be his classmate, but he could not remember her name. After saying this, he turned around and left, no longer flying, but sprinted over and joined the battlefield. The Thunderwings Gu was fast, but its consumption of primeval essence was not slow either. Fang Yuan was a C-grade talent, and among rank 3 Gu masters in terms of primeval essence reserves, he was at the lowest level, thus primeval essence should be used more sparingly. Blood Moon Gu. He waved his hand, and a moonblade flew out. This moonblade was blood red, and when it hit the Frenzy Lightning Wolf's body, it immediately caused a wound, and blood flowed continuously. The girl stayed on the spot, staring blankly at Fang Yuan's fighting figure. Slowly, her eyes started to shine with an indescribable light. 17 to 18 years old, it was the age of love. This Fang Yuan, what do you think? Far away, clan leader Guyuebo saw this scene and asked a trusted aide beside him. The aide immediately said, "I heard Elder Fang Yuan has already responded to the medicine hall's call and handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass in his possession. He had just received the first allowance and gave it all to his uncle and aunt as a sign of filial piety. These days he has repeatedly participated in killing frenzy lightning wolves, and his attacks are sharp and ruthless, gaining many merits. Not only that, he has saved his clansmen many times. His reputation is getting better and better. There are already some rumors in the clan. Prodigal son turning over a new leaf is more valuable than gold. Let's see the new elder of the Fang faction, etc. From what I see, although Fang Yuan is only a C-grade talent, he is quite an outstanding battle talent. He came at a good time, with his parents' inheritance. Just that 9-leaf vitality grass alone is an endless source of income. He has used 2 red steel relic Gu, but to be able to cultivate to rank 3, there is still luck involved." As he said this aide could not help but reveal a slightly jealous expression. He was also a C-grade talent, but only had rank 2 cultivation. To reach this step today, he had used up most of his life, and that Fang Yuan was only 17 years old, but he was already a clan elder. Truly, comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Guyuebo listened to his aide's words, nodding his head non-committally. The aide's words represented the majority of the clansmen's opinion, but it was somewhat superficial. Guyuebo had been the clan leader for many years, and his horizons were naturally higher. Fang Yuan handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, so he must have made some kind of deal with Guyuezhong. Giving all the subsidies to his uncle and aunt was probably not a sincere gesture, but a political show. The main propagator of this matter was Guyuezhong. As for saving people, whether it was sincere or not, it still needed to be investigated. But no matter what, Fang Yuan no longer acted alone. Even if it was an act, it was worth being gratified. His actions, after being promoted to clan elder, were to actively get close to the clan and to contribute to the clan. And the clan's prosperity naturally required these contributions. Thinking of this, Guyuebo instructed, "Those people from Dark Hall, these few days of investigation have not yielded any results. Forget it. Let's temporarily stop the investigation on Fang Yuan." "Yes, subordinate will inform them now." The aide retreated. Guyuebo stayed on the spot, squinting his eyes. He thought inwardly, "Despite all sorts of reasons, my cultivation speed is still quite fast. This Fang Yuan definitely has some secrets on him, but at this time, the wolf tide is serious, every bit of strength must be used wisely. Wasting it on Fang Yuan is a waste. But the investigation is necessary. We can only wait until after the wolf tide. Chapter 164. With a boom, the frenzy lightning wolf's elephant-sized body fell to the ground. Its mouth was wide open, its eyes losing focus, its life leaving it. Its body was covered in wounds, and fresh wolf blood flowed out continuously, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The rain continued to pour down, diluting the wolf blood and spreading it in all directions. The ground was muddy, and the few clan elders standing beside the frenzy lightning wolf's corpse were panting heavily. Their bodies were drenched by the rain, and even splashed with wolf blood and mud. They were in a sorry state. We finally killed it. This frenzy lightning wolf has a defensive goo worm on its body. It's really hard to deal with. Luckily, we had Elder Fang Yuan's blood moon goo, accumulating its injuries, or else killing it would have been even more difficult. As the elder spoke, they looked at Fang Yuan one after another. When they heard that Fang Yuan had refined the blood moon goo, they did not think much of it. But now it seemed that it was very effective against the frenzy lightning wolf. Elders, you are too kind. If not for your help and protection, I would not have been able to attack so fiercely. Fang Yuan wiped the rain off his face, saying politely, "Don't say that. It's what we should do. We are old, we did not feel it before, but now that we have fought alongside Elder Fang Yuan, we have a deep feeling." Yes, yes. The few clan elders laughed. In the battle just now, Fang Yuan advanced and retreated. His attacks were sharp and ruthless, and his handling of the situation was very experienced, causing the few clan elders to have a whole new level of respect for him, especially Fang Yuan's humble attitude. Not arrogant nor rash, he was not as arrogant and unruly as the rumors made him out to be, causing the few clan elders to have a good impression of him. "I still have many areas to learn from you," Fang Yuan said respectfully, but a trace of darkness flashed in his eyes. This blood moon goo had its pros and cons. After using it so many times, he had some experience. The blood moon goo was good at prolonged battles, causing injuries that could not be stopped. Thus, the longer it lasted, the more serious the enemy's injuries would be. But this was based on the fact that the enemy did not have a healing goo worm to counter it. Nature was balanced. There was no strongest goo, only strong and weak. The biggest weakness of the blood moon goo is that there would be a few days every month when blood would seep out, causing the goo's battle strength to plummet. It's my main method of attack, but it seems like it's a little unstable. However, if I can subdue the chainsaw golden centipede in the flower wine treasury, I can make up for it. These days, the situation was very tense. The wolf tide kept attacking the mountain village. As an elder, Fang Yuan was even more eye-catching than before. He had no chance to go to the secret cave in the stone crack. "Quick, do your best to save our people. Clean up the battlefield. Don't miss a single goo." Seeing the frenzy lightning wolf fall, a group of healing goo masters immediately rushed over. "Thank you, elders, for your hard work. Please accept our medicine hall's special treatment." The leading goo master bowed towards Fang Yuan and the rest, and it's Li Chun from the medicine faction. Several clan elders recognized this person and slowly nodded their heads, immediately changing their expressions. They were very polite to Fang Yuan, their faces full of smiles. But towards this person, their expressions were reserved, carrying the arrogance of a superior. This was the difference in status. This Guyue Li Chun was only a rank 2 goo master. "I have no injuries. I don't need any treatment. Elders, let's chat again when we have time." Fang Yuan nodded towards the other clan elders. Elder Fang Yuan's talent is outstanding. To be uninjured after the battle, truly a young hero. Sai, compared to Elder Fang Yuan, we are really old. Hee, Elder Fang Yuan, please take care. The few clan elders immediately laughed and said, Elder Fang Yuan, please forgive this subordinate for offending you. Let our medicine hall's healing Gu masters examine you. Gu Yue Chen insisted. He was a member of the medicine faction. Fang Yuan angered Gu Yue Yao Ji to the point of fainting, causing the latter to lose her position. He naturally had disgust towards Fang Yuan, but as the leader, he naturally had to ask about his position. Thank you for your kindness. There is really no need. Goodbye, everyone. Fang Yuan patted Gu Yue Chen's shoulder, smiling as he bid farewell to the others. The clan elders either smiled or nodded in response. After he left, their expressions changed one after another, and they became solemn. This Fang Yuan, although only a C-grade aptitude, had already grown to this stage. It was truly rare. Fighting alongside him, they could feel his coldness and ruthlessness. Just thinking about it made them feel fearful. Back when they were 17, what kind of achievements did they have? Especially when they saw him smiling and patting the shoulders of the medicine faction members, such shrewdness and talent in politics. It was truly shocking. Lord Fang Yuan, do you still recognize me? On the road, a person with a respectful and fawning expression greeted Fang Yuan. You are. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this person was a student of the same batch as him. However, he couldn't remember his name. He only remembered that whenever he stole his Yuan stone, this person would always obediently hand it over. It could be seen that there was a shrewdness hidden within his weak temperament. Lord Fang Yuan, I am Gu Yue Dingzong. It is this lowly one's honor to be your classmate for a year. Actually, after the news of your promotion to clan elder spread, many of your classmates admired and envied you, wanting to find an opportunity to ask you for some cultivation experience. I wonder if you are free tonight. Gu Yue Dingzong rubbed his hands, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, nodding slightly. That's fine. However, I need to change my clothes. This rain is making my entire body uncomfortable. This lowly one has already prepared hot water and new clothes. There are also a few virgin maids waiting to serve you. Gu Yue Dingzong smiled, his expression rippling. Fang Yuan shook his head and refused. No, before that, I still need to go to the underground cave. So that's it. Gu Yue Dingzong was immediately moved. Only clan elders could freely enter the underground cave. To people of their level, it was the clan's restricted area. Next, his smile became even more humble, his waist also drooping, his words revealing a flattering tone. Lord, please go ahead and do what you need to do. This lowly one's time is not valuable. Waiting for you is also a kind of honor. Fang Yuan nodded, no longer speaking. He took a step and walked away. Gu Yue Dingzong hurriedly took a step back, giving way, slightly bending his waist as he watched Fang Yuan leave, entering the underground cave again. This secret room that stored precious goo worms was very spacious, almost as big as the square on the ground. But the number of goo worms stored inside was not many, only a few dozen. Kong declaration grass, return space cicada, skeleton dragonfly, phoenix butterfly. There were rank 2 to 4, but rank 2 goo were rather rare. Among them was love separation. This was the number 1 poison goo among rank 2. Even a rank 3 healing goo might not be able to heal the damage it caused. This love separation was used by Wang Er back then. After being killed by the clan, it had been kept here ever since. Most of the goo worms were rank 3, and there were few rank 4 goo worms. Fang Yuan originally did not have high hopes. Although the clan had a deep foundation, it was still a mid-sized clan, with 2 other clans competing against it, and the pressure of the wolf tide. But to think that he would actually find a rather ideal goo. Tusita flower, rank 3 grass goo, shaped like a red lantern. Its green leaves were oval. The leaf flesh was thick and plump, divided into 3 pieces. The distance between them was the same, pointing in 3 different directions. This Tusita flower was as famous as tusita grass. Not only could it store food, it could also store yuan stone. It was one of Fang Yuan's ideal gu worms. I didn't expect that the Guyu village would also have this tusita flower. With it, I can solve the problem of logistics. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, immediately choosing it. Actually, the clan definitely has rank 5 gu worms. In the history of Guyue clan, there were 2 rank 5 experts. They definitely left behind gu worms. But it is impossible to leave them here. These rank 5 gu worms are the clan's trump card and are fed by the clan with all their resources. Rather than feeding, it is more like offering. Fang Yuan left the cave. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still gloomy, and the air was not very fresh, filled with the smell of blood. Fang Yuan changed into a clean set of clothes before slowly making his way to the gathering location. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. Guyue Dingzong was already standing at the door, looking at him eagerly. He saw Fang Yuan from the corner of the street from afar, and hurriedly welcomed him with a flattering smile. He led Fang Yuan to the bamboo building, where a sumptuous banquet was already prepared, and a group of people were seated. After seeing Fang Yuan, they quickly stood up. Next, all kinds of flattering words flooded towards Fang Yuan like a tidal wave. Greetings, Elder Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, I haven't seen you for a day, but you are even more elegant than before. This lowly one is full of admiration. To be able to be classmates with Elder Fang Yuan, I am truly fortunate. Now that I think about it, it is a dreamlike experience. Fang Yuan glanced around. Seeing that these people were all from the same batch as him, they were all familiar faces, and he had snatched yuan stone from them before. No problem. He smiled lightly, sitting on the highest seat. Serve the dishes, serve the good wine. Guyue Ding Zong shouted, and the servants immediately became busy. All sorts of dishes were served like flowing water. The taste was excellent. This Guyue Ding Zong's family still had some assets. To be able to prepare such dishes under the wolf tide, they had indeed paid a price, showing their sincerity. Elder Fang Yuan, this lowly one would like to propose a toast to you. Elder Fang Yuan, please do as you please. This lowly one cheers. Fang Yuan was really very casual, pouring a cup of wine, only taking a sip each time, but no one had any objections. Toasting and toasting, the wine went on for 3 rounds. He suddenly raised his wine cup, stood up, and said with a smile, "There are always times when one is young and frivolous. I was a little immature in the past and did some things I hope everyone will forgive me and not mind." With him standing up, no one else dared to sit down, and all stood up. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was bringing up the past and was talking about the yuan stone incident. They hurriedly shouted, "Not at all, not at all. Elder Fang Yuan is a true man, a true hero. To be able to catch Elder Fang Yuan's eye on this lowly one's yuan stone, that is our honor." That's right, that's right. Elder Fang Yuan's elegant demeanor has always been deeply engraved in my heart. This cup of wine, Fang Yuan downed it, and the entire hall immediately cheered. Chapter 165. Fang Yuan put down his wine cup and sat down. Only then did everyone dare to sit down. These people were not all from the same school. For example, Ma Bei, Qi Cheng, and others with deep backgrounds were not among them. It's about time I should leave. This banquet was not bad. Fang Yuan expressed his intention to leave. Guyue Dingzong was instantly overjoyed after being praised. He hurriedly stood up and took out a money pouch. The pouch was naturally filled to the brim with yuan stones. He bowed and smiled flatteringly. Today, after listening to Lord's teachings, this lowly one was enlightened and learned a lot. This is just a small gift to express my gratitude. He was full of nonsense. Since the start of the banquet, he had only been bootlicking, When did he ask for any cultivation topics? But everyone acted as if this was really happening. They loudly cheered and encouraged Elder Fang Yuan to accept it. Fang Yuan did not refuse. He smiled and naturally took the money pouch. Following that, the second and third person came up to give gifts. All of them were yuan stones. Well said, well said. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and smiled as he accepted all of them. How could Fang Yuan carry tens of bags of yuan stones? When Guyue Dingzong saw this, he immediately called over a few servants to help Fang Yuan carry the bags. In a short time, Fang Yuan had collected close to 10,000 pieces of yuan stones. Finally, Fang Yuan stood up and raised his wine cup again. It is fate that brought us together. You and I will remember this camaraderie. It is worth a toast. Yes, Lord Fang Yuan said it very well. His words are incisive and wonderful. He said exactly what we are thinking in our hearts. Everyone stood up and praised as they raised their wine cups. They either had no background or did not have a strong background. They were afraid of Fang Yuan's revenge after he was promoted to elder. At the same time, they wanted to get close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, raised his hand, and raised his glass. At this moment, the clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing the moonlight that was like a veil illuminating the courtyard outside. The cold air was mixed with the smell of blood. It was so real that it was cruel. In this hall, the decorations were elegant, and the lights were bright. Wine, women, and wealth filled the air. Everyone had an exaggerated smile on their faces. It was like a warm paradise on earth. This is the charm of an organization. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a clear light as he stared at the thick wine in the cup, his thoughts drifting. In the past, when he robbed and blackmailed his classmates, it was just a few pieces of yuan stone, but that was enough to incur the wrath of the masses. Now, he didn't even mention it to them, and they were already rushing to deliver the yuan stone to him. Each bag contained more than 100 yuan. On the surface, it seemed that Fang Yuan had the status of an elder, but it was actually because he was previously outside the system, and now he was in the upper echelons of the organization. Under the system, the members were all willing to be exploited. Even without Fang Yuan hinting anything, there would be people who would take the initiative to bribe, people who would take the initiative to seek refuge, and women who would throw themselves at him. This world was like this, and it was the same on Earth. The people of this world are so ridiculous. They were robbed for nothing, and when there was a slight loss, they would retaliate fiercely and cry out for injustice. They would bribe the upper echelons, give gifts, bodies, and virginity, but they were all willing. They were even afraid of not doing it well. The reason why I could obtain so many yuan stones tonight is because of the system. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart and couldn't help but think of Guyue, Qing Shu, Mo Yen, and Qi Shan. Talents like Guyue and Qing Shu, who would be great talent, were actually much more talented than Fang Yuan in terms of cultivation. But these people cultivated slowly, and for a long time, they were stuck at the second-grade realm. Was this because they didn't work hard? He laughed coldly. This was the system's exploitation and oppression. However, this kind of exploitation and oppression was often invisible. Ordinary people would never be able to see through it. Take Fang Yuan's current situation, for example. The yuan stones that these people gave, if used on themselves, would definitely be a boost to their own cultivation. So as long as there was bribery, it was a form of exploitation. Countless lower echelons would fight to bribe the upper echelons, and this was the upper echelons raising funds to increase their authority. Other than money, there was also the exploitation of time. Elites like Guyue and Qing Shu naturally didn't need to bribe others, but their time was being taken up. Usually they would ask you to do this and that ask you to run errands, ask you to run errands, and even say that this was the attention and favor of the upper echelons. If they used this time to cultivate, Guyue and Qingshu would have already broken through the peak stage of rank 2 and reached rank 3. If he used the wood charm Gu, he might even be able to kill by Ningbing. The subtlety was that the clan elders were not willing to let a junior like Guyue and Qingshu advance to rank 3 so quickly, such a powerful chess piece. If he really became rank 3, he would be on equal footing with them. How could they order him around? Who would be willing to have their authority divided? Thus they purposely dragged and suppressed him, even saying that they thought highly of him, but he needs to be polished to become a jade. This is the truth of the system. If one couldn't see through this, then no matter how heroic one was, no matter how talented one was, they would still be nothing more than a dragon or tiger chained by chains. They would only be slaves. People like Guyue Qingshu, Guyue Zhong, and the others, no matter how talented and capable they are. So what? Although he thought of so many things, his thoughts moved like lightning, and the outside world only lasted for a moment. Everyone, please have a drink. Fang Yuan moved the wine cup to his lips, then raised his head and drank it all. Everyone hurriedly drank, not daring to leave even half a drop. Farewell. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and walked away. Behind him, the servants each held a yuan stone and followed suit. Everyone hurriedly sent him off. You all can drink. There's no need to send me off. Although Fang Yuan said this, no one dared to do so. They all left their seats and flattered him. Fang Yuan said again, I like peace and quiet. Everyone looked at his expression, then dropped the subject and stayed in the hall. Looking at Fang Yuan's receding figure, some sighed, some were silent, and some sighed. Elder Fang Yuan is truly an extraordinary person, so carefree. They were all frogs at the bottom of a well, looking at the moon through the fog. They only felt that Fang Yuan was carefree, but they could not see through the system. Actually, as long as they joined the system, they would be exploited, and their benefits would be sacrificed. Even the clan leader would be sacrificed, dedicating a large amount of time and effort to manage the clan. It was just that the situation of the lowest level members being exploited was even more serious. The higher the level, the greater the benefits they enjoyed. At the start, Fang Yuan snatched the yuan stone and created opposition, acting independently, not even letting his own younger brother off. In order to avoid this level of exploitation, he had sufficient time and energy to break through to the 3rd rank, becoming a clan elder. This result shocked countless people. Now, he had become a clan elder, gentle and refined, with high status and authority, enjoying the benefits of a clan elder, causing others to be extremely envious. This separation and joining, this and that, this was filled with deep wisdom. But how many people could see it clearly? Fang Yuan was not being exploited, but enjoyed the benefits. In the eyes of mortals, this was carefree. All right, place the items on the table, and you may leave. Fang Yuan said. The servants did not dare to have any objections. After placing the items on the table, they bowed towards Fang Yuan and left. This place was no longer the house that Fang Yuan had rented in the past. Ever since Fang Yuan became a clan elder, the clan allocated a brand new bamboo building for him. There was a study room in the bamboo building, as well as a secret room for cultivation. But the servants did not have one. Fang Yuan had to find one himself. Tusita flower, come out. With a thought from Fang Yuan, silver primeval essence poured in, and the Tusita flower imprint on his tongue immediately came to life. He opened his mouth and spat out a red light. The Tusita flower slowly rotated like a lantern, floating in the air and appearing in front of him. Fang Yuan activated the Tusita flower, and immediately the red light expanded, turning the surroundings into a sea of red. One by one, the primal stones flew out of the bag and into the Tusita flower, as if they were being pulled by an invisible force. After a while, the red light faded. Fang Yuan opened his mouth slightly, and the tusita flower flew back into his mouth, landing on his tongue and turning into a red lantern imprint. This tusita flower is a rank 3 goo. It can store yuan stone and other things. It is one of the best rank 3 storage goo and can store up to 30,000 yuan stone. But considering that it also needs to store other things, I can store up to 15,000 yuan stone. Although this was Fang Yuan's first time using this goo, with his rich experience from his previous life, he quickly deduced its limit. Yuan stone was the most basic resource for a goo master's cultivation. Without yuan stone, a goo master would seriously lack motivation. Moreover, yuan stone could quickly recover primeval essence, and was a great help in battle. Especially for a goo master who was alone, yuan stone was the most basic form of protection in the wilderness. Normally speaking, a goo master needed at least 10,000 yuan stone to ensure a goo master's basic supply for a certain period of time. And every once in a while, it needed to be replenished. A reserve of 15,000 yuan stone to Fang Yuan was too little, but it was still at an acceptable level. I borrowed 3,000 yuan stone from Qi Lian, and with today's harvest, I won't have to worry about yuan stone in the short term. Now I have 6 main aspects: the Blood Moon Canopy for offense and defense, the Thunderwings Goo for movement, the Tusita Flower for storage, and the Earth Communication Ear Grass for scouting. The only thing I lack is a healer. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Previously, there was a 9-leaf vitality grass, but Fang Yuan handed it over. Thus, there was Tusita Flower, but this rank 2 9-leaf vitality grass, even if he kept it, Fang Yuan was not too satisfied with its healing ability. Among the rank 3 healing goo, there are a few that are more ideal. Like the Endless Life goo, it can heal continuously and consumes little primeval essence. In this aspect, it is most suitable for a goo master with poor aptitude like me. There is also the Undying Grass. It can preserve a sliver of life and hang on to one last breath. It is a top-notch life-saving goo. The most ideal is the Self-Reliance goo. This goo is special. It relies on the goo master's own strength. As long as the goo master's strength is great, it can stimulate the goo master's metabolism, thus healing injuries. But these 3 goo, where could Fang Yuan find them? As for the Guyue clan, even the underground wormhole had been searched by him, but he did not find any. There was no way such a rare goo worm would appear on the substance list. The only thing that had hope was the flower wine monk's inheritance. But this possibility was minuscule, and Fang Yuan did not have any hope. He already felt that the flower wine monk's inheritance was coming to an end. How could there be a goo that Fang Yuan needed at the very end? If that was the case, then it would be too ideal, too perfect. But Fang Yuan knew that this world was cruel and incomplete. If he really placed his hopes on it, then he would be naive. But even so, it is time to explore this inheritance. At least that chainsaw golden centipede should be in my hands. Fang Yuan had some thoughts in his heart. Chapter 166. Guzhenren 162 _ Guzhenren's full text free, reading _ section 162. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Although he planned to investigate the flower wine inheritance, Fang Yuan could not leave. He was in the limelight after becoming the clan elder, and with the frequent activity of the wolf tide, there were many tasks assigned to him, giving him no chance. Look / when he finally arrived at the Rock Crack Secret Cave. It was already more than 10 days later. Late summer night. The light rain had just stopped, bringing with it the scent of autumn. In the sky, a golden moon, round like a plate, hung high up in the sky. Faint wolf howls could be heard, mixed with the cicadas' cries. Fang Yuan hid himself on the slope and turned around to take a look. Guyue village was lit up with countless lights. The broken walls were repaired again, and had long lost the peace and tranquility of the past. It was like a huge beast that had gone through countless battles, lying on the ground and panting. After rebirth, even the progress of the wolf tide changed a lot. In my memory, the Thunder Crown Wolf had arrived 3 days ago, but now it is nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan took a glance, then turned his gaze away. Tonight was the time he had fought for. He had to make good use of it. After a while, he entered the rock crack secret cave again. The cave entrance was covered in dust, but there were no footprints, showing that this place had not been discovered yet. This little detection method was not very useful, but in Fang Yuan's experience, it was surprisingly useful. Of course, he did not only set up this method. After a few inspections, he confirmed that this secret cave was temporarily safe. He heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since his rebirth, more and more things had changed. Especially during the wolf tide, Gu masters moved out frequently. Who knows, someone might discover this place. He walked into the tunnel and entered the second secret room, pushing open the stone door and arriving at the mountain rock forest. In the rock forest, there were many jade ice stone monkey groups migrating along the previously cleared path. But now, Fang Yuan was already a rank 3 Gu master. Although the Blood Moon Gu was a rank 3 Gu master, its attack power was not outstanding, but it was definitely much better than the rank 2 Moon Glow Gu. Fang Yuan spent 6 hours exterminating close to 10 monkey groups and reopening the path. He came to the center of the room and climbed the rough stone steps to enter the third secret room. The stone door blocked his way, and on the stone door was engraved, "In the Golden Centipede Cave, there is a fatal disaster. Use the earthly hearing to avoid the disaster." Last time, he stopped here, but this time, he resolutely pushed open the stone door and stepped inside. He held a torch in his hand. It illuminated a radius of 10 steps. The Golden Centipede Cave was spacious. The main road was at least 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. There were also many slightly narrow branches that branched out in all directions. Wherever Fang Yuan went, fire would illuminate and darkness would recede. At first, only the sound of his footsteps echoed in the cave, but not long after, rustling sounds came from all directions. The voices converged into one. It was endless. Soon, countless centipedes appeared at the edge of the fire. They were ferocious. However, due to the bright firelight, he did not attack Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan knew, as time passed, more and more centipedes appeared. The stalemate would soon be broken, but he did not care. If he was rank 2 and only had the white jade goose defense, he would not purposely create such a commotion and attract the centipedes. But now that he was rank 3, the sky canopy goose defense was enough for him to withstand the attacks of the centipedes. The only thing he had to worry about was the worm king here, the chainsaw golden centipede. It had already appeared. Fang Yuan purposely moved a trace of white-silver primeval essence from his aperture and let it flow out of his body, revealing his rank 3 Gu Master aura. This aura made the chainsaw golden centipede feel an intense threat. To it, Fang Yuan was a strong, wild beast that had stepped into its territory. It needed to kill him immediately. Fang Yuan and it were confronting each other. This chainsaw golden centipede was over 1 meter long, its body as wide as 2 fists. At first, it landed at the edge of the area illuminated by the fire. It coiled its body like a python lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But soon it moved slowly, its countless limbs supporting its body as it pressed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's rank 3 aura made it alert, but not afraid. If it was a rank 4, it would not take the initiative to press forward. If it was a rank 5, as long as its aura leaked out, it would turn around and escape. Fang Yuan raised the torch high. The flame on the torch was burning, illuminating the surrounding cave with light and shadows. In the light of the fire, the chainsaw golden centipede's dark golden shell shone with a faint light. The sides of its body were filled with silver serrated teeth. As it pressed forward, the serrated teeth also moved slowly like a slowed-down electric saw, making a buzzing sound. The other small centipedes surrounded Fong Yuan from the ground and walls. Some of them climbed to the top of the cave, then fell down, landing on Fong Yuan's shoulders and back. Fong Yuan did not care. He activated the sky canopy goo, and a thick layer of white crystal light appeared on his body, forming a vague armor that tightly wrapped around him. The poisonous limbs of the centipedes could do nothing to this white crystal armor. Some of the twisting centipedes crawled on his face and ears. It might be disgusting, but Fong Yuan's mental fortitude was strong enough to ignore it. In his previous life, when he was in the wilderness, he ate everything. He even ate centipedes that were not poisonous. Actually, the taste was not bad. It tasted weird at first, but he got used to it after a while. He only focused on the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede advanced slowly, shortening the distance between it and Fong Yuan. When it was 3 to 4 steps away, Fong Yuan stopped the leakage of his white-silver primeval essence, causing his aura to weaken. The chainsaw golden centipede acutely sensed it, and its speed increased like a golden line. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the distance and climbed up Fong Yuan's calf. Its speed was really fast, and when it moved, a golden light flashed. By the time Fong Yuan reacted, the chainsaw golden centipede had already coiled around his waist like a snake, opening its mouth and attacking Fong Yuan's face. Fong Yuan quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed the centipede's head. The chainsaw golden centipede struggled intensely, and even though Fong Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, he was gradually losing strength, especially since the chainsaw golden centipede had a row of serrations on each side. It started to spin rapidly. Crack, crack, crack. A strong tearing force ground the sky canopy goo's white crystal light. At once, Fong Yuan's white-silver primeval essence in his aperture decreased rapidly, and at the same time, the white light was like sparks being ground by the serrations. Fong Yuan's primeval essence was only initial stage light silver primeval essence, and he only had 42% in reserve, so it could not withstand such consumption. But Fong Yuan did not panic in the face of danger. Even if he could not get rid of the chainsaw golden centipede, he still had a trump card: Spring Autumn Cicada. He willed, and the Spring Autumn Cicada's figure appeared in his aperture. The Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery was much better. Its 2 wings were not only fresh and tender like leaves, its body also had the glossy luster of a noble tree. But overall, it still gave off a dry feeling. It had already recovered by 20%, and its aura was naturally stronger. This aura was released. The struggling chainsaw golden centipede immediately withered. It was only a rank 3 wild goo worm, facing the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada's aura. It did not dare to move at all. Fong Yuan felt it the most. A moment ago, he was still holding onto the chainsaw golden centipede tightly, as if he was holding onto a poisonous python, trying to stop it from biting. In the next moment, it turned into a soft rope made of grass. Fong Yuan smiled and activated his white-silver primeval essence. The chainsaw golden centipede had already surrendered. Fong Yuan's will was immediately destroyed. The wild will in its body was completely destroyed. In a few breaths' time, the chainsaw golden centipede was already under Fong Yuan's control. Fong Yuan released his hands. The chainsaw golden centipede's countless limbs moved rhythmically. It climbed up the white crystal armor, circling around Fong Yuan's waist, and coiled around his arm. The surrounding centipede swarm dispersed like the tide. The wild chainsaw golden centipede, because of its natural will, could control the swarm. But now that Fang Yuan's will had replaced it, the chainsaw golden centipede lost its ability to communicate and control the swarm. Fang Yuan did not exterminate the centipede swarm and let it leave. In another decade or so, there might be a new chainsaw golden centipede in this swarm. But this no longer had much to do with Fang Yuan. He allowed the chainsaw golden centipede to cling onto his shoulder and went deeper into the cave. This centipede cave was connected in all directions, and after walking for a while, the main path split into 3 branches. Fang Yuan first used the earth communication ear grass, and after listening for a while, he eliminated the middle path. He chose the right path, and after walking for half an hour, he found that it was a dead end. He could only retreat and change to the left path. He kept the chainsaw golden centipede, and with the aura of the golden centipede, it was the most effective against these centipedes, and so everywhere he went, the swarm of insects avoided him. This greatly facilitated his exploration. Not long after entering the left path, he found some clues from the exposed walls after the swarm of insects moved away. This is a sign of artificial mining. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Evidently, this passage was opened up by the flower wine monk using the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider. Fang Yuan followed this path and slowly walked down, patiently exploring. There were many centipedes living in this path, and this was good news for Fang Yuan. Because there was a swarm of insects living here, he could eliminate the possibility of many traps. This passageway was much longer than he had expected. Fang Yuan spent over 12 hours exploring and walked for close to 1.5 li. The slope of the path became more and more downward, and Fang Yuan gradually went deeper into the ground. Every once in a while, he would stop and use the earth communication ear grass to listen, to eliminate as much possible danger as possible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What is this sound? Fang Yuan gradually heard a strange sound. Immediately, he realized what this sound was. This is the sound of water. Could it be? His heart moved, and he already had a vague guess. At the end of the path, he saw a crystal wall. Behind the crystal wall was water. In the water, there were streams of grayish-white water, forming a spiral shape, rotating around each other. It was like a miniature tornado, rising and falling, growing and multiplying endlessly. Just as I guessed, this is a natural spirit spring. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's eyes could not help but focus. Immediately, he saw that there was something else in the spirit spring behind the crystal wall. A blue and white flower bud was floating leisurely in the spring water. This is actually the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Chapter 167. Fang Yuan looked at the heavenly essence treasure lotus in front of him, and the doubts in his heart dissipated by half. He deduced the rough history. Turning back time, close to 1,000 years ago, a rank 5 Gu Master expert, alone, came to Qingmao Mountain and coincidentally found this natural spirit spring in the underground cave. He was overjoyed and set up camp here, moving the mortal villages at the foot of the mountain, forming the embryonic form of the Guyue village. He wantonly married hundreds of wives and concubines, spreading his bloodline. He was the ancestor of the Guyue clan, the founder of the Guyue village. After the first generation passed away, time passed. The second generation, third generation, and finally the fourth generation. The fourth generation clan leader had a great aptitude and also cultivated to rank 5, bringing the clan to another golden age. One day, a demonic Gu master came to the village. He was a bald man dressed in pink and was a loner. He loved to violate the chastity of innocent girls. He was the famous demon of the demonic path at that time, the flower wine monk. This flower wine monk had some sort of fortuitous encounter and knew the recipe to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus. He made a lot of preparations and was just short of a natural spirit spring to refine this flower goo. He searched left and right, and finally chose the spirit spring in the Guyue village. Initially, he used the moon orchid as a pretense to get close to the higher-ups of the Guyue clan, and finally found out the truth of the Guyue clan. Then, in the battle with the fourth-generation clan leader, he used his great battle strength to almost obtain a complete victory. Not only did he kill the fourth generation, he even got rid of most of the clan elders. But he was poisoned by the Moonshadow Goo. The Moonshadow Goo was a goo that restricted the use of primeval essence and was not fatal. But the flower wine monk was concerned about refining the heavenly essence treasure lotus and did not want to massacre and attract unnecessary attention, hindering the refinement. Thus, he chose to act in secret. Finally, he secretly used the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to dig a tunnel and stealthily came here. Using the materials he had prepared, he successfully refined the heavenly essence treasure lotus in the spirit spring. This heavenly essence treasure lotus had a great origin. Its refinement recipe was created by a righteous goo master thousands of years ago, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was only a rank 3 flower goo, but after it advanced to rank 6 heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus, it was ranked 6th among the 10 great immortal goo. Its value was comparable to spring autumn cicada. Heavenly essence treasure lotus, known as a mobile spirit spring, it could produce yuan stone for goo masters. However, the cost of fusing it was extremely high. To refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, a natural spirit spring was needed. This spring had to be filled with elemental energy. It couldn't be an elemental spring that had been used for many years and had a weak foundation. After the fusion was successful, the spirit spring would be completely useless, losing the ability to produce yuan stone and becoming the most ordinary spring water. The value of a natural spirit spring was enormous. Just look at how it fed Guyue tribe and countless goo masters for close to 1,000 years. It was clear. Refining the heavenly essence treasure, lotus, would require the destruction of such a spirit spring. But this was just the beginning. In the future, to advance to rank 4, he would need to waste 7 spirit springs. At rank 5, he would waste another 9 mouths. At rank 6, he would need to waste another 11 mouths. Besides this, he would need to use other precious goo worms as supplementary materials, each of them priceless. If I had this heavenly essence treasure lotus, it would be like having a miniature spirit spring with me. Heavenly essence treasure lotus is only rank 3. The yuan stone it produces cannot compare to a normal spirit spring, but it is enough to support my cultivation expenditure. There were many benefits to this. With the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he could directly produce yuan stone. His income would definitely be much higher than the 9-leaf vitality grass. With yuan stone, not only could he advance his cultivation, he would also have enough money to exchange for it. With this treasure lotus, Feng Yuan could reduce the amount of yuan stone he had to carry. In the Tusita flower, he could only store food and other things, greatly reducing the burden on his logistics. But I heard that the process of refining this treasure lotus is complicated and mysterious. The treasure lotus goes from nothing to something, and during this period, it seems illusory yet real. Ordinary people cannot see it with their naked eyes. Only through crystals can they see it clearly. This goo is delicate and needs to be nurtured in the spirit spring for 9 days and 9 nights. Only when this treasure lotus has 9 complete lotus leaves can it be plucked and stored in the primeval sea in the aperture. If I am too hasty, all my efforts will be wasted. All my previous hard work will turn into bitter water and flow away. Feng Yuan did not know the exact recipe of the heavenly essence treasure lotus. He only knew some secret rumors. To him, he had no idea how to further refine it. But even so, This rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus was still of great help to him. At this moment, he looked through the crystal wall and observed carefully, only to find that this flower bud actually only had 8.5 lotus leaves, with only half a leaf remaining. It was still a little short of 9 complete leaves. Fang Yuan did not find it strange. Hundreds of years had passed, the Spirit Spring's foundation had been depleted, and was no longer as good as it was during the 4th generation. This heavenly essence treasure lotus was equivalent to condensing most of the Spirit Spring's essence, and the Yuan stone produced by the Spirit Spring was constantly being depleted, causing its foundation to decrease. Thus, the treasure lotus gradually turned around and replenished the Spirit Spring's losses. Only when there were losses would there be remnant leaves. The heavenly essence treasure lotus can only be plucked if it has 9 leaves. Right now, there are only 8.5 leaves. If I want to pluck it, I will have to throw Yuan stone into the spring. Yuan stone was the crystallization of the Spirit Spring. It could nourish the treasure lotus and allow it to grow again. But don't underestimate this half a leaf. To grow it, a large amount of Yuan stone would be needed. If I am not wrong, this crystal wall should be the effect of the moat gu. Fang Yuan tried to touch it with his hand, and found that this wall was both real and illusory, like a shadow of light. His hand went into the wall, but there was no obstruction. But he quickly withdrew his hand, not daring to go deep into the Spirit Spring. The Spirit Spring was most taboo, to be polluted. He poured in his primeval essence, activating Tusita flower and taking out a Yuan stone. He threw the Yuan stone into the crystal wall, and as if the wall did not exist, the Yuan stone went through it and quickly entered the spring. It crashed into the heavenly essence treasure lotus phantom. The blue and white flower bud of the heavenly essence treasure lotus immediately shook like water. Almost in an instant, this Yuan stone was digested by the heavenly essence treasure lotus. When the flower returned to normal, Fang Yuan focused his attention, but did not see any changes in the leaf. His expression was calm, and he threw in tens of Yuan stone, but the leaf still did not grow. Fang Yuan continued to throw in Yuan stone, and at the same time counted the number of Yuan stone in his heart. When he threw in more than 500 Yuan stone, he saw the leaf grow by a little. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's heart sank. According to this calculation, he would need to throw in more than 50,000 Yuan stone at once. If he threw it in batches as time passed, the clan would continuously take out Yuan stone, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus would consume itself to replenish this spirit spring. More than 50,000 Yuan stone. I already have more than 10,000 with me. I still need 40,000. With his status as a clan elder, it was not difficult for Fang Yuan to gather 40,000 Yuan stone. But the real problem was, once this heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, this spirit spring would be completely destroyed. At that time, it would definitely attract the wrath of the entire clan, and they would go crazy in their investigation. Fang Yuan was experienced, but his methods were limited. If he really did not care about the consequences, he would definitely be found. In reality, the higher-ups of the clan had long suspected him, but due to the wolf tide, they did not act up. Once the flower wine monk's inheritance was exposed, Fang Yuan would definitely be the first suspect. Even if Fang Yuan secretly escaped, he would be hunted down by the entire clan. I will not give up on the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Even without the recipe, who knows what will happen in the future. But once I pluck this goo, it will be like poking a hornet's nest, and I will be killed. Fang Yuan thought to himself, to collect this heavenly essence treasure lotus, he had to wait for the right opportunity to appear. This heavenly essence treasure lotus should be the last of the flower wine monk's inheritance. But there are still many suspicious points in this whole matter. In order to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the flower wine monk came here. But what unforeseen event happened that caused him to be heavily injured? And he hurriedly set up this inheritance before he died. The reason the flower wine monk set up the inheritance, Fang Yuan already knew. It was to take revenge on the Guyue clan. If the heavenly essence treasure lotus was taken out from the spirit spring, no matter if it was successful or not, the natural spirit spring would definitely be destroyed. Without the natural spirit spring, the Guyue clan would not have a base to stay here. Falling apart was something that would happen sooner or later. Forget it. Without any new evidence, there will be no progress in dwelling on this suspicious point. Let's return to the village first. Finally, Fang Yuan shook his head and began to return along the path he came from. But before he left the secret cave, a shrill and loud wolf howl could be heard continuously. This sound, Fang Yuan's heart sank, and he hurriedly walked out. Walking to the riverbank outside the stone crack, a thick smell of blood assaulted his nose. Although he was still a distance away from the village, the battle cries, wolf howls, and explosions interweaved together, making it extremely noisy. Fang Yuan turned invisible and climbed up a hill. It was now dawn, and the sky was dimly lit. Countless wolf packs, like a tide, rushed towards the Guyue village in waves. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across, and his body shook. At the back of the wolf pack, he found a lightning wolf that was as large as a small mountain. King of beasts, Thundercrown Wolf. This wolf's body was slender, its limbs strong, and its entire body was covered in blue scales. Tufts of golden wolf fur were distributed on the wolf's claws, head, and tail. Especially the fur on its head. It was all puffed up, forming the shape of a towering crown. It half squatted on the ground and was as quiet as a statue. The frenzy lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves that were constantly howling around it only served to accentuate its elegance and nobility. It was only sitting on the ground, but it already brought great psychological pressure to the Guyue clan. We've finally welcomed the King of Beasts. The Guyue village has reached a crucial moment of life and death. Fang Yuan looked towards the village, where countless Gu masters were fighting intensely, trying their best to resist the crazy wolf tide. Suddenly, close to 10 figures leapt out from the village walls, going against the wolf tide, and going against the flow, charging towards the Thundercrown Wolf. These people were all clan elders, and among them, the clan leader Guyuebo was in the lead. Chapter 168. To fight the Thundercrown Wolf, they had to take the initiative. Its strength was too great, and if they let it into the village, it would cause a huge loss. This team was strong, with the rank 4 clan leader Guyuebo as the spearhead, and the other clan elders as support. They had a great impact force. The wolf tide surged, but they went against the flow. Their teamwork was strict, like a warship splitting the wind and waves, advancing forward bravely. Everywhere they went, they were invincible. The closer they got to the Thundercrown Wolf, the greater the pressure from the wolf tide. Guyuebo's face was calm. Suddenly, he stretched out his right palm and slashed fiercely in front of him. Swoosh! A golden moon blade, the size of a grown man, formed in an instant and shot forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After flying for a few meters, the moon blade suddenly changed, splitting into 3. The 3 moon blades moved side by side, bringing with them the sound of the wind. Like a knife cutting through flesh, 3 bloody paths were carved out. The wolf pack fell down, broken limbs flying everywhere, and miserable cries could be heard. A frenzied lightning wolf growled, pouncing towards the Gu masters from the right. "Let me—" A clan elder took a deep breath and suddenly turned from a skinny man to a fat man. There was a loud bang. He used his round belly and sent the frenzied lightning wolf flying. The frenzied lightning wolf was aggressive, and the greater the impact, the stronger the rebound. It was thrown high up in the air, drawing an arc in the air and landing hundreds of meters away. The other clan elders also displayed their abilities. Some had long hair like needles, shooting out from time to time, sweeping away groups of lightning wolves. Some had light armor on their bodies, enduring the biting of the lightning wolves. The Thunder Crown wolf slowly stood up from its half-sitting position. It stared at the Goo Masters charging towards it, its eerie eyes flashing with vigilance. It opened its mouth and let out a low growl, revealing its sharp and jagged teeth. The frenzied lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves heard its growl and immediately mobilized, pouncing towards the Goo Masters. The Goo Masters' charge slowed down, feeling a strong obstruction. "Clan leader! Clan elders, we're counting on you. You must win." Countless pairs of eyes were focused on them. Countless cries rang out in the hearts of the clansmen. This was the most crucial battle. If they were defeated, the entire stronghold would face the danger of annihilation. If they won, they would have survived the most difficult moment of the Wolf Tide. This was a battle that would decide the life and death of the Guyue clan. None of the clan elders retreated. They pushed forward while bathed in blood. Even though they did not lose a single person, they were all wounded. They killed their way through the encirclement and faced the Thunder Crown Wolf head-on. Healing light Goo. Suddenly, a middle-aged female elder stretched out her hands, and a pure, white, warm light surged out. It first flowed onto the clan leader's body, and then onto the elders' bodies one by one. This was a rank 3 goo worm that could heal groups, immediately stopping the bleeding of the Goo Masters' wounds, healing their light injuries, and healing most of their heavy injuries. Accept the challenge. Guyuebo roared. When the 5 elders heard the signal, they swung their hands and shot a crescent blade towards the sky. A clan elder suddenly roared, his muscles bulging and expanding to 3 times his original size, turning into a white-haired gorilla. It leapt to the front of the group, its 10 fingers clasped together. Guyuebo stepped on its hands. It growled and kicked with all its strength, throwing Guyuebo into the sky. Moon Invitation Goo. Guyuebo opened his left hand, emitting a hazy whirlpool of purple moonlight. The elders' crescent blades were attracted by this purple moonlight whirlpool, swallowing them one by one. Slash! Guyuebo's eyes shone with a sharp light, and with a thunderous voice, he chopped down with his palm. Whoosh! Wind and thunder roared, and a purple crescent blade, larger than a horse carriage, fiercely slashed towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. This crescent blade seemed slow, but was actually fast. In an instant, it hit its target. The Thunder Crown Wolf howled, and at the crucial moment, its body lit up with a lightning armor. Bam! The next moment, an intense explosion occurred, and the sky was filled with eerie blue lightning and deep purple moonlight. Countless people squinted their eyes, and the air currents surged, sending countless ordinary lightning wolves flying. After the intense light disappeared, the Goo Masters were already engaged in an intense battle with the Thunder Crown Wolf. The clan elders were all experienced and had great teamwork. An old man's white hair fluttered in the wind, shooting out needles like rain. A woman's nostrils were filled with fire like snakes, and she breathed out a wave of orange flames, attacking from both sides. 3 Goo Masters, one turned into a white ape, and the other had skin as hard as steel, restraining the Thunder Crown Wolf. One threw out a puppet Goo, injecting primeval essence into it, turning it into a rattan shell grass soldier or a red spearwood soldier, acting as cannon fodder and attracting firepower. The healing Goo Masters stayed at the periphery, activating healing light Goo from time to time. There were also defensive Goo Masters protecting them. The Thunder Crown Wolf was stunned. On its right forelimb, there was a huge wound, and blood flowed out continuously. This was the result of that purple crescent blade. It growled continuously, falling into the Goo Master's meticulous trap. It wanted to exert strength, but was unable to do so. The Goo Masters moved and jumped around it, like fleas around cats and dogs. They continued to move and pull space. Their teamwork was extremely good. But good times did not last long. The Thunder Crown Wolf gradually adapted, and the wounds on its body healed. It was obvious that there was a healing goo worm in its body. This is very bad news. The existence of a healing goo meant that this was a war of attrition. Wild goo worms could directly use the natural primeval essence in the air, but goo masters could only use the primeval essence stored in their aperture. After fighting for 15 minutes, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly howled towards the sky, and its body flashed with lightning. Its speed doubled. The white ape that the clan elder had transformed into did not dodge in time, and was caught off guard. The Thunder Crown Wolf bit into it, and with a swing of its head, it tore it into two. It tore a gap in the battle line, and with a swing of its tail, waves of purple-blue lightning shot out. The Goo Masters could only retreat. In the face of danger, clan leader Guyuebo stepped forward. He was a rank 4 expert, his attacks were sharp, and his defense was outstanding. He was like a pillar of strength, using all his strength to turn the situation around. Mountain rocks crumbled, lights and shadows exploded. The battle expanded, and the aftermath wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Not a single lightning wolf dared to join the battle. The battle became more and more intense. The Thunder Crown Wolf's injuries worsened, and blood flowed nonstop. Some wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. The Goo Masters also suffered heavy losses, losing 6 clan elders one after another. If not for the clan elders in the village rushing out to provide support, the battle would have already collapsed. Everyone hold on, and we will win. Guyuebo's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse as he tried to raise the morale. But at this moment, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly went berserk, and its body was covered in a layer of bright red light. Rank 4 Berserk Goo. Its strength, speed, agility, and other attributes had all increased by 2 times from its original foundation. Bam! With a loud sound, its right claw smashed a clan elder into meat paste. With a swing of its tail, the wind howled, and an electric net flew over, covering a group of grass puppets, turning them into charcoal. I can't! My puppet goo has been used up. The clan elder shouted in panic. The situation took a turn for the worse, and the true terror of the myriad beast king was displayed, causing everyone to despair. Guyuebo's brows furrowed, almost crushing his teeth. He suddenly shouted, "Trap it! Use the iron chain snake!" The clan elders felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. When the wolf tide started, they had already deduced countless tactics. This tactic was only used as a last resort. Wind rope goo. A clan elder shouted, breathing out a green wind from his nose, coiling around the Thunder Crown Wolf's claws. Swamp goo. Another clan elder growled, squatting down and slamming his palms on the ground. The ground under the Thunder Crown Wolf's feet immediately turned into a swamp. With such a 2-pronged attack, the Thunder Crown Wolf's movements slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other clan elders stretched out their hands, shooting out black shadows from their sleeves and pants. These black shadows were as thick as a fist and more than 2 meters long. Looking closely, every black shadow was a snake goo. These snakes were shaped like iron chains, their bodies dark and gloomy, with iron rings intertwined around them. Only the snake's head was normal. After flying out, they slithered on the ground and quickly climbed onto the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. Their heads and tails were connected, biting each other tightly. In the blink of an eye, they had formed a metal net, taking root in the ground and trapping the Thunder Crown Wolf in place. But this situation was only temporary. As the Thunder Crown Wolf continued to struggle, The iron chains broke one by one. In just 5 to 6 minutes, this iron chain snake formation collapsed, no longer able to trap the Thunder Crown Wolf. Qi Guang, Suo Ping, stay behind and prevent the wolf group from attacking the iron chains. The rest of you, retreat to the village with me. Guyue Bo shouted coldly, choosing to retreat. But the other clan elders were not surprised. They already knew the clan leader's intention. They retreated to the village, and an elder immediately came to receive them. Lord Clan Leader, everything is ready. Guyue Bo nodded and led everyone to the clan leader pavilion. In the square in front of the pavilion, there were already many Gu masters sitting on the ground, more than 100 of them. These Gu masters were all heavily injured and could not enter the battlefield in the short term. Each of them had a calm expression, as if they were facing death with equanimity. As for those with better mobility, they were fighting on the front lines. At this point in the battle, the clan had already given their all. When the battle was at a critical juncture, even the mortals were mobilized, using their lives to form a great wall of flesh and blood, temporarily blocking the wolf tide and giving the Gu masters time to breathe. Guyue Bo and the clan elders came to the ancestral hall of the clan leader pavilion. In front of the ancestral tablets, they all knelt on the ground. Ancestors above, this junior is ashamed. The wolf tide is surging, and the village is in a life and death situation. I beseech ancestors to help us. Guyue Bo said in a deep voice, and the ancestral hall fell into a deathly silence. Drip, drip. The blood of some clan elders seeped out from the hastily bandaged wounds and dripped onto the ground. Guyue Bo and the clan elders held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. In the past, the first-generation clan leader had a premonition of impending death and left the village. Before leaving, he left behind his will. If the clan met with a calamity in the future, facing the danger of extinction, he could pray to his own tablet, and at that time, a Gu worm would descend from the sky and help the clan through the crisis. In history, the Guyue clan had met with several major crises and passed through them all like this. This was the final trump card of the Guyue clan. Chapter 169. The ancestral hall was deathly silent. The clan elders and clan leader lowered their heads, feeling like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. After a Gu master dies, the Gu worms they leave behind still have the will of the person. They cannot be considered wild Gu worms, and have lost the ability to directly use the primeval energy in nature. These Gu worms can be considered as the Gu master's life, continuing in another way. Everyone's heart was filled with unease. The first clan leader had passed away for close to 1,000 years. Was the method he left behind still effective? This was an unknown. After all, it had been 200 years since the last crisis. Why did they retreat? On the hill, Fang Yuan saw this scene and could not help but feel suspicious. In his previous life in the village, his cultivation was too low and he could not come into contact with the clan's secrets. But soon, his body shook as he found a group of flying insects descending from the sky. This is... Fang Yuan squinted his eyes into a line, a cold light flashing in his eyes. There were over 100 of these Gu worms, flying and coiling around each other, forming a red cloud that spiraled down and landed in the village square. Buzz, 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 the noise of the insect group entered the ancestral hall, and some clan elders raised their heads, showing an expression of wild joy. Thank you, ancestor, for your protection. Clan leader Guyue Bo's heart was relieved, and he respectfully bowed before standing up. Let's go and take a look. The clan leader sighed. Other than joy on his face, there was also pain and sorrow, his expression complex. Leaving the ancestral hall, standing in the corridor of the tall building, everyone saw that on the square there was a red whirlwind blowing, and the Gu worms were wreaking havoc. These Gu worms were only the size of a fingertip, shaped like flying mosquitoes. They had a sinister appearance, and were completely red. They burrowed into the bodies of the goo masters sitting in the square, absorbing their blood and primeval essence, and in a few breaths of time, from one to several, the number of goo worms increased, and there were constantly new flying goo worms burrowing through the goo master's skin, flying out and burrowing back in. Screams and snorts could be heard in the square, but not a single goo master escaped. Before they came, they had already been informed of this by the clan elders. For the clan, they were willing to use their bodies to nurture goo, using their own sacrifices to exchange for the clan's survival. These are the good sons of my tribe. Guyuebo watched this scene from upstairs. His voice was extremely low, and his hands that were holding onto the windowsill were trembling slightly. The rest of the elders had pained expressions and remained silent. This situation was exactly the same as the family's records. This group of goo worms, left behind by the first-generation ancestor, had to be fed with the lives of goo masters before they could be satisfied. Only then would they be able to help the clan resist external enemies. Soon, this group of flying goo were full. They flew up again. Their momentum was even greater, and in a short period of time, the swarm's numbers had increased by dozens of times. Leaving behind a pile of white bones on the square, they formed a scarlet hurricane that whistled towards the wolf pack outside the village. It really is the flying guillotine. Fong Yuan thought to himself as he watched the scene from the hillside far away. This blood guillotine was a rank 5 goo worm, nurturing and using in one. It was extremely mystical. It feeds on goo master's vital blood essence, and after it is full, it will split and split from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4. If it was hungry and could not find food for the time being, it would devour each other, reducing the size of the group to maintain its own consumption of life. When the flying guillotine was at its peak, the flying insects covered the sky and earth, able to destroy entire villages, and were even more terrifying than many rank 6 goo worms. When it was weak, there were only 1 or 2 of them, and they were all alone, not even comparable to a rank 3 goo. Especially when this flying guillotine evolved further, it would become the famous rank 6 demonic goo blood deity. Among the top 10 demonic goo in the world, it was ranked 7th. When Fong Yuan created the Blood Wing Demon sect, in his previous life, the first thing he wanted to refine was not the spring-autumn cicada, but the blood deity. Unfortunately, there were many things in this world that he could not do anything about. Due to various reasons, he could only settle for the next best thing and refine the spring-autumn cicada. This group of flying guillotines numbered in the tens of thousands. They swept through the battlefield like a hurricane, and everywhere they went, the wolves howled. They swept left and right, drilling into the bodies of the lightning wolves. In just a few breaths, the blood of the lightning wolves was sucked dry by the flying guillotine. But this beast blood could not split the flying guillotine. Only a goo master's blood essence that contained primeval essence could have this effect. One by one, the lightning wolves were turned into dried corpses, falling to the ground, losing all signs of life. Only bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves could spit out electric currents that could restrain these flying guillotines. However, they usually only managed to electrocute a small group of flying insects before they were swarmed by the densely packed flying guillotines behind them, sucking them dry. Howl! The iron net broke, and the Thunder Crown wolf regained its freedom, letting out an angry howl. The flying guillotines sensed it and gathered together, forming a large red cloud that covered an area of several mu, firmly covering the Thunder Crown wolf. The Thunder Crown wolf's tail swung around, and blue electric plasma burst out. Hundreds and thousands of flying guillotines were electrocuted into charcoal in an instant. The crackling sound was like firecrackers exploding. A gust of wind blew, carrying with it the unpleasant smell of the burning flying guillotines. The flying guillotine was indeed a rank 5 goo worm, but it was not controlled by anyone and could only attack by force. On the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, there were many rank 4 goo worms, and some of them had a wide attack range, which countered the flying guillotine. The flying insects surged like a red cloud, and the Thunder Crown Wolf that was the size of a small mountain roared and struggled, howling as it moved. The Thunder Crown Wolf's huge body had become its weakest point and was targeted by the fingertip-sized flying guillotines. The battle was intense, and large numbers of flying guillotines fell to the ground. The Thunder Crown Wolf scales were broken, and some of the flying guillotines drilled into its body, sucking blood wantonly. The Thunder Crown Wolf had no choice but to spray electric plasma on its body, electrocuting these flying guillotines to death. This way, its muscles were gradually roasted, emitting a rich, meaty aroma. The wolf tide's attack on the village had already stopped. Countless lightning wolves, under the Thunder Crown Wolf's call, charged towards the insect swarm. The goo masters could be said to have narrowly escaped death, and all of them held their breaths, nervously watching the grand and tragic slaughter in front of them. The insect swarm was like a whirlwind of death. Countless lightning wolves could not get far before collapsing. However, the lightning wolves sacrificed themselves, causing the insect swarm to expend their energy. The number of flying guillotines decreased, and the cloud-like density gradually turned into a thin mist. Towards the end, they only danced in the air, like a whirlwind. The Thunder Crown Wolf struggled to get out, whimpering as it ran away. More than half of its blood had been sucked, and now its limbs were sore. Its running speed was not even a tenth of its original speed, and the electric currents on its body were sparse to the extreme. As the leader of the wolf pack, once the Thunder Crown Wolf left, the rest of the lightning wolves lost their will to fight. They also ran away with their tails between their legs. We finally withstood it. The goo masters saw this and were stunned. Some of them collapsed on the ground, unwilling to get up. I'm actually still alive. Many goo masters had complex expressions. Some were happy and some were sad. In the wolf tide, how many clansmen were sacrificed? Buzz, 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 the sparse flying guillotine swarm flew into the sky, circling around the Guyue village once, and then disappeared into the clouds. Fang Yuan saw this, and his eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. With the Thunder Crown Wolf's defeat, the Guyue village was safe. In fact, the wolf pack was almost dead, and was no longer in scale. This wolf tide could be said to be over. However, the wolf pack was vengeful, and as long as this myriad beast king was not dead, it would come back again in the next wolf tide. After a few years of recuperation, it would be even more cunning and stronger. Right now, it was at its weakest. Killing it and taking the goo worms on its body could make up for some of the clan's losses. Yao Zhong, Guyen, you two stay behind and deal with the aftermath. The rest of the clan elders, follow me and chase after the Thunder Crown Wolf. Guyue Bo hurriedly made the arrangements and immediately led the remaining 7 clan elders who could still fight out of the village, chasing after the Thunder Crown Wolf. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, and he weighed his options. Although the clan's strength is weak, the situation is not chaotic. Moreover, these flying guillotines are suspicious. I should follow the clan leader and observe the situation. He concealed his figure and walked down the hill. The Stealth Scales goo and Thunderwings goo could not be used at the same time. Thunderwings goo was a rank 3 goo, and once activated, it would form a pair of lightning wings. The rank 2 Stealth Scales goo could not conceal it. Against a rank 3 clan elder, the Stealth Scales goo's concealment ability was not reliable. Fang Yuan could only follow the traces and follow from afar, not daring to get too close. When the Thunder Crown Wolf attacked, he was still in the Rock Crack's secret cave and did not participate in the battle. If he suddenly appeared now, the clan elders and clan leader would be furious and question him. Moreover, there were many things that Fang Yuan could not explain clearly. The Thunder Crown Wolf's injuries were heavy, and its speed was not fast. After chasing for about half an hour, Fang Yuan could faintly hear the sounds of fighting and cursing in the valley ahead. He stealthily moved over, climbing up a mountain rock, and saw a group of Gu masters fighting. That Thunder Crown Wolf was lying on the ground, with many new wounds on its body, blood flowing nonstop, and it was on the verge of death. Its eyes were dim, as if it was on the verge of death. "Oh, Bai Mao, you guys are really shameless, daring to come and take advantage of us." "He, Guyuebo, your words are wrong. This Thunder Crown Wolf was obviously stopped by us. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way." Guyuebo and the Bai clan leader fought fiercely. There were 3 Thunder Crown Wolves in the wolf den. All of them were myriad beast kings, each leading a pack of tens of thousands of wolves. They did not belong to each other, and no one could suppress the other. The wolf pack's movements were always about teamwork. The 3 Thunder Crown Wolves also developed intelligence and started hunting the 3 remaining beast packs on Qingmao Mountain. In their eyes, humans were also wild beasts, and even more so, prey. In their understanding, the wolf tide was a large-scale hunt where everyone went out of their nest. On Qingmao Mountain, Guyue, Xiong, and Bai clans had been in a stalemate for hundreds of years, and naturally had their own trump cards. Xiong clan was the weakest, and was still resisting the wolf tide with difficulty. Bai clan had risen in recent years, and their overall strength had already surpassed the Guyue clan. After killing the Thunder Crown Wolf and repelling the wolf tide, the Bai clan leader brought a group of clan elders and rushed to the Guyue village to see if there was anything to take advantage of. Who would have thought they really did take advantage of a loophole and trapped the Thunder Crown Wolf in this valley? On the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, there were many Gu worms, some as high as rank 4. The Thunder Crown Wolf's blood, skull, eyes, and fur were all precious refinement materials. The Guyue clan would definitely not give it up, and in their anger, they started an intense battle. "He, Fang Yuan, you really came. I've been waiting for you for a long time." On the mountain wall, a cold laugh could be heard. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw a white-clothed young man descending from the sky, an ice blade whistling through the air, mercilessly slashing towards his face. Chapter 170. White clothes, one arm, snow-white hair, blue eyes. If not by Ningbing, who else could it be? Before the ice blade even reached his body, Fang Yuan felt a cold aura assaulting him, like a cold star falling to the ground. The killing intent was cold and merciless. Fang Yuan's eyes were eerie black. Not moving in the face of danger, he leapt backwards and poured his primeval essence into the sky canopy goo, creating a white armor to protect himself. With a muffled sound, the ice blade heavily struck the ground, and in that instant, a pile of white icicles burst out, protruding from the ground. Crack, crack! The sharp icicles protruded all the way, extending in a straight line towards the direction Fang Yuan was retreating, forming an ice path. Fang Yuan lightly flipped to the side, dodging it. The mountain path was narrow, and he slid down into the valley. He, Fang Yuan. Oh, Fang Yuan, why do I always want to kill you when I see you? Tell me. Bai Ningbing excitedly shook, laughing maniacally. His laughter attracted the gazes of the other Gu masters in the valley. Seeing Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan, their expressions varied. "Lord Bai Ningbing, I'm here to help you." A Bai clan Gu master who was standing at the side shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. "Clan leader, it's our clan's Fang Yuan." A Guyue clan Gu master shouted, "I know." Clan leader Guyuebo's expression was uncertain. He dodged the Bai clan leader's attack and made up his mind, shouting, "Deal with this first." Fang Yuan had mysteriously disappeared before the wolf tide, causing Guyue clan's higher-ups to be suspicious of him. adding on the huge pressure from the Bai clan Gu masters. No one went to help Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing looked at the arrival of his helper, but he was furious, shouting at the person, "Go away, this is my battle, don't interfere." "Lord Bai Ning Bing, you lost an arm? It is detrimental to your battle. You are our Bai clan's hope, we cannot touch you. Let me clear the obstacles for you," the Bai clan Gu master shouted. As he leaped, he charged in front of Fang Yuan. He activated his Gu, and an orange-yellow light surged out of his palms. Bang! He patted the ground lightly. When the yellow light entered the ground, a mound of earth immediately rose up. The mound moved rapidly towards Fang Yuan, growing larger and larger. Suddenly, the mound exploded. A yellow and muddy hand appeared. This hand was incomparably huge and was as tall as an adult. It grabbed at Fang Yuan from afar, and its might was suffocating. Fang Yuan snorted disdainfully. The gigantic hand was about to grab him and kill him. Suddenly, a dark golden light surged out of the aperture, forming a dazzling light band that wrapped around Fang Yuan's body. When the giant hand reached him, it was twisted a few times by the dark golden belt of light and shattered. What kind of goo is this? Bai Ningbing was shocked. The dark golden light dissipated. The true appearance of the goo worm was revealed. It was more than a meter long and as wide as 2 fists. The dark gold carapace exuded a domineering aura, and the sharp silver teeth on both sides of its body flickered with a cold light. "Chainsaw golden centipede. Come," Fang Yuan shouted, and shook his right arm. His right hand turned into a palm. The chainsaw golden centipede's countless legs climbed agilely on his body. Its body twisted like a snake, coiling around his right arm. It opened its mouth and swallowed Fang Yuan's right palm all the way to his forearm. Fang Yuan swung his arm, and the meter-long golden centipede swung its tail. It drew an arc in the air, making a light sound. At this moment, the golden centipede shrunk its body to the limit. Its length of nearly 2 meters immediately shrunk to 1.5 meters. At the same time, its 2 legs shrunk into the carapace. Only 2 rows of silver teeth were left. At first glance, it was as if Fang Yuan was holding a dark gold and silver sword with a pointless blade. The Bai clan Gu master who came to help was shocked. He had never thought that the chainsaw golden centipede could be used like this. Gu masters nurture Gu, refine Gu, and use Gu. All of them were profound. Fang Yuan's usage could be said to be bold and imaginative, pushing the limits of one's imagination. In fact, this usage was not invented by Fang Yuan. In his previous life, 300 years later, there was a new talent of the demonic path, known as the Chainsaw Mad Demon. He used the rank 4 lightning tooth killer centipede, which was one of the directions of the rank 3 Chainsaw Golden Centipede's advancement. But in this life, Fang Yuan's usage of it was unprecedented. "I'll show you." Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, activating his aperture's primeval essence and pouring it into the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 rows of silver teeth started moving crazily, letting out a manic sound that caused one's heart to tremble. "Thunderwings Gu." Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light, and a pair of eerie blue lightning wings formed behind him with a swoosh. Swoosh. The thunder wings flapped, and he shot out like lightning. Fast, fast, fast. This speed caused the Bai clan Gu master's pupils to shrink, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The aura of death assaulted him, and he screamed, activating his strongest Gu worm. His body shone with a thick yellow light. The yellow light was like armor, but before it could fully form, Fang Yuan had already charged towards him. His black hair danced in the wind, his eyes like lightning like a demon god coming out of a nightmare to kill his way into the mortal world. His movements were fierce, completely stretching out his muscles, and the strength of two boars burst out to the limit. The golden centipede was like a sword, drawing a beautiful golden shadow in the air. The sawteeth spun crazily, fiercely slashing at the Biclan Goo-master's waist. Crack, crack, crack. The yellow light armor was crushed by the sawteeth, and before it could fully form, it disintegrated in an instant. The sawteeth pierced into flesh like cutting butter. Fang Yuan swung, and his flesh was minced into pieces, his spine snapped, and his organs were instantly destroyed. The Biclan Goo-master's upper body flew up, but his lower body remained on the spot. Plop! His eyes were wide open, looking at his lower body in horror, and he died in extreme shock. This commotion caused the attacks of everyone in the midst of a fierce battle to stagnate. They looked at Fang Yuan, their gazes filled with shock and anger. This Biclan Goo-master was a rank 3 elder and was quite famous, but Fang Yuan's attacks were wild, pressing forward with indomitable will, killing him in an instant. His body was covered in blood, and the Biclan Goo-master's flesh and bones were still on him. The chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of sawteeth spun crazily, such a ferocious might that people could not help but look at it. What a good goo worm! Bai Ningbing shouted, his eyes suddenly shining with crazed excitement. Fang Yuan, you did not disappoint me. Let's fight! He shouted, his expression as passionate as fire, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Noisy! Fang Yuan's expression was cold as ice. He turned around and counterattacked. Bam! The chainsaw golden centipede and the ice blade fiercely collided, and with a cracking sound, the sawteeth cut into the ice blade. Ice shards flew in all directions. The next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede broke the ice blade and swept towards Bai Ningbing's face. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. He decisively gave up on the ice blade and retreated, pulling out a distance of over 2 meters. The chainsaw golden centipede was only 1.5 m long when shrunk. Including Fang Yuan's right arm, it was still a little short of Bai Ningbing's size. But Fang Yuan willed, and the chainsaw golden centipede suddenly extended its body. Bai Ningbing was shocked, not expecting such a change. He was hit in the chest by the centipede's tail. Even with the protection of the ice muscles, a large wound was still cut open. At that moment, he felt a strong force surging towards him. He unavoidably flew backwards, crashing into a huge rock behind him. Blood splattered on the surface of the rock, but the ice muscles quickly stopped the bleeding. Bai Ningbing coughed violently and was about to get up when he suddenly heard a thunderous wind. The wind howled in his ears. An unprecedented sense of danger filled his heart. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, and without raising his head, he quickly rolled away. Bam! The next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede descended from the sky, carrying a fierce aura as it heavily struck the huge rock he was lying on. The silver edges of the blade moved crazily. The huge rock crumbled. If this attack landed on me, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing felt a chill in his heart, and an unyielding anger rose in his heart. Ever since the battle with Gyue Qingshu, he did not suppress his cultivation and allowed it to grow freely. Although he lost an arm, his cultivation was still intact, but he was actually suppressed by a rank 3 initial stage Fang Yuan. Unwillingness, humiliation, anger. Kill! He roared, and with a flick of his wrist, primeval essence poured into the ice blade goo in his palm, creating a brand new ice blade. Seeing Bai Ningbing charging over, Fang Yuan sneered and went on the offensive. He had obtained the black and white boar goo, and his strength was above Bai Ningbing's. Right now, the chainsaw golden centipede was as light as a tree branch. Cut, chop, hack, twist, twist. The golden centipede's blade moved crazily, and in Fang Yuan's hands, it was sometimes agile like a bee, sometimes heavy like an elephant, sometimes fierce like a tiger, and sometimes soft like a snake. More importantly, the golden centipede moved according to Fang Yuan's will, shrinking and lengthening at times, sometimes long and sometimes short, sometimes straight and sometimes curved, making Bai Ningbing very uncomfortable and unable to defend against it. He screamed loudly, retreating step by step, his body full of injuries. His white battle robe had already turned into a ragged beggar's attire. Fang Yuan's black wind danced, and his expression was cold as he displayed his proficient sword skills, blade skills, axe skills, and rod skills. He combined all of them together, and the chainsaw golden centipede became a deadly weapon. Goo worms also depended on who was using them. Good one, Fang Yuan! Bai Ningbing screamed. Countless ice blades were destroyed, and he finally realized that he could not fight with Fang Yuan head-on. His body was bathed in blood, and his ice muscles defense was almost broken, but this made him even more passionate for battle. If close combat was not possible, then long range. Bluebird ice coffin goo. Bai Ningbing pulled some distance away and spat. Birds flapped their wings, flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not flustered, and his expression did not change. With a flick of his left wrist, the blood moon blade intercepted these ice birds, causing them to self-destruct in the air. Others were usually only good at using one hand's moon blade, but with Fang Yuan's rich battle experience, he could use his left hand's moon blade skillfully and skillfully. Bai Ningbing saw that this did not work and used icicle goo. Icicle after icicle flew out and mixed with the blue birds, forming a concentrated attack. Fang Yuan only had one long-range method and could only choose to intercept the more threatening ice birds. As for the icicles, he dodged them and used the sky canopy goo to block them. Bai Ningbing finally gained the upper hand and was about to increase his battle prowess when he suddenly saw Fang Yuan sneer, and with a flick of his right hand, the chainsaw golden centipede left the ground and quickly burrowed into the ground. The hidden threat was simply too great. Bai Ningbing was stunned. She cursed out loud and hurriedly leaped back. Chapter 171. You forced me to do this. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, forming an ice blade. At the same time, he secretly activated the whirlwind goo and fierce wind goo. The white ice blade storm rose again. At first, it was only a small wave, but soon it expanded. Icy winds howled, frost and snow flew everywhere. Ice spread on the ground, effectively restraining the chainsaw golden centipede's underground assault. This ice blade storm was Bai Ningbing's unique move. It also displayed the battle talent of this northern dark ice soul physique. This was the combination of the ice blade goo, whirlwind goo, and fierce wind goo, forming the profundity of both offense and defense. Without the cooperation of two or more defensive goo worms, it was impossible to resist. The fierce winds howled, the blades froze, and the white storm spun like a huge beast awakening, opening its mouth and wanting to swallow Fang Yuan. This was the simultaneous attack of three goo. The attack was fierce and fierce, able to freeze all life. Even with the sky canopy goo's defense, Fang Yuan might not be able to block it. As the storm approached, Fang Yuan showed a disdainful expression. The lightning wings on his back spread, and he flew backwards like lightning, pulling a large distance away from this ice blade storm. Now was different from the past. If it was before, his movement speed would not be able to match this storm, but now the storm could not catch up to him. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and he nimbly made a turn in the air, flying towards the valley. The ice blade storm chased closely behind him. Don't come over. Get lost. Be it the Bai Clan Goo Masters or the Guyuet clan, they were all cursing and shouting. Fang Yuan sneered, without saying a word, charging forward with his head down. From the ice blades storm behind him, Bai Ningbing's laughter could be vaguely heard, chasing Fang Yuan relentlessly. "Don't even think of going any further." A Bai clan Gu master stood in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan hooked his hand, and a thick golden line jumped out from the ground, landing on his right arm like a huge sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The violent sound of the saw teeth moving could be heard, causing this Bai clan Gu master's eyelids to twitch. Fang Yuan held the chainsaw golden centipede in his right hand, while his left hand shone with a bloody light. The blood moon Gu was ready to fire, and his whole body was covered with a layer of white armor. The lightning wings on his back shook violently, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Behind him was a white storm the size of a small mountain. His aura was simply monstrous, and his eyes emitted a fierce, killing intent. It was as if he had become a fierce general who could move freely on the battlefield. He wanted to trample all his enemies into minced meat and chop all his opponents into broken bones. Ah, that Bai clan Gu master felt an unparalleled pressure. Veins popped out on his forehead as he suddenly shouted, encouraging himself. But as he shouted, he saw Fang Yuan charging towards him with an indomitable will. He suddenly stopped shouting and started running. He was scared. The fear in his heart caused his fighting spirit to slacken. Fang Yuan didn't care about him. He rushed towards the dying Thunder Crown Wolf in the valley. Strong winds howled with ferocious momentum. Wherever he went, Gu masters would avoid him. The Thunder Crown Wolf roused its spirit, turning its head towards Fang Yuan. Lightning flashed in its sharp teeth. The dignity of a myriad beast king made it unwilling to accept death, and even at death's door, it had to retaliate. Just as Fang Yuan was about to crash into the Thunder Crown Wolf, like a meteor crashing into the earth. But at the crucial moment, he suddenly stomped his feet and rushed into the sky, flying diagonally out of the valley. Not long after he flew out of the valley, he heard an intense explosion behind him. The Thunder Crown Wolf's miserable howls and the Ice Blade Storm's roars mixed together. A move like the Ice Blade Storm could be said to be Bai Ningbing's ingenuity, but it had a flaw, which was that it was difficult to control and control. Of course, this storm collided with the Thunder Crown Wolf because of Bai Ningbing's personality. The Thunder Crown Wolf was fiercely suppressed by the White Storm. It was already on the verge of death, and now it was even harder to resist. Its scales were sliced into pieces, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and its white bones were exposed, but they were quickly cut into pieces by the ice blades. Damn it! Seeing this, the Guyue clan members all cursed. The Bai clan Gu masters also showed a pained expression. With Bai Ningbing's method, after the Thunder Crown Wolf dies, there would not be any valuable loot left on its body. But Bai Ningbing did not mind. Instead, he spun faster and faster, as if enjoying the pleasure of killing a myriad beast king. One by one, Gu worms turned into rays of light, flying out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. These wild Gu worms were living on the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, mutually benefiting each other and working together to survive. Now that the Thunder Crown Wolf was on the verge of death, they were like the crew of a shipwrecked ship, naturally abandoning this sinking ship and escaping for their lives. Catch them! Quick, stop these Gu worms! The two clan leaders shouted almost at the same time. The scene was in chaos again. The clan elders attacked each other, trying to stall each other. The two clan leaders could not free themselves, and in the end, only 2 or 3 clan elders with movement Gu worms managed to fly out of the valley. The wild Gu worms scattered in all directions. Fang Yuan concentrated, trying his best to distinguish them. Unfortunately, my investigative Gu is the Earth Communication Ear Grass. It cannot strengthen my vision. This Thunder Crown Wolf definitely has a healing goo on it. Whether I can catch it or not will depend on my luck. This was purely a test of luck, but Fang Yuan had no other choice. There were thousands of investigative goo worms, but he only had the Earth communication ear grass. His lightning wings spread, and he charged towards the nearest goo worm. This goo was covered in a layer of blue light and was flying far away. Fang Yuan caught up to it and stretched out his hand, grabbing towards it. Whoosh! An intense electric current burst out from its body, attacking Fang Yuan. Lightning wings were formed from electric currents. It had speed, but was not agile. Fang Yuan grunted and relied on the sky canopy goo to take this electric current. He could have gone against it and grabbed this goo, but he wisely chose to give up. This goo's ability had already been exposed. It could activate electric currents to attack enemies, and was clearly an offensive goo worm, not the healing goo that Fang Yuan wanted. Fang Yuan gave up on it and pounced towards another goo worm. As he got closer, he could see the goo's full appearance. Its body was like a light blue glass, flying in the air, and its semicircular shell had turtle shell markings. Thunder Shield Goo. This was a defensive goo, able to form a semicircular electric shield. Fang Yuan had already decided to let it go and looked around, finding his third target. But at this moment, a white figure rushed out from the valley, holding an ice blade and shouting Fang Yuan's name. Fang Yuan sighed, knowing that luck was not on his side. He could only settle for the next best thing, grabbing the Thunder Shield Goo in front of him. The Thunder Shield Goo raised a lightning shield, and the eerie blue electric currents flickered, attempting to block Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, and the spring autumn cicadas aura leaked out. This Thunder Shield Goo immediately withered, as if it had died. The shield dissipated, and it fell towards the forest below. Fang Yuan lightly grabbed it, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined it. Stealth Scales Goo. His body rippled like water, and he disappeared on the spot. Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing shouted, lightning flashing in his eyes. This was the rank 3 lightning eye goo, able to borrow the power of lightning to see through invisibility. But it did not have the ability to see through things. Fang Yuan paid attention this time, and although he was invisible, he still used the rocks and forest to hide his tracks. Bai Ningbing looked around and roared in anger, finding nothing. Fang Yuan found a hidden spot and immediately sat cross-legged, activating the Tusita flower and spitting out the Yuan stone. Although he advanced to rank 3, the primeval essence in his aperture was only 42%. Although he had the upper hand in the battle earlier, he could not maintain it for long. Now, there was only a thin layer of primeval essence left in his aperture, less than 30%. Goo Masters needed primeval essence to activate goo worms. Without primeval essence, a Goo Master's battle strength would plummet. In extreme situations, they could not even win against mortals. The Yuan stone continued to shrink, and natural primeval essence continuously poured into Fang Yuan's body, and the primeval sea in his aperture started to rise. When he was rank 1 and rank 2, he could use the Yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence at an impressive speed. But after reaching rank 3, because the quality of the Goo Master's primeval essence greatly increased, he needed to consume even more Yuan stone and take a longer time to replenish it. The sounds of Goo Masters fighting could be heard continuously, and after 8 to 9 minutes, Fang Yuan finally filled his aperture to the limit. He came out from his hiding spot and found that 5 clan elders had died in battle. Among them, there were 3 from Guyue clan and 2 from Bai clan. Every clan elder was the pillar of the clan, and to think that so many had been sacrificed at once. Guyue Bo and Bai clan leader fought intensely, both feeling heartache over the losses, and their eyes were bloodshot. Other than that, there were 3 groups surrounding the wild goo worms. Ordinary Goo Masters did not have the help of the spring autumn cicada, and it was very troublesome to capture wild goo worms. They had to capture the goo worms, but they could not be too heavy-handed, and had to have a sense of propriety. 8 to 9 goo worms flew out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, and no one knew how many the clan elders had captured, but there were still 3 left. The clan elders surrounded these 3 goo worms, chasing and intercepting them. If one side attacked, the other side would definitely interfere. This caused the situation to be in a stalemate, with no one gaining an advantage. "Water cage goo, cover!" A by-clan goo master shouted, and spat out a water ball. The water ball expanded to over 2 meters and covered the wild goo worm, trapping it within. Bam! At the next moment, a golden moon blade slashed the water ball cage, causing it to explode. The goo worm swaggered away, escaping without a trace. Seeing this goo worm fly far away, the by-clan goo master scolded loudly. The goo worm was in their hands, and they let it go just like that. The Guyuet clan goo masters were even more furious. All the goo worms were supposed to be their spoils of war, but the Bai clan interfered, and they did not get any benefits at all. Bai clan's grandson, despicable and shameless, die for me. Guyuet clan, you can't hold on any longer. Our Bai clan will definitely rise up and trample all of you under our feet. Both sides were enraged and were in a frenzy of hatred. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they fought fiercely. Fong Yuan watched the goo worm fly away and could only focus his attention on the other 2 groups. In the middle of each group, there was a wild goo worm. Maybe there was a healing goo, but the possibility was small. Fong Yuan knew that there was no such thing as having your wishes come true in this world, but even so, he still wanted to give it a try. However, just as he was about to charge forward, wolf howls came out like a bugle call, rising and falling. Following that, a horde of lightning wolves rushed over like a tide. There was no lack of bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves, but the most shocking one was a giant wolf the size of a small mountain. Thunder Crown Wolf. Is there a 4th Thunder Crown Wolf? The clan elders were shocked and shouted in fear. Chapter 172. The wolf pack surged forward, howling as it approached. The situation took a turn for the worse, causing the 2 clan leaders and the clan elders' expressions to change. Although the 2 clans had successfully resisted the wolf tide, they were in a precarious situation and barely held on. Now that such a strong wolf tide had appeared, they had no strength left to resist. At once, the clan elders and the 2 clan leaders stopped fighting. Didn't the report say that there were only 3 Thunder Crown wolves? An elder cried out involuntarily, "That's not right. This Thunder Crown wolf is injured, and the size of the wolf pack isn't very big." Guyubo forced himself to remain calm. "Don't tell me, this is the Thunder Crown wolf that attacked Xiong village?" An elder slapped his forehead and shouted. The possibility of this was quite high, with an 80 to 90% chance. The clan elder's mood was still heavy, and someone said bitterly, "This wolf pack has already appeared here. Doesn't that mean Xiong village is already— Damn this Xiong village. Why are they so useless? They can't even defend against a wolf tide." Someone cursed loudly, but there were also people who were optimistic. "Look, this Thunder Crown wolf's front limbs are heavily injured. Its muscles and bones are all atrophied." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and their dejected morale was slightly raised. It was true. This Thunder Crown wolf's hind limbs were well developed, but its front limbs were short, and its muscles atrophied. This caused it to only use its hind limbs when running, jumping like a kangaroo. Wait, this doesn't seem to be a Thunder Crown wolf. My clan leader suddenly thought of something, and his body shook. "It's a lightning lichen." Fong Yuan already had an answer in his heart. 5 tigers, 1 tiger, 3 dogs, 1 mastiff, 10 wolves, and 1 lichen. The Leakin was also a wolf, but it was much smarter than a wolf and often acted as the wolf pack strategist. This lightning Leakin in front of them looked like a Thunder Crown wolf, so it was normal for investigative goo masters to misunderstand it. But it was a true myriad beast king, with intelligence no less than a human. This lightning Leakin might be weaker than a normal Thunder Crown wolf in terms of close combat, but it had human-like intelligence, making it far more dangerous than a Thunder Crown wolf. Adding on the countless lightning wolf army, it was no wonder Xiong village was exterminated. Let's go. Fang Yuan flapped his lightning wings and flew into the air. The elders in front of them had already fought for a long time, and their battle strength was greatly exhausted. It was utterly impossible for them to pose a threat to the wolf pack. More importantly, they were suspicious of each other, and it was difficult for them to work together. Fang Yuan turned around and left. The myriad beast king was no joke. Even though there were still 2 wild goo worms flying around in the field, he did not care about them. They had to retreat, or else they wouldn't be able to leave. Knowing one's own limitations and being able to let go were the most important things in the world. Let's retreat. The wolf tide is too strong. We can't defeat it. Go back to the stronghold and set up the defenses. Even though the elders had yet to recognize the identity of the lightning Leakin, they all had thoughts of retreating. But at this moment, the lightning Leakin suddenly howled and opened its huge mouth. The wolf fangs were jagged like blades, and between the fangs, a mass of black gas appeared out of nowhere, condensing into a black ball in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The black ball shot out explosively, drawing a slightly curved black arc in the air before smashing onto the ground. It missed. This Thunder Crown wolf is done for. Its aim is too terrible. The elders shouted, while Fang Yuan flew even faster. Boom! The black ball of smoke suddenly exploded, and with an intense explosion, the black smoke spread out in all directions. The momentum was incomparably fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered an area of 100 li. This is a rank for wolf smoke goo. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had already made the most accurate and sensible reaction at the first moment. However, the black smoke spread too quickly and enveloped him directly. For a moment, he felt like he was in the middle of the night, unable to see his own fingers. The choking smoke was everywhere, making breathing difficult and extremely uncomfortable. But luckily, he had the thunder wings goo. As long as he flew upwards, he would be able to escape the range of this wolf smoke. Crack! At the next moment, a bolt of lightning split apart the layers of black smoke, like a lightning snake or a mad dragon crossing 100 li and striking towards Fang Yuan. This was the lightning Leakin's attack. Lightning was so fast that it was hard for people to react. But at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's battle instinct surpassed his thinking speed, and he reacted first. Lightning shield goo, sky canopy goo. A circular lightning shield suddenly appeared beside Fang Yuan. At the same time, his body lit up with a layer of white armor. The raging lightning was so bright that it was blinding. Like a roaring heavenly dragon, it bombarded the lightning shield first. The shield only lasted for less than a second before it was torn apart by the devastating lightning. The lightning struck Fang Yuan's body. At that moment, even though Fang Yuan had closed his eyes, he still felt the piercing pain. A huge force surged and knocked him down. He almost fainted. The lightning wrapped around him and numbed his muscles, almost making him forget to breathe. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Intense pain assaulted him, causing him to wake up. He endured the pain and numbness all over his body, and quickly climbed up. The lightning shield goo was already dead, and the Thunderwings goo was also affected. It was on its last breath and could not be used anymore. The sky canopy goo's injuries were not light, and it was slightly dispirited. After all, It had suffered such a strong impact from the lightning. The lightning Leakin's attack just now was definitely the power of a rank 4 goo. The higher the goo's rank, the difference in power of a rank was like heaven and earth. A rank 4 offensive goo needed at least 2 rank 3 goo to defend against it. Of course, the reason why the lightning shield goo died was because it had fought for a long time, accumulating many injuries. To think that this lightning Leakin thought so highly of me. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly, observing his surroundings. It was pitch black, and there was thick smoke everywhere, making it impossible to tell his location. Be careful, that lightning crown wolf has shrunk to the size of an ordinary lightning wolf and is hiding in the wolf pack. At this time, from the depths of the black smoke, an elder's shout could be heard. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk when he heard this. This lightning Leakin was too cunning and very vicious. It seemed to want to capture all these goo masters in one fell swoop. Just now, it targeted Fang Yuan and did not want to let a single one go. The surroundings quickly lit up with countless pairs of wolf eyes. Low growls and the sound of the wolf pack's charging wind could be heard towards Fang Yuan. In such a pitch-black environment, the goo master's vision was greatly hindered, but the wolf pack had no problem because these lightning wolves had abandoned their sense of smell and had excellent vision. I need to escape as soon as possible. Who knows if I will meet that lightning Leakin? Even if I don't meet it temporarily, I will be surrounded by the wolf pack. With only 40% of my primeval essence left, I won't be able to fight a battle of attrition. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, and he activated the earth communication ear grass. More than 10 roots grew out of his right ear, spreading outwards. Countless sounds could be heard. There were wolf howls, sounds of battle, the panicked growls of clan elders, and the blood-curdling screams of lightning wolves before their deaths. Too chaotic. The earth communication ear grass's scouting range was very wide, but it could not differentiate the details. Fang Yuan frowned and could only move towards the side with fewer sounds. But very quickly, he encountered a pack of more than 100 lightning wolves. The lightning wolves charged out of the black smoke, each of them extremely fierce. Fang Yuan summoned the chainsaw golden centipede, and at the same time activated the sky canopy goo. The chainsaw spun crazily, and the golden centipede was like a large sword twisting the black smoke and slashing at the wolves' bodies, creating a rain of blood and bones. Fang Yuan was like a drowning boat, cutting his way through the thorns. One by one, the lightning wolves died under the chainsaw golden centipede. But soon, there was a second one, a third one, one after another, charging towards it. This lightning Leakin is too sinister, actually letting the wolf pack surround me from behind. Fang Yuan rushed in one direction, and after a while, he kept encountering lightning wolves. He suddenly understood. He retreated as he fought, and soon his whole body was bathed in blood. The pressure was too great, and the surroundings were so dark that he could not even see his fingers in front of him. The wolf pack charged at him from all directions, making it hard for him to deal with all of them alone. Guyuebo, what do you say? At this time, the Bai clan leader's voice came from deep within the smoke. Fine, let's work together and break out of here first. Guyuebo's shout followed closely. This was also because of the situation. Only by working together would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, if they fought alone, their primeval essence would be quickly depleted by the lightning wolves, and they would be eaten by the wolf pack. Their ending would definitely be miserable. Howl! Damn it! The next moment, a wolf's howl was heard, followed by an intense explosion. The two clan leaders shouted at the same time, and could no longer organize the clan elders. Obviously, the lightning Leakin had launched a sneak attack. It had intelligence that did not belong to a human, and once it attacked, It destroyed the two clan leaders' plans and disrupted the clan elders' plans to resist. Without the two clan leaders suppressing the situation, could the clan elders cooperate sincerely? This was a huge question. I can't. I have expended too much primeval essence. I need to borrow other people's strength. After charging for a while, Fang Yuan felt tired. He had the strength of two boars, but his muscles were still aching all over. His primeval essence was already insufficient, and there were injuries all over his body. The sky canopy goo could only be used intermittently. The chainsaw golden centipede's body was dim, and its teeth were already broken. In a short period of time, it had killed no less than 1,000 lightning wolves, and among them were a few bold lightning wolves. Among them, a few had defensive goo worms, and were harder than iron and stone. The chainsaw golden centipede was not invincible, and without its teeth, its cutting ability fell drastically, becoming a tragic sight to behold. Fang Yuan did not linger, and moved as he fought. He relied on the earth communication ear grass, and tried his best to distinguish. Once he heard the frenzy lightning wolf's heavy footsteps, he would immediately change directions, and try his best to avoid it. He could not fight 1,000 beast king like the frenzy lightning wolf alone. Once he was pinned down and fell into a heavy encirclement, he would definitely die. I can't accept this. Suddenly, the clan elder's miserable cries came from the thick smoke, and the voice stopped abruptly. In the black smoke, the wolf tide surged, and many clan elders died tragically in the wolf's mouths, letting out unresigned howls. I can't hold on any longer. Fang Yuan felt the aura of death, but his expression was cold. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer his heart became. His heart did not waver in the slightest. In his previous life, there were many more dangerous situations than this. The current situation was not too bad, and the two clan leaders were still fighting with the lightning leakin, so Fang Yuan still had hope. There are sounds of fighting ahead. Fang Yuan heard the sound, and immediately changed his direction. He could not hold on any longer, and whether it was the Guyue clan or the Bai clan Gu masters, it was beneficial to him. Kill! 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 From afar, he could hear the Gu masters' loud roars, and was in a fierce battle. Fang Yuan rushed over, but his momentum suddenly stopped. By Ningbing. Chapter 173. Bai Ningbing's body was riddled with wounds, panting heavily. When Fang Yuan rushed over, the two of them were stunned. Fate was such a strange thing. Just a moment ago, the two of them were mortal enemies, wanting to kill each other. But at this moment, they needed to work together to have a chance of survival. Cooperate with Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, thinking, although Bai Ningbing is crazy and aware of his fate, it does not mean that he does not want to live. Survival was a person's primal instinct, the most basic need. In truth, it was because of Bai Ningbing's strong desire to live and the unchangeable fate of destruction that he developed such a personality. In this world, there was no such thing as an eternal enemy. Cooperating with Bai Ningbing would be a good foundation. But how could she open her mouth to convince him? Fang Yuan, I did not expect it to be you. Bai Ningbing spoke first, laughing loudly, his tone unyielding. Then you shall accompany me to death. To have you accompany me to death, the end of my life is quite interesting. Interesting? Fang Yuan pondered, smiling as he slowly walked towards Bai Ningbing. The surrounding lightning wolves attacked. Fang Yuan swung his hand. The chainsaw golden centipede whistled, slapping 2 to 3 lightning wolves to death and sending them flying. Up until now, the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of teeth were mostly destroyed. Its cutting ability was greatly reduced. It could only slap. With these wolves surrounding us, wouldn't it be more interesting to have a life and death battle? Fang Yuan slowly approached Bai Ningbing. His lips curled into a cold smile. Bai Ningbing's eyelids twitched. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be stronger than him, but this was in line with his intentions. If Fang Yuan's attitude softened in order to survive and blindly cooperated with him, he would look down on Fang Yuan and would even feel a sense of humiliation, wanting to kill Fang Yuan. In this world, some people were like that. You blindly treated him kindly. He would instead think that you were easy to bully and look down on you. You were unyielding, yet you received respect. You really want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Ningbing narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous aura. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He slowed down his pace and said in a leisurely tone, 100 years of life is like a dream. What is the purpose of living in this world? It was nothing more than a trip. They were just witnessing something exciting. Although I don't want to die, I'm not afraid of death. I am already on my way. I won't regret it even if I die. This was what Fang Yuan was thinking. Who hasn't died since ancient times? Even a rank 9 Gu master, even the human ancestor, only had a long life, not eternal life. In the end, he still had to face death. So what if I die? What's the big deal? Even if Fang Yuan really died in this wolf tide at the next moment, he would not regret it. It was all because he had already fought for his goal. He had tried his best and lived according to his wishes. Let go of life and death. Only then can one see the magnanimity of life. Only then can one truly be free and unrestrained. Bai Ningbing heard this. His entire body trembled violently. He kept saying that he wasn't afraid of death, but that wasn't because he was truly carefree. He just couldn't see through it and couldn't let go of life and death. When a person is afraid, he becomes a slave. To think that he, Bai Ningbing, was just a slave under life and death. But this couldn't be blamed on him. He was still too young. Many things needed to be experienced before one could truly see through them. However, Fang Yuan's words had opened a window for him who had been conflicted about this. Witnessing something exciting, already on my way, no regrets even if I die. Bai Ningbing mumbled and suddenly asked, "Path? What is a path?" Fang Yuan sneered and continued to get closer. "Everyone has their own path. I don't need to tell you my path. How would I know your path?" In this world, many people don't have a path from birth to death. Some people walk on the path, constantly searching, walking towards the holy land in their hearts in the darkness. Bai Ningbing's sky-blue eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. "Path, not bad. I want to find my path." At this moment, the excitement in his heart was hard for others to understand. It was like a man who bitterly chased after a girl but couldn't find her, and suddenly one day found the correct method. He was also like a treasure hunter who had been stuck at the last checkpoint for a long time, and one day he suddenly found a way to break through. It was like solving a difficult problem, and bitterly pondering for many years without any progress, and suddenly found the correct method to solve the problem. Bai Ningbing had no path and couldn't find the meaning of life, so he was lost. Fang Yuan couldn't directly dispel his confusion, but he beat around the bush and gave him hope. He gave him a consolation for facing death. As long as you are on the path, even if you die without regrets, death will not be scary. I feel that I'm about to find my path. Bai Ningbing clenched his fists. His expression became extremely excited. He looked at Fang Yuan and said meaningfully, "I finally understand the difference between you and me. You are already on the path, but I'm still wandering." He. He suddenly laughed, and his excitement was bordering on malevolence. "Fang Yuan, if you want to fight, I will definitely accompany you to the end, but not now. Why don't we work together? I have the lightning eye Gu, but my vision is obstructed, and I can only see for 30 steps. After we escape, we can choose another day to fight, and work together with our old enemies. Don't you think that would be more exciting, more interesting? Oh, how can I believe you? I'm not asking you to believe me. You can choose to believe me, or you can choose not to believe me. You can leave your back to me, or you can attack me at any time and sneak attack me. Hee hee, it all depends on your mood at the time. Bai Ningbing laughed and shrugged his shoulders, giving off a carefree aura. Thick smoke billowed, and the surrounding wolves howled. Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids, as if thinking about Bai Ningbing's suggestion. Actually, convincing a person is very difficult, but also very simple. The key is to accurately hit the person's mind. All right. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand to stroke the chainsaw golden centipede's dark gold carapace, and raised his eyes. But you better be prepared for my sneak attack. Hee hee hee. Bai Ningbing opened his mouth, laughing evilly. A wave of air assaulted him. Black smoke was thick, and the sleeve where the arm was cut off fluttered in the wind. In the thick smoke, it was extremely difficult to determine the direction. The narrower one's vision was, the easier it was to get lost. But Bai Ningbing had the lightning eye goo, and his detection range was 50 steps. Now that he was restricted by the thick smoke, his detection range was reduced to 30 steps. But this was still much better than Fang Yuan's naked eye. But Bai Ningbing only had the lightning eye goo and did not have a clear understanding of the big picture. He could only see the scene in front of him. Sometimes, when he charged, he would end up being surrounded by the wolves. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had the earth communication ear grass. The thick smoke could weaken one's vision, but it could not block the transmission of sound. The surroundings were filled with sound, and the earth communication ear grass could detect up to 200 steps. But Fang Yuan could only go with the flow. His vision was too narrow. He could only see a tree and a rock beside him. Without any reference, he could not determine the direction. Cooperate. Bai Ningbing's lightning eye goo and Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass. The two goos stacked together, complementing each other, and immediately slowed down the situation. This is the south. If we go in this direction, we will face your Guyue village. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with electricity. Then he said, No, there are too many wolves there. We need to take a detour. Fang Yuan's right ear whiskers fluttered in the wind. Hee hee, then let's turn towards the southeast. How about it? Bai Ningbing licked his lips. Fang Yuan squatted down, his whiskers rooted in the soil, and listened carefully. During this time, the lightning wolves charged over, but were all repelled by Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan listened for a while, and stood up straight. There is a gap in the southeast, but we need to hurry. It is closing up soon. Then let's charge, Bai Ningbing said, but was not in a hurry to move. He was still wary of Fang Yuan and did not dare to charge at the front, exposing his back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He was also wary of Bai Ningbing. Finally, the two were 5 steps apart and fought side by side. The lightning wolves howled, attempting to surround and kill them. But relying on the lightning eye goo and the earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing avoided the strong points and attacked the weak points, continuously moving around, seizing a good opportunity to break through. The advantage of information was undoubtedly displayed at this time. Either Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan would be in a difficult situation if they were to fight alone. But now that they worked together, they actually had the initiative and were able to move with ease. After fighting for a while, the view in front of them suddenly widened, and the bright sunlight caused the two to squint their eyes at the same time. We broke through. Bai Ningbing raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan looked back, only to see a thick black screen behind him, like the bottom of a black pot covering a vast forest. Intense explosions and angry roars could be heard from the thick smoke. Obviously, the two tribe leaders were still fighting with the lightning leakin. To think that working with you is quite enjoyable. Bai Ningbing slightly turned his body, smiling. I feel the same. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But at the next moment, the two's eyes shone with sharpness. Ice blade Gu, chainsaw golden centipede. The long ice blade drew a cold light in the air. The thick golden centipede slapped horizontally, bringing with it a whistling wind. Bam! The two collided, and the ice blade left a wound on the golden centipede's back before breaking into pieces. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing both jumped back a step, their eyes revealing intense killing intent. A short cooperation could not change the hostility in their hearts. Fang Yuan's black hair fluttered, and Bai Ningbing's white robe fluttered. There were too many similarities between the two, but precisely because of this, the two became natural enemies. Black eyes and blue eyes stared at each other, almost creating sparks in the air. But the killing intent on both sides gradually retracted. Humph, I don't even need to do anything, for the heavens will take the life of a dying person. The most important thing now is not Bai Ningbing, but the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Once the lightning Leakin attacks Guyue village, it will not bode well. I need to take this chance and act decisively. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, his eyelids drooping. Bai Ningbing's eyes became brighter and brighter, muttering, Path, no regrets. Yes, even Renzu has to die. There is life and death as long as it is interesting. So what if I die? Thinking of this, his eyes shone with a dazzling radiance. Ha ha ha, I have also found my path, and that is to witness the excitement of this world. Fang Yuan, we will fight another day. At that time, I hope your death can bring excitement to my life. Saying so, he leapt backwards, and after pulling some distance, he turned around and left. Although he was in a sorry state, with injuries all over his body, his face was ashen, and his only arm was crippled, but his back was straight like a sword, and he was no longer lost. He had found his path. Chapter 174. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing's back until he was far away, witnessing the wonders of the world. The young man's black eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Bai Ningbing, who was no longer confused, was in even more danger than before. Life and death no longer bothered him. The closer he was to death, the more he could display the unparalleled power of the northern dark ice soul physique. But you want to fight me another day? Ha! Fang Yuan laughed lightly. You are destined to be disappointed. The moment he escaped from the smoke, Fang Yuan decided to leave Qing Mao Mountain immediately. Although the battle with Bai Ningbing was interesting, there were no benefits to speak of. Bai Ningbing defined the wonders of the world on Fang Yuan because he was too young and his horizons were limited to Qing Mao Mountain. But Fang Yuan was different. In his rebirth plan, Qing Mao Mountain was just a starting point. As long as he had great ambitions, he would have a broad heart and not care about small conflicts with others. It's time to go. The lightning Leakin is more cunning than the thunder crown wolf and harder to deal with. With the current strength of Bai clan and Guyue clan, it will be hard to resist, unless a rank 5 expert appears and turns the tide, or the two clans work together. Bai clan and Guyue clan had a grudge against each other, so they had to work together if they worked together. But even if they worked together, they would not be able to cooperate sincerely. Fang Yuan was not optimistic about their future. Qing Mao Mountain situation will depend on the outcome of this crucial battle. If both clan leaders are killed by the Lightning Leakin, then Qing Mao Mountain will definitely become the Lightning Wolves' territory. If only one clan leader is left, then if they work together, the other clan will definitely be sacrificed as cannon fodder. If the Lightning Leakin is killed, the two clans will definitely suffer heavy losses and need to recuperate. The clan will reorganize its internal affairs, and I will definitely be investigated. Fang Yuan was very clear about this change in situation. This was the world of Gu, where an individual's strength was above the collective. Thus, the higher the Gu master's cultivation, the more he could turn the tide. Whether it was by clan, Guyue clan, or the Lightning Wolf pack, as long as any one of them had a rank 4 expert, he would definitely be able to turn the tide. But no matter what the situation was, it was disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It's time to leave. Although he still lacked an ideal Gu worm in terms of treatment, how could everything in the world come true? I will return to the village and take the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, as well as a healing Gu from the clan treasury. Then I will be on my way. Fang Yuan took one last look behind him. There was still a violent roar coming from the black smoke. He turned around and left, heading towards Guyue's village. He had the status of a clan elder. He could use this to forcefully open the clan treasury and obtain Yuan stone and Gu worms. This was the most turbulent period. Everyone was in a state of panic, and this was the best opportunity to take advantage of. But if this moment passed, regardless of the outcome of the battle, the overall situation would be decided. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to fish in troubled waters. The Thunderwings Gu could not be used for the time being, so Fang Yuan ran in the forest. The wolf tide washed away everything, making the dangerous mountain path safe. Soon, the Guyue stronghold came into sight. Who is it? Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. Two strangers appeared in front of him. These two were dressed in Gu master attire. One was older, tall and straight, steady like a mountain and deep like an abyss. The most attractive part was that he wore a bronze mask on his face. This mask was simple and unadorned, revealing an ancient aura. There were 3 openings on the mask, revealing the wearer's eyes and lips. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, revealing a dignified, righteous aura. His lips were pursed, the lines like they were carved by a knife, showing this person's unwavering will. The mask could not cover his ears, and his sideburns were white, showing this person's age. The other was a young man. His eyebrows were straight like swords. His eyes were clear and bright, emitting a sharp light as he looked around, like an eagle or a tiger. Looking at his appearance, this young man's age was similar to Fang Yuan's. But this person's belt had a silver plate, and on the silver plate was carved the word 3. At this age, he was already a rank 3 Gu master. His cultivation talent could be seen. This was a young genius. But Fang Yuan's gaze only paused on the young man for a moment, before turning to the older man. This young man's skin was slightly dark, his lips were also pursed, and his whole body emitted a capable and vigorous aura, not to be underestimated. But her slightly bulging chest, the details of her hands, feet, and throat allowed Fang Yuan to see through her identity as a young girl. Fang Yuan never underestimated women, but compared to this heroic young girl, the middle-aged man beside her had such a great background that he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Tai Shuelong. Fang Yuan's heart shook, secretly revealing this middle-aged man's identity. He wore a bronze mask, and on the purple crystal plate on his belt, there was a word carved, 5. He was a rank 5 Gu master, the law enforcer of the world, solving cases like a god, the #1 Southern Border Divine investigator, Tai Shuelong. He was impartial and emotionless. Many demonic cultivators had been captured by him, and many evildoers had been beheaded by him. He was a role model of the righteous path, traveling the southern border, solving countless cases, and had a great reputation. Little brother, please enlighten me. Tai Shuelong cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. He had been famous for a long time, and was also a rank 5 Gu master, but his attitude was very polite and easygoing. I see little brother's body is full of injuries, and you seem to be in a hurry. Could it be that your clan leader And the elders have encountered some trouble? He continued to ask. Fang Yuan's expression naturally changed to one of anxiety, surprise, and even suspicion and fear. Who are you? How do you know this? That's right, we were chasing the Thunder Crown Wolf and encountered some trouble. We met a lightning leakin. I was just about to rush back to ask for help. I am Tai Shuelong, a friend and not an enemy. I just came out from the Guyue village. Little brother, you don't need to go back to ask for help. Under the beast tide, humans are one and we should advance and retreat together. I will naturally contribute my meager strength. Tai Shuelong immediately said without hesitation. Damn it, to think that I, Guyuebo, will die here today. Humph, even if I die, I won't let this lightning leakin have an easy time. Guyue clan leader and by clan leader were full of injuries, and their primeval essence was almost depleted. They could feel the thick aura of death. The thick smoke had already dissipated, and the elders were all dead, leaving only the two clan leaders. The lightning leakin was not in a good state either, and some of the injuries on its body were so deep that bones could be seen. It gritted its teeth and hid behind the lightning wolf army. Its eyes shone with a cunning light, but it did not personally join the battle. Come on, you coward! The Bai family patriarch roared, but the lightning leakin shrunk back again and let out a wolf howl, commanding the ordinary lightning wolf group to charge towards the two-rank for Gu masters. Cunning thing, sigh. Guyuebo and by clan leader looked at each other and sighed. They had originally prepared a powerful counterattack before they died, but the lightning leakin had intelligence that did not lose to humans and did not fall for it. My life is over. Damn it, dying in the mouths of these ordinary lightning wolves. Just as the two clan leaders were raging, a voice came from afar. Both of you, persevere. The voice reverberated in the forest. The two clan leaders' bodies shook at the same time, and when they turned around, they saw a tall figure flying towards them. The figure swayed, freely passing through the wolf group. After a few breaths, he stood beside the two clan leaders. You are? The two clan leaders asked at the same time. I am Tai Shuelong. Hiss, by clan leader sucked in a breath of cold air. He was surprised, happy, and suspicious, not knowing why Tai Shuelong was here. Guyuebo knew the reason and was overjoyed. So it's divine investigator Tai. Just as he spoke, the wolf group approached. A bunch of evil beasts. Tai Shuelong's voice was like thunder, and with a low growl, he activated the goo worm in his aperture. Boom! A formless aura suddenly exploded, radiating in all directions. This aura was like a mountain, indomitable and unshakable. It was like the firmament looking down on the world, seeing through all living beings. Righteous goo. Only a goo master with a righteous heart could use it. Righteous goo could cause fear in the hearts of evildoers. Within a certain range, the weaker the enemy's willpower, the more they would be weakened. Tai Shuelong had once used this goo to make a rank 4 goo master throw away his armor and lose his fighting spirit. This was a weapon that could subdue the enemy without even fighting. Howl, howl, the lightning wolf's momentum stopped. Under the pressure of this aura, their legs trembled, not daring to move forward. Howl. The lightning leakin at the back howled, trying to command the lightning wolf group. Such guts! Tai Shuelong stared, and suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing towards the lightning leakin. Rumble, the air rippled, and a huge black iron hand broke through the air, grabbing towards the lightning leakin. Rank 5 iron hand grappling goo. The lightning leakin had a crafty nature and lacked bravery. Adding on the injuries on its body, it did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly dodged. But this black iron hand firmly locked onto the lightning leakin, chasing after it. The lightning leakin could not escape, and with a loud growl, Its ferocious nature roused, clashed with the black iron hand. The hand collapsed, and the lightning Leakin was heavily injured, its bones almost breaking. It let out a whimper, not daring to find trouble with Tai Shuelong anymore. Finally, it looked at Tai Shuelong and the two clan leaders with hatred before turning around and running away with its tail between its legs. "It's escaping! Quickly stop it!" The two clan leaders shouted, but Tai Shuelong just stood at the same spot, not making a move. "Divine Investigator, please make a move." Guyuebo cupped his fists and pleaded. Tai Shuelong slightly shook his head. At this time, Fang Yuan and the young girl also rushed over and saw the scene of the lightning Leakin being forced away by the iron hand. "Father, you are injured. How can you fight?" The young girl ran over, stomping her feet in anger. Her reproachful tone revealed deep concern. "Ruo, Nan, this lightning Leakin is extremely crafty. Only by forcing it to retreat is the best way to deal with it." Tai Shuelong said indifferently, and suddenly his body shook. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood was a strange green color, and when it landed on the ground, it instantly corroded a patch of green grass, giving off an unpleasant smell. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. "Father, how are you?" The young girl, Tai Ruonan, quickly raised her hands, wanting to treat Tai Shuelong. "No need to make a fuss. It's not like you don't know about this injury. I will feel much better after spitting out some blood." Tai Shuelong laughed, waving his hands to reject the treatment. Seeing this scene, the two clan leaders, who were still harboring resentment, immediately revealed a look of shame. Divine Investigator is impartial, and even though you are heavily injured, you still helped. We are deeply grateful for your help. I have long heard of Tai Shuelong's great name. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Truly admirable. Thank you, Divine Investigator, for saving my life. The two clan leaders cupped their fists and thanked him. "Lord Divine Investigator, please come to our Bai clan as a guest. We must repay you for saving our lives." The Bai clan leader said again. At the side, how could Bo just watch as the Bai clan pulled Tai Shuelong away? He knew Tai Shuelong's motive and smiled proudly. "I already know why Lord Divine Investigator is here. You were asked by Jiafu to investigate the murder case, right? Our Guyue clan will definitely cooperate with you." Hearing this, the Bai clan leader's expression instantly changed. Tai Shuelong said, "That's right. However, I am not the leader of this investigation. My daughter, Tai Ruonan, will be in charge." Oh, in an instant, everyone's gaze focused on the young girl. Chapter 175. "What? Father, you want me to solve the case?" The young girl pointed at herself, her face full of shock. "What, you're not willing?" Tai Shuelong smiled. "I'm willing. Of course I'm willing." Tai Ruonan reacted and said excitedly. Tai Shuelong nodded and sighed. His tone was complicated. "You are determined to walk the same path as me. These past few years, you have been by my side and have been influenced by many things. Only when a young eagle flies independently can it truly grow up. Father is already old. This injury cannot be healed. I can't accompany you for the rest of your life. A new generation replaces the old. The rest is up to you." "Father, don't be discouraged. Isn't there still hope for a cure?" The young girl's voice trembled as she sobbed. "You and I both know how slim this hope is. People need to learn to recognize reality." Ruo Nan. Tai Shuelong smiled and turned to face Guyuebo. "Guyue clan leader, rest assured. My daughter has already learned 70 to 80% of my skills. With my guidance, I will not let your clan suffer any injustice." "You're too kind. Guyue Bo quickly cupped his hands. Young heroines are not inferior to men. They are heroic and are also the descendants of heroes. How can I not be assured? Please come to the village and let the two of you wash away the dust. The dishes were laid out on the table. The fragrance of the wine filled the air as it formed a line in the wine jar and poured into Tai Shuelong's cup. The wolf tide had just passed, and Guyue's village had entered its most difficult period. A large amount of resources had been consumed, resulting in a shortage of food and resources. There were even mortals who starved to death. But even so, in order to receive Tai Shuelong, Guyue's clan still put together this banquet. As the clan leader, Guyue Bo sat on the main seat with Tai Shuelong and the young girl Tai Ruonen beside him. In addition, there were Guyue Zhong, Guyue Guyen, Guyue Lian, Guyue Yaoji, as well as Fang Yuan and the others. They were all clan elders. Before the wolf tide, the Guyue clan had dozens of elders. But now, only this table was left, and there weren't even 10 people left. Not only that, all the elders present were injured. This was especially true for Guyue Lian, who was seriously injured in the resistance battle 2 weeks ago and had been hiding in a secret room to recuperate. He was originally lying on the bed, but when he heard that Tai Shuelong was coming, he forced himself to stay strong, to attend this banquet. However, this allowed him to escape a calamity. Meanwhile, his old rival, Guyue Emochen, had followed the chief to hunt down the Thunder Crown Wolf, but had been killed by the Lightning Leakin. If it wasn't for Brother Tai's help today, I'm afraid I would have become the Lightning Leakin's meal. Guyue Bo stood up, held the cup with both hands, and slightly bowed as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. I did what I could. Tai Shuelong raised his glass. He took a sip of wine. He was strict by nature and did not gamble or whore. Restrain oneself and never drink too much. Because of this, he never got drunk. Guyue Bo drank the wine and looked around at the people in the banquet. His eyes were red as he sighed and slowly sat down. Tai Shuelong had seen this kind of situation many times and comforted him. Chief Guyue, please don't be sad. As long as the people are still here, the mountain stronghold will prosper again. Furthermore, the Lightning Leakin is also injured, and the Lightning Wolf Pack is also greatly depleted. In the next few years, they probably won't attack again. This time, the wolf tide has passed. The worst period of the wolf tide had indeed passed. In the next few months, although there would still be lightning wolves appearing, their numbers would become fewer and would not form a large scale. The wolf pack would no longer have the power to directly attack the mountain stronghold. The Lightning Leakin would return to the wolf's den and recuperate there, slowly reorganizing the remaining wolves. Many lightning wolves would be summoned back, and the death of a large number of lightning wolves would greatly reduce the wolf pack's need for food. The wolf pack could once again be self-sufficient. In the next few years, the lightning wolf pack would gradually grow, and during this time, there would be new 100 Beast King Bold, Lightning Wolf, 1,000 Beast King, Frenzy Lightning Wolf, and Myriad Beast King Thundercrown Wolf. Prosperity leads to decline. Decline leads to prosperity. Be it humans or wolf packs, they all followed this law of change. Although the young girl's words were correct, humans were not plants. How could they be emotionless? Chief Guyue knew this truth better than Tai Ruonen, but the pain and sorrow in his heart could not be avoided. The sacrifice was too great. Just the higher-ups of the clan had lost more than half. The rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters had even more casualties. The entire Guyue mountain stronghold's strength was at rock bottom and could not withstand any more disturbances. Why didn't you all counterattack and directly destroy the wolf's den? At the side, Tai Ruonen did not understand and asked in confusion. That is because there are over 10 thunder chi worms living in the wolf's den, numbering close to 1 million. There are also large numbers of wild Gu mixed in. It is hard to do anything unless the three clans join forces. Guyue Yaoji opened her mouth and explained. As she said this, she suddenly snorted, casting a sinister gaze towards Fang Yuan, but this possibility is too small. Even in our Guyue clan, there are clan elders who shrink back at the last moment, and when the wolf tide attacked, who knows where they hid? Hearing this, the other clan elders could not help but shift their gazes towards Fang Yuan. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been exploring the flower wine-hidden treasure in the rock crack's secret cave, causing him to miss the battle against the wolf tide. In everyone's eyes, this was a sign of being crafty and being a coward. Thus, the clan elders looked at Fang Yuan with dissatisfaction, disdain, and a faint anger. Even Gu Yuebo's expression was not good. As the clan leader, he hated people like Fang Yuan the most, who did things his own way, was mysterious, had his own plans, and did not let people feel at ease using him. The atmosphere at the table suddenly changed. The Tai father and daughter also felt this change and followed everyone's gaze, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's youthful appearance had already attracted the attention of Tai Ruanen as a peer. Fang Yuan calmly drank his wine. Even though everyone's gazes were focused on him, he did not seem to notice. His expression was indifferent, as he had already expected this situation. This matter is troublesome. He sighed in his heart. Although he was worried, he was not panicking. Tai Shuelong's appearance had seriously ruined his escape plan. If he took the heavenly Yuan treasure lotus and destroyed the foundation of Guyue's mountain stronghold, this would definitely cause the Tai father and daughter to capture him. The name of Divine Investigator was not just a rumor. With his current methods and strength, as long as Tai Shuelong started to pursue him, there was absolutely no possibility of failure. Even if he did not take the heavenly Yuan treasure lotus, his mysterious disappearance would still be investigated by the clan. Because it involved Jia Jinsheng's death, he would be investigated by the Tai father and daughter. If he left without saying goodbye, in their eyes, it would be a guilty conscience, fleeing to avoid punishment. Without any other choice, Fang Yuan could only choose to stay and observe the situation. Although he was blamed by everyone, this was not the worst situation. If he left directly, he would be messing up the situation and messing up the situation. Is the wine good? Guyue Yaoji laughed sinisterly, looking straight at Fang Yuan. Are you not going to explain? Fang Yuan slowly put down the wine cup, looking up at Guyue Yaoji's broken arm. It was said that the older one was, the wiser one was. In order to save her life, Guyue Yaoji cut off her own arm, using injury as an excuse to escape the clan's mission. This had happened in Fang Yuan's previous life, who would have thought that Guyue Yaoji would do the same in this life. Her abandonment of the rook to save the king was indeed effective. To prevent being killed by the Thunder Crown Wolf, she did not participate in the pursuit, so her life was saved. She was now making things difficult for herself, partly because of old grievances, but mostly because she wanted to burn the fire on Fang Yuan to reduce the attention of others. What do you want me to explain? Explain that you cut off your own arm in order to drag out an ignoble existence? Fang Yuan sneered. What? Guyue Yaoji was shocked and angry, suddenly standing up from her seat. She opened her eyes wide, pointed at Fang Yuan's nose, and screamed, "You little bastard! You dare to bite me, slander me, and frame me! How can you be so despicable? How did our Guyue clan produce such a thing like you?" Guyue Yaoji. Guyuebo's expression changed, and he shouted, "Sit down, we have an important guest here. Where is the propriety of yelling?" Guyu Yaoji wanted to continue scolding, but seeing the Guyu clan leader's gloomy expression, she could only swallow her words back into her stomach. She angrily glared at Fang Yuan and angrily sat down. After Guyuebo dealt with Yaoji, he shifted his gaze to Fang Yuan. "Elder Fang Yuan, I need an explanation. When the wolf tide attacked the village, where did you go? Fang Yuan. He is Fang Yuan? Tai Shuelong's eyes flashed with a strange light. In Jia Jinsheng's mysterious disappearance, Fang Yuan played an extremely important role. Before Tai Shuelong came here, he naturally received a lot of information about Jia Fu, but he did not expect that this young elder was Fang Yuan. All of a sudden, Tai Shuelong's interest was aroused. He had solved countless cases and was able to deduce the truth from the clues he had left behind. Looking at everyone's reaction, he guessed that Fang Yuan had retreated at the last minute. However, the facts that people know are often superficial. What is the truth? No matter what the truth was, Fang Yuan's answer would reveal a corner of his heart. This would be very helpful in solving the next case. Feeling Tai Shuelong's attention, Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression did not change. He lightly swept his gaze over everyone, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. There is nothing to explain. But since you've asked, I'll just say it directly. I was very scared at that time, and the pressure that had been accumulating for a long time, as well as the fear of death, had reached its limit. I could not bear it, so I was cowardly and hid in a corner, not daring to go to the front lines. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. They had been waiting for Fang Yuan's excuse and reason, and had already prepared how to expose Fang Yuan and expose Fang Yuan. They never thought that Fang Yuan would directly admit it. Any lie, as long as it is not the truth, will have flaws. Moreover, Tai Shuelong is here. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he lowered his eyes and stared at the wine cup in front of him. Tai Shuelong's eyes flashed with a strange light. He subconsciously frowned, and a sense of disgust rose in his heart. Chapter 176. In the banquet, there was complete silence. Everyone was stunned, looking at Fang Yuan blankly. They did not expect Fang Yuan to answer like this, admitting it directly and being so honest. He is still too young to actually say such words. Humph! These words mean the destruction of his entire political future. From now on, this Fang Yuan is no longer a concern. The clan elders' thoughts were in turmoil. At this point in the wolf tide, the outcome was already set. In the next few months, only small wolf packs would appear, and with the continuous recall of the lightning leakin and the elimination of goo masters, the lightning wolves would basically disappear by the end of the year. But the fights would never stop. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are fights. Under the wolf tide, there are fights between humans and wolves. Now that the most difficult part of the wolf tide had passed, the internal fights between the clans had surfaced, becoming the main conflict. When the wolf tide attacked the village, many goo masters died, and the old forces were destroyed. The benefits that these forces originally controlled lost their original owners and naturally needed to be redistributed and divided. In the Guyuet clan's upper echelon, there were many elders who originally had a share of the entire village's profit cake. But now, only Fang Yuan and less than 10 elders were left, but the cake was still there. To split this big cake, there was naturally a need to compete. Political fights, although not as bloody as the wolf tide, plots and calculations, cold wind, and traps, were deep and dangerous. Originally, Fang Yuan was the only newly promoted clan elder. He had great momentum and was in the limelight. But now that he admitted it, destroying his own political future, it was equivalent to giving up the chance to compete with the other clan elders for the profit cake. In an instant, the threat level of Fang Yuan in the hearts of the clan elders decreased by many times. The many gazes towards Fang Yuan, the pressure contained within was clearly reduced. At this time, clan leader Guyuet both sighed. Since Fang Yuan has already admitted it, then as the clan leader, I have no choice but to punish you for deserting. According to the clan rules passed down by the ancestors, deserters will be stripped of their clan elder positions. According to the family rules passed down by the ancestors, those who deserted in the face of battle would be stripped of their positions as family elders. However, the final outcome will be decided by me and a few other elders. We will decide according to the circumstances. But no matter the result, I hope you can accept it. The others all had different expressions. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not speak, as if he had already accepted his fate. Gu Yue and Yao Ji cut off one of their arms. His life was saved. Such ruthlessness and decisiveness. Fang Yuan had won as well. It was just that he gave up even more. He even gave up his status as a clan elder. His biggest problem now was the sudden appearance of the Tai family's father and daughter. If he got involved in the political whirlpool and suffered from political strife, the situation would definitely be even more dangerous. I'm willing. This was life. The identity of an elder was originally for better cultivation. That's why I used it. For the sake of immortality, I embarked on the demonic path and could even give up my life. What else was there to be unwilling to give up? The position of family elder? Humph. Fang Yuan did not feel the slightest bit upset or regret in his heart. This was the wisest choice. Moreover, although there would be a punishment, it would definitely be light. After all, there was a lack of clan elders now. As a rank 3 Gu master, his strength had to be taken seriously. The clan leader had to punish him and also borrow Fang Yuan's strength to stabilize the village. Thus, he had to appease him. As for the other clan elders, Fang Yuan had already withdrawn from this crucial political game and was no longer a threat. Moreover, he would not kill Fang Yuan. If he forced Fang Yuan to retaliate, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Although there is a clan system, what is a system? A system is a tool used by those in power to protect their benefits. On one hand, it is used to control and divide the benefits of those in power, and on the other hand, it is the rules of the game used by those in power. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Regarding these aspects, he could see them clearly. Right now, the most important thing is still the Tai family's father and daughter. Damn it, they actually came faster than I expected. They arrived before the wolf tide had even retreated. Humph, but such actions are in line with Tai Shueleng's character of hating evil and risking his life. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt pressured. Even though Tai Shueleng was injured, his battle strength was not something that Fang Yuan could compare to. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. This was the logic. I want to leave the village, but I also need to avoid the Tai family's pursuit. How can I get out of this? Fang Yuan was vexed. This Tai family's father and daughter were not as easy to fool as Jia Fu. Moreover, Fang Yuan's cultivation was low. Even if he had thousands of brilliant plans, he did not have the ability to execute them. What could he do? The difference in strength between rank 3 and rank 5 was huge. Everyone, I have something to say. At this moment, the silent Guyuebo Lien suddenly spoke. His face was pale, and he had dragged his heavily injured body here. He could not drink alcohol and could only drink tea. But what he said next was shocking. I have to be honest about something. The reason why Lord Fang Yuan could not appear in time was because of me. What? At once, the other clan elders were shocked. Oh, what do you mean? Guyuebo asked. Fang Yuan also looked over, but he hid his shock. Why would this Guyuebo Lien speak up for him? Even though Fang Yuan had something on him, during this wolf tide, the Qi faction's successor, Gu Yuecheng, had already died on the battlefield. Even though the Qi faction had already done their best to protect Qicheng, but the battlefield was always the place with the most accidents. Furthermore, during the wolf tide, everyone was in danger. Many times, they could not even take care of themselves, much less others. When a person died, the information that Fang Yuan had on him was no longer useful. But why did Gu Chi Lien take the initiative to cover for him? Gu Lien sighed. To be honest, my granddaughter, Gu Mo Yen, has already fallen deeply in love with Elder Fang Yuan. My granddaughter, Gu Mo Yen, has already fallen deeply in love with Elder Fang Yuan. Before this, she personally begged me, kneeling on the ground and crying, not willing to see Fang Yuan die on the battlefield. I only have one granddaughter, and because of my selfishness, I forced Fang Yuan to stay in the residence and drugged him. Only when he chased after the Thunder Crown Wolf did I let him out. So it was all my fault. It was all my fault. It has nothing to do with Lord Fang Yuan. What? Oh, is that true? The clan elders revealed doubtful expressions. Gu Bo Lien's words were a bit too far-fetched, and the credibility was not high. It is normal for young people to fall in love. Gu Bo nodded, looking meaningfully at Fang Yuan, trying to find some clues from his face. But Fang Yuan had already lowered his eyes, his expression calm. No emotions could be seen. The clan leader did not know what to say. The other clan elders were also exchanging glances, not understanding why Gu Bo Lien was so biased towards Fang Yuan. His words, exonerating Fang Yuan, was sacrificing his own reputation, destroying his own political future. Gu Bo Lien continued, Elder Fang Yuan, in order to protect my reputation, was willing to bear the blame. But I have already missed it once. How can I make another mistake? This is the truth. How should I punish him? Please enlighten me, clan leader. I plead guilty and submit to the law. If I am to be stripped of my status as an elder, this old man is willing as well. The clan leader hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Chi Lien has worked hard and made great contributions. This is understandable. Humans are not plants. How can we be emotionless? Now that the clan has many things to do, we need a loyal official like you. But this is a personal affair. How to punish him still needs to be discussed. Today, we have an esteemed guest. Let's not talk about this first. Brother Tai, this one, and all the clan elders toast you. Saying so, Gu Bo stood up. The rest of the clan elders also stood up, raising their wine cups. Everyone is too polite. I will have to trouble everyone in the future. I hope everyone can understand. Tai Shueleng did not put on any airs, standing up and drinking a cup of wine. Inside the Qi faction's courtyard, the fragrance of plants, fake mountains, clear springs, the sound of flowing water. In the night sky, the bright moon hung high like a plate. The banquet had ended long ago. Fang Yuan sat in a pavilion in the courtyard, listening to the sound of the spring water as he calmly put down the teacup in his hand. Sitting opposite him was Gu Lien. After the banquet ended, he invited Fang Yuan over for a chat. Come, drink another cup of tea. This bamboo leaf clear water tea is perfect to cure the hangover. Gu Lien smiled, personally pouring a cup of tea for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he watched the tea being refilled, only saying, "It is indeed a tea to cure the hangover." Saying so, he shifted his gaze outside the pavilion. All he saw was a pale, white moon, shedding a clear light. Under the moonlight, the courtyard was quiet and elegant, but with the mottled shadows in the wind, one could faintly see that the Qi faction courtyard was in decline. During the banquet, Fang Yuan had already seen through Gu Lien's thoughts. Now that he saw this scene, he was even more certain. The Qi faction had no one left. With Gu Cheng's death, the entire Qi faction would lose its heir. Although Qi Cheng still had a sister, Mo Yen, the clan's rules were passed down from generation to generation, favoring males over females, and the family business would only be passed down to males, not females. Even if Gu and Mo Yen became rank 3 in the future, they would be promoted to clan elder. But her family business did not mean that the Qi faction was legitimate. it only belonged to her. If she married in the future, the family business would be transferred to her husband's name. If a clan's political power lost its heir, it would have no future prospects, and no one would follow them. The chief faction was already in a difficult situation, facing the danger of collapse. But the heavens always left a way out. The chief faction was not in a hopeless situation. There was still a sliver of hope. This sliver of hope rested on Guyuan Mo Yen. Although she was a girl, she could still marry. If this son-in-law entered the chief faction, his status would be justified, and he could inherit the chief faction. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not show any signs of speaking, Guyue Lian cursed this sly lad in his heart, but he had no choice but to speak first. I wonder what Elder Fang Yuan thinks of my chief action. He had his own difficulties that he could not speak of. Ever since he was heavily injured, his cultivation had fallen to rank 2, and there was no possibility of him returning to rank 3. Right now, he was only relying on goo worms to conceal his true aura. But paper could not cover fire. There would be a day when he would be exposed. His only heir had already died, and he had fallen to rank 2, losing his clan elder status. Guyu Qi Lian was in urgent need of a helper who could hold up the situation. In the past, he had a high status, and the chief faction occupied a huge portion of the profit pie. Now that the clan's power was reshuffled, he did not seek more benefits. As long as he could protect the portion he had, it would be the greatest victory. Chapter 177. The sunset clouds overflowed with coldness. The silver hand spun silently. Bai Ningbing looked at the night sky through the window. A bright moon, sparkling and translucent, hung in the night sky. Wolf howls could be heard from afar, adding a sense of desolation to the moonlight. In the study room, Bai clan leader sat by the side. His face revealed a despondent expression. Just now, Bai Ningbing had told him about the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, 10 extreme aptitude. Bai clan leader muttered, I feel that I don't have much time left. My aperture is gradually unable to bear the burden. These years, I have caused you trouble. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. His expression was calm. The morbid wildness and madness of the past had disappeared. Replacing it was a sense of tranquility and peace. This tranquility came from the heart. He, Bai Ningbing, had found his own path and was no longer troubled by life and death. Everyone grows up. Under the stimulation of life and death, one could become even more mature. The moonlight was like water pouring down, shining on Bai Ningbing's white skin. As the light flowed, his blue eyes had a trace of profoundness. A beautiful young man with snow-white hair and white clothes, he was like an immortal in the clouds, attracting the attention of others. How can this be? When I tested your aptitude back then, it was clearly a grade 99%. It was not the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Bai clan leader still could not accept it. That is indeed the case. But in the process of cultivation, there was a day when my aptitude rose. I have checked the clan's records, and this situation was also recorded in the books. 99% of a grade aptitudes have the possibility of becoming 10 extreme aptitudes during cultivation. Bai Ningbing said, 10 extreme aptitudes defy the heavens. The great Tao does not tolerate it. Even the 10 children of Runzu did not have a good ending. Sai, is there really no way to save it? Bai clan leader looked at the beautiful young man in front of him, feeling pity and regret. He was the pride of the clan, the hope to rise. But he did not have much time left. His life was coming to an end. Even though he was becoming more and more resplendent, but like fireworks, he could only be dazzled at the last moment. There is no way to eradicate it, but there are some ways to delay it. But these methods require many years of preparation, and I no longer have the time. At this point, Bai Ningbing smiled, faintly. He was calm and collected, as if he wasn't talking about himself, but an unrelated outsider. It doesn't matter. Who didn't die? True immortality does not exist. As long as you live a wonderful life, that's enough. He comforted the chief instead. I can't accept this. Absolutely not. Damn it, my Bai family has been suppressed by the Guyue family for hundreds of years. We finally had hope, but this is the result. No, there's still a glimmer of hope. There's still hope. The clan chief's voice grew louder and louder. Then, a look of determination appeared on his face, as if he had made up his mind. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. He stood up and said, after a while, the moonlight was like water shining on a deep pond. Could this be the spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. Led by the Bai clan leader, he walked through a long secret passage and arrived at this place. Not bad. This was the forbidden area of the clan, the location of the spirit spring. As you know, the foundation of every clan is a natural spirit spring. They can use it to produce yuan stone for cultivation. Our Bai family is only a small to medium-sized clan. Only after we swallow up the Guyue family and the Xiong family and possess at least 3 spirit springs can we be considered a large clan. The Bai clan leader sighed. Then why did you bring me here, clan leader? The Bai clan leader showed a complicated expression. He turned to look at Bai Ningbing, and his expression became hesitant. I never thought of bringing you here, but life is unpredictable. I didn't expect you to have the northern dark ice soul physique. Your only chance is in this spirit spring. What's in this spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. There's a great deity, the Bai clan leader said solemnly. Great deity? Bai Ningbing was surprised. Great deity is a respectful title for it. It's a snake goo left behind by our first ancestor. It likes cleanliness and feeds on the spirit spring water. It has always been secretly residing in the spirit spring. The Bai clan leader introduced. Back then, before the first ancestor passed away, he set up the inheritance treasure and left behind this snake goo as a clue. If you can get the recognition of the great deity, it will lead you to the inheritance treasure. If you can't get its recognition, the Bai clan leader hesitated. Then what will happen? Bai Ningbing asked. The Bai clan leader's expression was solemn. Then it will kill you. At the same time, Guyue village. In the room, Tai Ruanen kept her investigative goo and nodded in satisfaction. The environment here is not bad. It's clean. The clean she was referring to was not the cleanliness of the room, which was clean and tidy. It was because there were no surveillance methods in the surroundings. But there were definitely none. That was impossible. After all, Tai Shuelong was a rank 5 expert. He was too much of a threat and had to be guarded against. But the defense and surveillance of Guyue family was just right. The level was very low and did not cause any disgust. It could even be understood as overly enthusiastic and enthusiastic reception. Thus, Tai Ruanen commented that it was clean. Tai Shuelong nodded slightly. Ruanen, you have followed me for so long and have indeed learned many things. But some things have to be done by yourself. Just watching from the side is not enough. Thus, I will let you solve this case. Father, I will definitely work hard and do my best. And I'm very good. Then let me ask you, what will be your first step? Tai Shuelong purposely tested her. Tai Ruanen laughed, suddenly turning her body to look at the moon outside the window. The moon is bright tonight. Father, do you have the mood to follow your daughter to tour around this Guyue village? Tai Shuelong's lips finally showed a gratified smile after hearing this. Starting a case was not to be in a hurry to understand the details of the case. Surveying the surroundings was the first step to solving the case. The Tai family father and daughter strolled slowly on the streets. After resisting the wolf tide's terrifying attack, the Guyue village was in a sorry state. The bamboo buildings had collapsed and were covered in blood. Miscellaneous items were piled up everywhere, and from time to time, the soft moans of the injured could be heard. The Thai family father and daughter walked a large circle, and during this time, both of them were silent. "Fong Yuan, you stinking brat, get out of here." Suddenly, a roar came from within the courtyard. The Thai family father and daughter could not help but stop. After a while, the door opened, and Fong Yuan rubbed his nose and walked out with a faint smile. It's little brother Fong Yuan. Not far away, Tai Shuelung took the initiative to greet him. "This little one greets Lord Divine Investigator." Fong Yuan withdrew his smile and cupped his hands. "Little brother, the two of us have just arrived and are not very familiar with some places. I wonder if you can explain a thing or two to us." Tai Shuelung suddenly invited. Tai Ruan and glanced at her father, but did not say anything. Fong Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to meet them, but he did not expect this opportunity to be delivered to him. "The two of you have traveled tens of thousands of miles and tirelessly come to solve this case. The entire village should assist you. Both of you, this way, please." Fong Yuan spoke frankly with assurance, not showing any signs of guilt as he walked in front. The spirit spring bubbled like boiling water. Suddenly, with a splash, the spring water surged up like a wave. After reaching a certain level, the spring water split apart and splashed everywhere. A slender white snake covered in snow scales stepped on the waves, showing its elegant figure. Its eyes were like jade, indifferent like jade, revealing a cold indifference. On both sides of its head, there was a pair of long whiskers that fluttered in the wind like an immortal's ribbons. Rank 5, White Form Immortal Snake Goo. "Greetings to Great Immortal." By clan leader excitedly kneeled on the ground and anxiously instructed, "By Ningbing, why aren't you kneeling as well?" "I never kneel to a goo." By Ningbing coldly snorted, his body straight like a spear. Even though the white form immortal snake Goo emitted a faintly cold aura, concealing a dense killing intent, Bai Ningbing had no fear. But Bai Ningbing had no fear, his blue eyes staring straight at the white form immortal snake Goo's snake eyes. Time seemed to have stopped. The spirit sprang, and Bai clan leader became irrelevant in the background. Under the bright moonlight, the blue-eyed youth was like a painting, and the silver-whiskered white snake was like an immortal gazing at each other. After a long while, the white snake suddenly cried out and turned into a white rainbow, crashing into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's body shook, and the rainbow entered his aperture, turning into a white snake. The white snake occupied the center of the primeval essence, immediately pushing the surrounding goo to the side with a domineering attitude. This situation, Bai clan leader stood up with a puzzled expression. It doesn't match the clan's records. There were corresponding records in the clan's records. Once a goo master is acknowledged, the white form immortal snake Goo would carry the inheritor and ascend to the sky, obtaining the treasure in the sky. But the current situation was somewhat strange. The white form immortal snake Goo entered Bai Ningbing's aperture, not killing him. It should have acknowledged him. But why didn't it carry Bai Ningbing and directly ascend to the sky? Could it be there was a mistake in the records? At once, Bai clan leader couldn't understand. Time slowly passed. Guyue village is like this. Then there was the underground karst cave. But that is the clan's forbidden area. Outsiders can't enter. Fong Yuan said. He looked at the bright moon in the night sky and continued, "It's getting late. Why don't you two rest early? You will have the energy to solve the case tomorrow, right?" He. Elder Fong Yuan is right. Thank you, Elder Fong Yuan, for your guidance along the way. Elder Fong Yuan, please return. Tai Shuelung said. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Fong Yuan cupped his fists and left decisively. Tai Shuelong looked at Fang Yuan's back with interest, only retracting his gaze when Fang Yuan turned a corner. Ruanan, what do you think of this Fang Yuan? He suddenly asked. I don't like him. My intuition tells me that there is a shadow behind him. The young girl Tai Ruanan frowned. Tai Shuelong nodded. I know you have the intuition goo, which can increase your intuition, but we pay attention to evidence when solving cases. Intuition alone won't convince people. Don't rely on your intuition too much. Don't use intuition goo to solve this case. Yes, Father. Chapter 178. Tai Shuelong continued. Now, analyze Fang Yuan as a person. Father, are you suspecting Fang Yuan? Tai Ruanan was stunned for a moment before continuing. He is a very rational and intelligent person. When he introduced the village to us, every sentence he said was appropriate and logical. Hiss! Tai Ruanan suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She frowned. I didn't notice it earlier, but now that you reminded me, I realized it. This Fang Yuan is too good with words. Every sentence, he says, is the objective truth, abandoning his personal feelings. He calmly narrates from a spectator's perspective. No one can find any flaws in his words, nor can they find any clues beyond his words. His words are very, very, very clean. The young girl hesitated for a moment before finally using the word clean. Tai Shuelong nodded, then shook his head. He did not abandon his personal feelings. Everyone has feelings. Even the most cold-blooded assassin has feelings. He just hid his feelings very well and controlled them very well. This young man has a demonic nature. Demonic nature? That's right. Think about it. He was frank during the banquet, saying that he was afraid and did not dare to go to the battlefield. Tell me, if it was any other person, would they do that? Tai Shuelong asked. Tai Ruanan shook her head. No. Gu masters view their clan's honor and their own reputation as more important than their own lives. But that might not be the case. There were many people who destroyed their own reputations in history, right? That's right. But who were those people? Tai Shuelong's gaze was deep. Tai Ruanan thought for a while, her expression slightly shaken. They were all outstanding people. That's right. In history, those who destroyed their own reputations only had two goals. One was to have a grand scheme, and compared to the goal, reputation is nothing. As for the other one, it's to protect himself, to avoid suspicion. Tai Ruanan's eyes brightened. Father, you are saying? You are overthinking. I just feel that this young man is very interesting. Unfortunately, he only has C-grade aptitude. Tai Shuelong said. This night, the moonlight was like water. Fang Yuan walked on the empty street, his footsteps heavy but firm. After interacting with Tai Shuelong, Xiao Chen knew that Tai Shuelong lived up to his name. This Tai Shuelong had eyes that could see through the affairs of the world, and his intelligence and shrewdness were unfathomable. He had roamed the southern border unhindered for decades, making a name for himself. He was truly an outstanding person. It was extremely difficult to get rid of suspicion in front of such a person. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely find out the truth. We have to fight for time now. However, the recruitment of the MO bloodline can indeed be used. Not long ago, in the courtyard of the MO family, Fang Yuan had asked for an exorbitant price. He could marry MO Yen, but he would need 100,000 yuan stone and 10 rare goo worms, each of which was at least rank 3. This request enraged Gu Yue and Mo Chen. I'm going to marry my precious granddaughter to you, but you're still pretending to be obedient. Furthermore, he shamelessly asked for betrothal gifts and was so greedy. This was truly intolerable. Therefore, the negotiation failed and Fang Yuan was chased out. Fang Yuan turned around and left without any hesitation. He knew Mo Chen's thoughts and was certain that he would compromise. As for him asking for an exorbitant price, it was nothing more than asking for an exorbitant price. However, this matter has both pros and cons. Although I have the Yuan stone and can feed it to the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But my original plan of withdrawing from the political whirlpool has also been disrupted. During tonight's banquet, Guyue and Mo Chen sacrificed themselves in exchange for my political future. Next, I'm afraid there will be suppression from the various clan elders. Right now, the political situation of the Guyue village was like this. The clan leader was alive, and one of the two ministers, Guyue Lian, was dead, but the chief faction was not without people. The heir Guyue Cheng was still alive, and there was also a clan elder like Guyue Zhong, who came from the same faction. And the Mo faction had lost its heir, and Mo Chen was heavily injured, falling to rank 2, and could not even keep his clan elder status. The two great forces of the past were now in decline. On the contrary, the medicine faction was mostly made up of healing Gu masters and was at the back. There were fewer sacrifices, and their strength was preserved, showing signs of rising. The medicine faction was originally part of the clan leader's faction, but now it had the qualifications to be independent. But regardless of whether Guyue and Yao Ji chose to be independent or continue to rely on the clan to strengthen themselves, they would need to snatch and annex. The Qi and Mo bloodlines, which were in dire straits, were the best targets. If they did not act now, when the two great forces recovered, it would be hard to say. The whirlpool of the mortal world cannot be controlled by one's self. Riding the wind and breaking the waves for 30,000 li, this is the demonic path. Fang Yuan looked up at the moon and sighed bitterly. He wanted to escape from this political whirlpool, but Guyue and Mo Chen forcefully pulled him back. Pressure from all sides surged towards him. Tai Shuelong had already started to solve the case, and on the other side, Bai Ningbing had also obtained a new helper. It was like sailing on a submerged reef, with danger lurking everywhere. How could they make a path? The next day, "What? You said Jia Jinsheng's killer has been found, and even killed. Tai Ruanen was astonished. This morning, she woke up early and started to understand the case. But to think that the first news she got was that the killer had already been executed. That's right. The killer is a demonic Gu master. He even tried to assassinate our clan's rising star, attempting to kill a genius, but was killed on the spot by our clan's Gu master. An elder provided clues. Is it really like this? Did he directly admit that he was Jia Jinsheng's killer? Tai Ruanen frowned deeply. Beside her, Tai Shuelong wore a bronze mask, standing silently like a statue. That's not true. But if it is not him, who else could it be? The elder shrugged. Tai Ruanen pondered in her heart. These are all guesses, there is no evidence. But no matter what the truth is, this demonic Gu master must be investigated thoroughly. Very likely, this is a clue that leads straight to the truth. Thinking of this, Tai Ruanen raised her head. Where is he buried? I want to open the coffin and examine the corpse. In the shabby coffin, there was a corpse. The stench assaulted the nostrils, causing the servants and Gu masters who helped open the coffin to hide far away in disgust. But the Tai father and daughter seemed to not smell it. Tai Ruanen's eyes shone with a layer of light, and she bent down to examine the corpse with great interest. On the corpse, there were many traces left behind. Many times, 1 or 2 small traces could be irrefutable evidence pointing to the killer. On this corpse, there were many scars, and the person's appearance could be vaguely seen. He was also wearing his original clothes. Tai Ruanen searched for a long time before standing up reluctantly. Did you find anything? Tai Shuelong softly asked, testing her. Guyue clan thinks that this person is very likely to be Jia Jinsheng's killer. Thus, they preserve this corpse very well. There is a big problem with this corpse. Tai Ruonan answered. He is a middle-aged man. His right arm is thicker than his left, and both his hands have a thick layer of calluses. The distribution of the calluses is not uniform. His body is full of scars with many fatal injuries. Before his death, he had an intense battle, but on his body there are also many internal injuries, especially on his left foot. He is missing 3 toes. This is an injury from many years ago. Saying so, Tai Ruonan deduced. He is very likely to have been a hunter when he was alive. There is a lot of evidence. The asymmetrical body and the calluses on his hands show that he is a person who often draws a bow. There are many claw and teeth marks from wild beasts on his body, and he often interacts with wild beasts. His clothing is also not that of an orthodox gu master, especially the straw sandals on his feet. They are even more interesting. The grass used to weave the straw sandals is bamboo hemp grass. This grass only grows around Qing Mao bamboo, and Qing Mao Mountain is rich in Qing Mao bamboo. Other than this, there is no bamboo hemp grass in the surrounding 1,000 li. What do you mean? Tai Shuelong asked. Before this person became a demonic gu master, he must have been a hunter. From his clothing, he is very likely a hunter from Qing Mao Mountain. Tai Ruonan's eyes shone with brilliance. How can you be sure he is a native here? If it is straw sandals, he could have killed the villagers here and put them on himself. Tai Shuelong retorted, That's not it. Among all the clothing, shoes are very special. If they were stolen, most of them would not fit well. But look at this pair of shoes. Not only do they fit well, they are also tightly knit, as if tailor-made. His left foot is missing 3 toes, so the straw sandals on his left foot are correspondingly shorter. The wounds on his toes are at the base, and are very sharp. I guess it is very likely that he stepped into a trap many years ago. Tai Ruonan said. Tai Shuelong did not comment, neither did he confirm anything, nor did he criticize anything. Just like what he said earlier, he would leave everything to Tai Ruonan to solve. Tai Ruonan continued to speak. With this deduction, we can definitely go to the surrounding villages and carry out investigations. We might be able to find more clues. As she spoke, the young girl's expression suddenly froze. She suddenly recalled that Qing Mao Mountain had just experienced a wolf tide catastrophe. Even the village had suffered heavy losses, not to mention these villages at the foot of the mountain. She wanted to use this method to find out this person's identity and information, but the chances were very slim. But even if the chances are slim, as long as there is a possibility of success, I will still try. This was the first time the young girl had solved a case on her own, and she was full of energy. However, half a day passed, and she returned in low spirits. This wolf tide was the most terrifying in history, and some villages did not even have any survivors. This made it very difficult for her to conduct her investigation. This clue is broken. What are you going to do next? Tai Shuelong asked at an appropriate time. The young girl gritted her teeth, her tone revealing stubbornness and tenacity. No, it's not over yet. Father, didn't you say that the real clue is hidden even deeper, and as long as we continue to dig, it will appear? This demonic gu master's death is very fishy. First, why did he attack Fangzheng? How did Fangzheng offend him, causing him to disregard his own safety and risk his life to assassinate Fangzheng amidst many strong enemies? Secondly, he is a local. But why did no one recognize him after his death? Her words caused Tai Shuelong to raise his eyebrows. Child, you have really grown up. The divine investigator sighed, his tone filled with relief. Chapter 179. You're asking me why that gu master came to kill me? How would I know? Facing Tai Ruanan's question, Fang Zheng blinked innocently. If you did something, I really hope you don't hide it, because your unintentional words could be a huge help in solving the case. The young girl said, sincerely. Fang Zheng shook his head. I was also puzzled. I was cultivating all this time. How did I attract an assassination? But after that, the people around me analyzed that this demonic Gu master was hired by the other two clans to kill a rising star like me. You also know that Bai and Xiong clans have always hated our Guyue clan. Xiong clan is the most suspicious. They had once recruited demonic Gu masters. Xiong clan? Ha! Tai Ruanan could not help but feel dejected. Xiong clan was already swallowed by the wolf tide. It seems this clue is broken again. But at this time, there was a commotion outside the door. Look, isn't that Xiong clan's men? Didn't Xiong clan get exterminated? Why are their envoys here? The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused a huge commotion in the entire village. Everyone was discussing. Soon, there was news from the clan head pavilion. Xiong clan still has a large number of survivors. They retreated on their own, using a Gu left behind by our ancestor. At the same time, they concealed many of their figures, deceiving everyone. This group of bastards, passively avoiding battle, and letting the wolf tide spread to our side. Humph! These Xiong clan people are big and crude, but their hearts are actually very sinister. They want to use the wolf tide to weaken us. Too despicable. Guyue clansmen were filled with righteous indignation. The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused the entire situation of Qing Mao Mountain to change drastically. Originally, they thought it would be a battle between Bai clan and Guyue clan, but to think it would still be a battle between three clans. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Xiong clan was a clan that had stood strong for hundreds of years, and similarly had a deep foundation. Which clan did not have an old ancestor or a trump card? After Xiong clan's envoys left, Guyue Bo immediately called for an elder meeting. These bastards from the Xiong clan village are really despicable. They actually retreated. I really can't look down on anyone. The Xiong clan has always been ranked behind our clan and the Bai clan, and is considered to be at the bottom of the Qingmao Mountain. But since they have such a scheme, we have to be even more careful in the future. They want to kill us with a borrowed knife, using the wolf tide to eradicate us. If it weren't for that lightning leakin', we wouldn't have had to sacrifice so many elders. These people deserve to die. If not for divine investigator Tai's appearance, I'm afraid that even the two patriarchs would have lost their lives. We can't let these people go for nothing. It's necessary to demand compensation. It was us and the Bai family who worked together to get rid of the lightning leakin'. But as for how to ask for compensation, I still need to think it over carefully. The elders spoke one after the other, and finally came to a conclusion after the discussion. The Guyue clan would send an envoy to the Xiong clan. He must find out the truth about the Xiong family. If the Xiong family was strong enough, they would have to ally with the Bai family. If the Xiong family was too weak, they might just send people to eliminate them and seize their spirit spring. Then, who is the most suitable person to go to the Xiong clan? Guyue Bo looked around and asked, which elder can take on this responsibility? The hall immediately became silent. The elders looked at each other. No one was willing to go. Now was the time of internal strife, and the crucial time to divide the cake of benefits. If they went to the Xiong clan and caused their own bloodline to be leaderless, others would take advantage of it. When they returned, the situation would be set. I feel that to go to the Xiong clan, there must be an experienced and mature person who can take charge. Among everyone here, only the Mo Chun clan can take on this responsibility. Guyue Yaoji suddenly said. Guyue Mo Chun snorted and immediately retorted. In terms of qualifications, Master Yao Ji is more qualified than me. Especially in terms of popularity, I can't catch up and concede defeat. Looks like we will have to trouble Master Yao Ji to go to the Xiong clan. Elder Mo Chun is right. I also recommend Madam Yao Ji. A family elder stood up. I feel that Master Mo Chun is more suitable. Another elder immediately retorted. The scene was chaotic. Gu Yue both sat on the main seat and watched coldly without making a sound. The medicine faction already had the intention of leaving him and was no longer under his control. Therefore, he didn't want to help either side and quietly watched the situation. This was the first contest between the medicine faction and the MO faction. Both sides had political allies. It could be seen that the leaders of both sides had made many compromises and exchanges of benefits. But overall, the medicine faction was slightly stronger. Gu Yue, Yao Ji's popularity, and the Qi faction's inclination were the main reasons for this situation. Gu Yue watched coldly from the side, secretly remembering everyone's factions. As the clan leader, of course he didn't want to see power fall to someone else. These elders were all his opponents, but he decided to wait and see first and not make a move. The MO faction has too many resources and power, and they lost an heir. Therefore, the medicine faction is in a hurry to jump out and take a bite. Therefore, the key to this battle is on one person. Gu Yue both thought inwardly and moved his gaze to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been sitting on his seat, not saying a word. It seems that this Fang Yuan and the MO faction aren't very close and haven't reached an agreement of benefits. Otherwise, he would have helped already. Is this my chance? Gu Yue couldn't help but think. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. His action instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then he said something shocking. The mission to the village is very important. It concerns the rise and fall of our clan. I am willing to take on the mission and investigate the Xiong clan situation for the clan. What? Fang Yuan is volunteering to go. What does he mean? Is he really dumb or pretending to be dumb? Isn't he afraid that by the time he returns, the benefits will have already been divided? All the elders were bewildered. Fang Yuan had his own plans. If he went to the Xiong clan, he might be able to find an opportunity to instigate a conflict between the three clans. Even if he couldn't, he would have a chance to leave. Wait a minute. Anyone can be the envoy, but not Fang Yuan. The door suddenly opened, and Tai Ruonen rushed in. Fang Yuan turned around, and his pupils shrunk. He saw the father and daughter of the Tai clan walking in, with two people following behind them. One of them looked very similar to Fang Yuan. It was his younger brother, Gu Yue Fangzheng. The other was Gu Yue Jiang. I wonder why Divine Investigator Tai is here. Gu Yue stood up to welcome them. His tone was slightly displeased. This is Gu Yue clan's internal discussion. How can you just barge in like this? Gu Yue clan leader and elders, I have already investigated the true identity of the demonic Gu master who tried to kill Gu Yue Fangzheng. Tai Shueleng said. Oh, it's like this. Wasn't that demonic Gu master ordered by the Xiong clan? Could there be some kind of inside story? That's right. This demonic Gu master's true identity is actually a hunter in the village at the foot of the mountain. But due to a coincidence, he became a demonic Gu master. His name is Wang Er, and the reason why he tried to kill Gu Yue Fangzheng was because of Fangzheng's brother, Fang Yuan. Saying so, Tai Ruonen stared at Fang Yuan. Brother, to think you are such a person. Fangzheng clenched his fists, his eyes showing anger. Little girl, what do you mean? Gu Yue Mo Chen's voice turned gloomy. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan hired this demonic Gu master to assassinate his brother. Fangzheng? Gu Yue Yao Ji said, excitedly. Even Gu Yubo's expression changed, slightly adjusting his posture in his seat. You are mistaken. Tai Ruan shook her head. The real situation is that Fang Zheng killed innocent people and killed Old Man Wang's family, causing Wang Er to take revenge. But Wang Er did not know Fang Yuan had a brother, and mistook Fang Zheng for Fang Yuan, so he killed him to take revenge. Little girl, everything needs to be based on evidence. An elder said, Of course I have evidence. Gu Yue Jiang, tell us everything you know. Tai Ruan came prepared, and was not flustered. Gu Yue Jiang, he sighed, looking at the Tai father and daughter in fear, walking forward while trembling. He then knelt on the ground, crying, This subordinate has failed in his duty. Clan leader, please punish me. Gu Yuebo's expression was gloomy. What's the matter? Say it first. Don't hide anything. Back then, when Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's family, it was under Gu Yue Jiang, his jurisdiction, and was discovered by him when he rushed to the scene. Because of the assessment, he had suppressed this matter and concealed it from the public. But to think that today it was exposed by Tai Ruan. That's what happened. Jiang, he stammered. He didn't exaggerate the details. It was very simple and in line with the truth. At this moment, he did not dare to lie. Fang Yuan was also an elder. He did not dare to exaggerate. I did not expect the truth to be like this. Fang Yuan killed Wang Er's father. Wang Er came to take revenge and found Fang Zheng. So it was like this. Fang Zheng suffered an undeserved calamity and blocked a calamity for Fang Yuan. The elders whispered to each other. Fang Zheng clenched his fists even tighter, anger rising in his heart. He finally could not endure it and shouted at Fang Yuan, Brother, how can you treat human life like grass? That old man and girl are innocent mortals. How can you do this? Facing his brother's responsibility, Fang Yuan was indifferent, as if he did not hear anything. Gu Yue Fang Zheng was not the main point. Fang Yuan looked at the Tai father and daughter. To be able to dig out the truth in such a short time, they were indeed worthy of the divine investigator title. No matter what gu they used or what methods they used to make Jiang He yield and reveal his secret, they were indeed capable. Such ability made Fang Yuan even more certain that the matter of him killing Jia Jinsheng would be exposed by the Tai father and daughter. It was only a matter of time. After all, this was the world of Gu. Gu could be used to commit crimes, and Gu could also be used to solve crimes. Chapter 180. Elder Fang Yuan, is it true that you killed Old Man Wang's entire family? On the main seat, Gu Yuebo asked in a deep voice. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. The young elder laughed coldly. It is indeed true. Gu Yue Fang Zheng closed his eyes with a heavy heart. Although he killed many lightning wolves, he had never killed anyone. When he heard Fang Yuan admit it, he suddenly felt that his own brother was so unfamiliar and distant. This kind of distance was mixed with the fear of his ruthless methods, and also the anger of being implicated by the innocent. Fang Yuan, don't you feel any guilt for killing innocent people like this? Maybe you have some difficulties. You can say it out. Tai Ruan frowned. She, who was filled with righteousness, hated people like Fang Yuan the most. So what if I killed them? I don't need to tell you my story. But I didn't know that the missing Wang Er was a demonic Gu master. I also didn't know that Fang Zheng would be implicated. Fang Yuan said honestly, Brother, are you not going to say anything to me? Fang Zheng opened his eyes red. What do you want me to say? Words of consolation or words of apology? Humph, little brother, you are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Damn it, brother, don't think you are so great just because you advanced to clan elder. Let me tell you, I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth. His fists clenched so hard that veins popped out. Enough! Gu Yuebo couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Fang Zheng, step down. What kind of propriety is it to make such a big fuss here? His words had a hidden meaning, hiding his dissatisfaction. Tai Ruanen couldn't sense it, but divine investigator Tai Shuelong reacted immediately. He took a step forward and cupped his fists. Clan leader Guyue and clan elders, my daughter barged into your clan's discussion hall. It is indeed inappropriate. I apologize for offending all of you. The clan elders hurriedly stood up and said that they didn't dare. Guyue Bo's expression softened. Tai Shuelong continued. However, this little brother Fang Yuan, because he is involved in Jia Jinsheng's case, he is still a suspect. I hope that he can stay in the stronghold and try not to go to the outer stronghold. Guyue Bo rubbed his temples and sighed. We, the Guyue clan, also hope to give Lord Jia Fu an explanation. Since this is what the divine arrester wants, Elder Fang Yuan will have to suffer a little before he is cleared of suspicion. I hope you can understand. Guyue Bo looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was sincere, but his gaze was deep. Although Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's family, they were only mortals. What was wrong with a Gu master killing mortals? Especially when this Gu master was a clan elder. Thus, there was no punishment. Yes. Fang Yuan looked at Guyue Bo and replied expressionlessly. Damn it, it's like this again. Tai Ruanen punched the tree trunk, causing the leaves to fall. She was furious and gritted her teeth. He clearly killed someone, but he turned a blind eye to it and didn't say anything. Father, are you saying that mortals aren't humans? Why do Gu masters feel that killing mortals is a matter of course? Tai Shuelong was silent like a statue at the side. The weather was gloomy and the wind blew, causing the leaves in the forest to rustle. Tai Ruanen suddenly lowered her head, her expression dejected. I'm sorry, Father. She apologized. I didn't listen to your instructions and used the intuition Gu. Sigh. The divine arrester heaved a long sigh, his deep gaze falling on the young girl. Child, you hate evil so much and have a strong sense of justice, just like me when I was young. As a father, I feel gratified but also worried. Worried about what? Your ambition is even greater than mine. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals in the world and fill up the demon suppression tower. But you want to make everyone equal, to make Gu masters and mortals alike, to make law and reason spread throughout the world. This kind of ambition and ideal is too big and too heavy. Tai Shuelong's words were filled with vicissitudes of life. But, Father, the so-called law, justice, if we don't treat everyone equally, then what is the meaning of justice and law? How could a young man be considered a young man if he didn't have some arrogant ideals? I believe in human effort. As long as I work hard, I might be able to achieve it. Tai Ruanen's tone was agitated, her eyes filled with longing. Tai Shuelong was silent for a while before saying, One day you will understand, Ruanen. But that's good. Young people should walk their own path. Setbacks will lead to maturity. Father is old. I won't interfere with you anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want. Saying so, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Tai Ruanen. This is... Tai Ruanen opened the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was Jia Fu's reply. It recorded all the information regarding Jia Jinsheng's case, including Fang Yuan's stone gambling possessing the liquor worm, how he used the bamboo gentleman Gu to interrogate Fang Yuan, and even the second time Fang Yuan made a bid, the talent he displayed during the transaction, and the fact that he was recruited by Jia Fu. Tai Ruanen read the contents of Fang Yuan's bid 3 times, her eyes shining brightly. This Fang Yuan is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also intelligent and scheming. My intuition tells me that he is very suspicious. If he really is the murderer, then he is really terrifying. His lies did not cause the bamboo gentleman goose expression to change. What kind of method is this? Tai Ruan and muttered to herself. What are you going to do next? Tai Shuelong asked. Jia Jinsheng's case has happened a long time ago. It is full of mysteries and mysteries. Up until now, Jia Jinsheng's corpse has not appeared, and we can't even deduce the crime scene. This case is too clean. I don't know where to start. There is only one prime suspect, Fang Yuan. Even though Wang Er's clues are cut off, and there is no evidence to prove that he is the murderer. But without any other targets, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Fang Yuan. Tai Ruan and replied energetically. You feel that there is something suspicious about Fang Yuan? Tai Shuelong asked. There are many suspicious points. Tai Ruan and immediately said, this Fang Yuan clearly only has C-grade aptitude. Why is his cultivation speed faster than Fang Jing's? Although he has the help of the liquor worm and the relic gu, this speed is still too fast. Guyue tribe might not have sensed anything wrong, but bystanders can see more clearly. This is one of the suspicious points. Other than this, there is another suspicious point. That is his luck. He gambled on rocks for the first time in his life, buying 6 purple gold rocks and getting 2 live gu at once. One is the mudskin toad. The other is the liquor worm. Isn't his luck a little too good? Tai Shuelong nodded. Yes, continue. This Fang Yuan looks ordinary, but if you look deeper, you will find that he is as mysterious as the thick fog in the mountains. Many things that he accidentally reveals will make people ponder over it for a long time. For example, his stone dissecting technique. He actually used the moonlight gu to dissect the rock, and did not damage the core of the rock. It's really unimaginable for a student to have such fine control. Wait a minute. Tai Ruan paused. At this moment, she discovered something, and her eyes shone brightly, becoming as sharp as an eagle's. Her gaze focused on a line of words in the letter, and after staring at it for a long time, her eyes became brighter and brighter. I found a flaw. This Fang Yuan is very suspicious. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and shouted excitedly. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose along with the steam, spreading throughout the study. Fang Yuan calmly lifted the teacup, blowing on the floating tea leaves, and drank a mouthful of hot tea before leisurely letting out a breath. Looking at the leisurely Fang Yuan in front of him, Guyue Mo Chen painstakingly endured, feeling the veins on his forehead throbbing. Previously, when Fang Yuan asked for an exorbitant price, he was so angry that he chased Fang Yuan out on the spot. But today, he had no choice but to invite Fang Yuan over again. This was because the situation was stronger than the person. The medicine faction was pressuring him everywhere, and the fact that he had fallen to rank 2 would be exposed sooner or later. The Mo faction was in a precarious situation and urgently needed an elder to act as a son-in-law. Stabilizing the hearts of the people was the same as stabilizing their own position. But this little bastard Fang Yuan is too despicable, asking for such an exorbitant price. Does he really think that the Mo faction is making money every day? Guyue Mo Chen fiercely cursed in his heart while putting on a warm smile on his face, speaking in a negotiating tone. Elder Fang Yuan, your price is too ruthless. It greatly exceeds the bottom line of the Mo faction. Can't you lower it a little more? Fang Yuan glanced at Guyue Mo Chen. This old man in front of him knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was worthy of admiration. Actually, his current situation was getting worse. The Tai family father and daughter were forcing him into a desperate situation. Once they found out that he was Jia Jinsheng's murderer, Guyue tribe would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger, and at the same time, exchange for the Jia family's annual trade. The time was almost ripe, and Fang Yuan's tone loosened. Then I'll lower it by another 30%. But there is a condition. you need to pay 40,000 yuan stone in advance, and you also need a pig iron goo and a past life grass goo. Only then can you show your sincerity. Guyue Emochin heard this, and couldn't help but rub his brows, saying in a deep voice, I can give you the pig iron goo first, but my Mo faction really doesn't have the past life grass goo. We can't take out all 40,000 yuan stone in one go, so we can only give it to you in installments. Fang Yuan knew that Guyue Emochin, this old fox, wasn't telling the truth, but he also understood that if he continued to be overbearing, it would instead produce the opposite of what he wanted. All right, wait until you fulfill these first, then we can talk about the marriage. Before that, I will make a statement in the council meeting. Fang Yuan left after leaving these words. The study room fell into silence. After a while, Guyue Emochin suddenly spoke. Come out. The secret door was pushed open, and a young girl with red eyes from crying walked out. Grandpa! She bowed. It was Guyue Emoyen. Guyue Emochin heaved a long sigh. You are quite clear about the clan's situation. Emoyen, the clan needs your sacrifice. Can you understand? Yes. The young girl choked with sobs, lowering her head. No matter which world, there was no free lunch. Even Fang Yuan, as a clan elder, had contributed a lot to the clan. It was just that the specific amount of effort and gain varied from person to person. As for these youngsters who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths, they similarly didn't have free rights. To enjoy the clan's nurturing, they had to have the awareness of sacrifice. And this awareness Guyue Emoyen had long ago. Chapter 181. The live iron goo was a rank 2 goo, shaped like a coal briquette, fist-sized and pitch black, with countless small holes on its surface. Fang Yuan injected his white-silver primeval essence into it, and the live iron goo floated up, spinning on its own before spewing out a black, fog-like iron aura from the holes. The chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Fang Yuan's feet, its dark golden carapace full of scars, and the 2 rows of silver serrations were damaged. However, as the iron chi surged over and covered these scars, the scars were actually gradually being erased. The black iron aura continued to deplete, and the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of serrations grew at a visible rate. Healing goo were divided into different categories. Some healed goo masters, some healed all sorts of injuries, and some targeted goo worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the live iron goo was its healing goo. An hour later, the live iron goo became smaller, from a fist-sized coal briquette to the size of a marble, before finally disappearing. It was an expendable goo, but its sacrifice was exchanged for the chainsaw golden centipede's recovery. The chainsaw golden centipede now looked brand new. The 2 rows of silver serrations were as bright as new, shining with a cold light on the dark golden carapace. The scars had mostly healed. Only 5 or 6 shallow scars remained on his body. But this was not a big deal, as in a few weeks, these scars would disappear due to the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability. But without the live iron goo relying on the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability, it would take at least half a year for the serrations to fully grow. The chainsaw golden centipede was tough and soft, and although it consumed less primeval essence and had strong attacks, it was too tough and had flaws in its recovery ability. Everything in this world was balanced, and there was no such thing as an all-powerful goo. There were advantages and disadvantages. Even rank 6, rank 7, and above goo followed this law of nature. This way, the chainsaw golden centipede's battle strength has completely recovered. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, lightly touching the chainsaw golden centipede's cold carapace, his face slightly pale. His pale face was covered in cold sweat. Damn it, at this time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously covering his abdomen. His consciousness entered the aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was dead silent. The entire aperture was filled with an oppressive force. All the other goo were fiercely suppressed to the side. Only the spring-autumn cicada in the middle of the aperture above the sea was giving off a beautiful yellow and green light. At this moment, not only had the spring-autumn cicada's wings recovered, but even its main body had gained a lot more luster. Just like a falling object, the lower it was, the faster it would fall. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was the same. After surviving the initial difficult and slow period, the more time passed, the faster its recovery speed became. Thus trouble came. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo master, while Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 goo master. His aperture gradually found it hard to contain the spring-autumn cicada. In the past, spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak, and the burden on the aperture was not heavy. But now, the spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, displaying the strength of a rank 6 goo, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to be like a small temple unable to contain a great deity. If this goes on before the Tai father and daughter find out the truth, I might die from the spring-autumn cicada. When it rains, it pours. The real solution was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. When he became a rank 6 goo master, his aperture would have the ability to contain the spring-autumn cicada. But this method would take too long. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he used a total of 400 years to reach rank 6. He was now a C-grade talent with a rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6, he seriously lacked time. Besides this, there was a temporary solution. That was to bring the spring-autumn cicada out of the aperture and let it live outside his body. But this method also had a huge disadvantage. First, the spring-autumn cicada was not a battle goo and had no ability to protect itself. It was safer to hide it in the aperture. Secondly, once a rank 6 goo appeared, it would interfere with the laws and cause a phenomenon in a certain area. As long as it stayed in a certain area for a long time, there would be a flock of strong goo masters attracted to it. Fang Yuan was now in the village. There were many people, and he was being watched by the Tai father and daughter. Once the spring-autumn cicada came out of his body, it would be noticed immediately. Thus, he could only endure. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is getting faster and faster. At this rate, I don't have much time left. When I get the 40,000 yuan stones from Guyue and Emochun, I will pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus and leave. As for the Tai father and daughter, I can only take one step at a time. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He could only delay the matter of the Tai father and daughter. But now, the spring-autumn cicada did not give him any time to delay. He was already forced into a desperate situation, and time was pressing. Every minute and second he wasted was decreasing his chances of survival. The situation of goo masters dying from their own goo worms was not rare. Many goo masters forcefully used their goo worms and died from the backlash of the goo worm's power. Not mentioning the distant Guyue and Qing Shu's example was right in front of him. 6 pieces of purple gold stones, each the size of a fist. With Fang Yuan's cultivation at that time, he actually managed to open 5 pieces on the spot. How can he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ruanan's gaze was fixated on the relevant line in the letter as she laughed complacently. Tai Shueleng nodded. You finally found a suspicious point here. Not bad. Only by paying attention can you discover things that ordinary people cannot see. But what can you deduce from this suspicious point? Tai Ruan closed her eyes and activated her intuition goo. In the darkness, she felt a flash of inspiration in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes. Intuition tells me that Fang Yuan already has the liquor worm. But intuition can be wrong sometimes. It cannot represent evidence. Tai Shueleng reminded, isn't it easy to get evidence He, as long as he has the liquor worm, he will have to feed it. As long as it is fed, there will be traces left behind. Tai Ruonan's lips curled into an arc. Let's go. We will go find Guyue Fangjing. As his younger brother, he should be most familiar with Fang Yuan. You are asking about Big Brother's past. Fangjing's expression revealed a complex expression. He sighed and recalled. Big Brother was an outstanding person in the past. He displayed his talent since young and wrote many poems, causing the whole village to pay attention to him. At that time, I was in awe of him and admired him. In my heart, he was like a mountain that I could not climb. Maybe it was because he stood too high and fell. Later on, in the aptitude ceremony, he was tested to only have C-grade aptitude. Thus he was dispirited for a long time. He slept in class and did not return home at night, getting drunk all day long. From that moment on, I understood that Big Brother was also a human. Wait, you said getting drunk? Tai Ruonan sharply sensed this key word and squinted her eyes. Yes, there was a period of time when he was extremely drunk. Sigh, maybe the reality was too cruel. He was a C grade, but his brother was an A grade. He probably couldn't accept it. Actually, if I put myself in his shoes, I can understand his feelings and feelings. Fangjing said, Then let me ask you, from that time on, would Fang Yuan buy wine every once in a while? Tai Ruonan asked again. Yes. From that moment on, Big Brother fell in love with the wine and spent a lot of money on it. There was a period of time when he was addicted to green bamboo wine. That is our village's specialty, a very expensive wine. He willfully robbed his classmates of their yuan stone allowance just to buy wine. This kind of behavior was too much, to the point that none of the students liked him. Why? Is there a problem here? In the end, Fangjing expressed his doubts. There is a huge problem. I suspect that your big brother's liquor worm was not obtained from stone gambling, but he had it for a long time. Your big brother's drunkenness was just a performance. His real motive was to hide the fact that he obtained the liquor worm and fed it. Tai Ruonan replied in a low voice. What? Fangjing heard this and stood up from his seat in shock. This news was too surprising. What you said just now made me even more suspicious. Where does your big brother usually buy wine? I need to investigate further. Tai Ruonan also stood up. She was racing against time, full of energy and swift in her actions. In the entire village, there is only one place that sells green bamboo wine, and that is the only inn. Then I'll take my leave. Tai Ruonan turned and left. Wait, I'll go with you. Fangjing hesitated for a moment, then chased after her. Half an hour later, Tai Ruonan walked on the bluestone street and concluded, I've already asked the innkeeper. The situation is already very clear. Fang Yuan bought so much wine for a deeper purpose, that is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to stone gambling to reasonably expose the liquor worm in front of everyone. All of this was planned by him. On the side, Guyue Fangjing walked absent-mindedly, his face somewhat lifeless. He did not expect the truth to be like this. There was a time when he looked down on Fang Yuan, thinking that he was decadent and self-deprecating. From that moment onwards, he felt that the peak of the past was no longer unreachable. But the truth was, all of this was Fang Yuan's disguise, his performance, his plot. The surrounding people were all kept in the dark and were running around in circles. And he, Guyue Fangjing, was no exception. Looking down on his big brother in the past, looking down on him now, it seemed like a joke full of ridicule. Big brother, in your heart, what am I? Am I a joke in your eyes when you pretend to be drunk? Big brother, you are so scheming. In your heart, am I so childish that you can sneer at me? Fangjing roared in his heart. He was ashamed. He was angry. He felt like he was being toyed with by Fang Yuan all along. acting out a laughable and childish play. He could feel Fang Yuan's disdain towards him. "Big brother, how can you do this to me?" Chapter 182. Once in Fang Zheng's heart, Fang Yuan was like a mountain, so high that he could not climb it. Once, Fang Zheng thought that the shadow of this mountain would shroud him for the rest of his life. But life brought him an unexpected turn of events. Fang Yuan's decadence made Fang Zheng see his weakness. The mountain in Fang Zheng's heart collapsed. However, this was just his brother's performance. A play? The mountain that had collapsed in his heart now seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog. "Brother, what kind of person are you?" Only then did Fang Zheng realize that he couldn't figure out his biological brother at all. Fang Yuan's scheming was too deep such acting skills, and the cruelty of killing made him feel extremely unfamiliar. This feeling of unfamiliarity was mixed with a fear that even Fang Zheng did not want to admit. This damned feeling returned to his heart. He tried his best to get rid of this fear, which made him subconsciously follow Tai Ruonan's footsteps. "Lady Tai, thank you for letting me discover the truth and see another side of my brother. Helping you is helping me. Tell me, I will tell you everything I know." Fang Zheng said sincerely. Tai Ruonan nodded, then shook her head. "I basically know what I need to know. Now the question is, where did Fang Yuan's liquor worm come from?" "You're right. This is very strange." Brother's situation at that time, he had not inherited his parents' inheritance, and his aptitude was only C grade, and he had just started cultivating. Where did he get the liquor worm? Fang Zheng frowned. There are only two reasons for this situation. One is someone else's sponsorship. The second is a legacy. Who would invest in a C-grade aptitude person? If it's a legacy, then what is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruonan could not help but stop. Legacy inheritance. Legacy inheritance. The word kept repeating itself in her mind. She fell into deep thought. If it's a legacy, then everything makes sense. First, the origin of the liquor worm can be explained. Secondly, we have a motive for Jia Jinsheng's assassination. Tai Ruonan's heart palpitated. The main question that had puzzled her was the motive for the murder. There was always a motive for murder. Fang Yuan revealed the liquor worm. Jia Jinsheng wanted to buy it. However, the value of the liquor worm was still relatively low and not enough to constitute a motive for murder. But if Jia Jinsheng, who couldn't take a loss, insisted on buying Fang Yuan's liquor worm, and then followed him and discovered a hidden inheritance, what would Fang Yuan do? He. Tai Ruonan laughed. Fang Zheng gave him a strange look. Tai Ruonan turned back. "I want to check the history of the Guyue tribe." Fang Zheng shook his head and spread his hands. "The historical records are kept in the forbidden area of the family. How can outsiders read them? Can you go in, then?" Fang Zheng shook his head. "He must be an elder." "Is that so? What should I do?" Tai Ruonan frowned. "Lady Tai, maybe I can help you." A one-armed old woman walked out from the shadows. It was none other than Guyue Yaoji. She was still the head of the medicine faction. However, ever since she stepped down from her position and was replaced by Guyue Zhong, she had cut off her own arm. Her power had shrunk to an unimaginable degree, but the pursuit of power was deeply ingrained in her bones. She deeply understood that working with Guyue Zhong was only a temporary solution. Only by taking down the MO faction would she have the capital to take back her position as the medicine faction's elder. To take down the MO faction, all she had to do was kill their hope. And this hope was naturally Guyue Fang Yuan. "Divine investigator Tai, to tell you the truth, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Please follow me. I will bring you into the forbidden area of the family." He. If it was any other time, that place would be heavily guarded. But unfortunately, I am in charge of guarding the forbidden area now. Guyue Yaoji laughed sinisterly. Of course, she wanted to get someone else to do her dirty work, but if Feng Yuan was innocent, she would not be stingy in framing and slandering him. In a secret room in the underground cave, Tai Ruan saw a secret manual that recorded the history of Guyue clan. From the first generation, when the Guyue village was just built, to its golden age, and now it was in dire straits. The secret manual recorded all the big and small historical events in these hundreds of years. It was very detailed. This first-generation clan leader has a mysterious origin. He founded the Guyue village alone. He is very likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruan flipped through the first few pages and said something shocking. This is nothing. Many demonic Gu masters, when they get tired of roaming, would choose to start a family and establish a clan. Hundreds of years later, they would change from black to white, and these clan descendants would become righteous people. There are many such situations. It is not strange. Tai Shuelong said at the side. Then, his previous crimes, are they written off just like that? Tai Ruanan's expression was indignant. These demonic Gu masters commit crimes, and when they get tired, they will settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this letting them off too easily? Tai Shuelong sighed faintly. Ruanan, when I was young, I was like you, thinking that the black in this world is black and the white is white. But when you see more, you will find that this world is actually gray. Sometimes black can turn into white, and white can turn into black. Some black may not be more sinister than white, and some white may have deeper sins. Moreover, demonic Gu masters also have their own difficulties. Righteous Gu masters control the cultivation resources, while demonic Gu masters are alone and can only rely on some extreme methods. Like the first-generation clan leader, being able to repent is already a good example. At least he no longer does evil, turning from black to white and contributing to the righteous path. Tai Shuelong consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruanen was not convinced. She shook her head, saying resolutely, "Father, it is wrong for you to sympathize with demonic Gu masters like this. White is white, black is black. If they commit a crime, they should be punished. If they break the law, they should be punished. Otherwise, where is justice? Where is justice? Where is the law? This is not sympathy. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are crimes. As long as people exist, crimes will not stop. My child, you will gradually realize that a person's strength is just too weak." Tai Ruanan's tone was full of vicissitudes and sorrow. "Forget it. It is still too early for you to talk about this. You should focus on solving the case." "Yes, father." Tai Ruanan curled her lips, not taking Tai Shuelong's bleak words to heart. When people are young, they always think they can change the world. But when they grow up, they will gradually realize that maintaining their own nature and not being changed by the world is already a great success. The young girl continued to read, but her hands suddenly stopped. Fourth-generation clan, leader, flower wine monk, liquor worm. Her eyes brightened, electric currents flickered, and sharp teeth were like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzy lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ningbing, its claws drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ningbing did not move, and in his blue eyes, the frenzy lightning wolf's claws grew larger, but he had no intention of dodging. Suddenly, a white rainbow shot out from the aperture on his abdomen. The rainbow exploded, and white light rained down like rain. In the rain of light, an elegant white snake appeared, its long silver whiskers fluttering like immortal ribbons. Facing this rank 5 snake, Gu, the frenzy lightning wolf that was howling arrogantly a moment ago immediately became listless and wanted to retreat. But the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and lightly spat out a cloud of mist. The white mist seemed slow, but was actually fast, covering the frenzy lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf's vision was obscured by this mist, and it anxiously leapt backwards. But no matter how it moved, this white mist followed it like a shadow, covering its body and preventing it from escaping. The white form immortal snake Gu's ability was this maze mist. After covering it, it could cause enemies to lose their sense of direction, and their vision would be filled with white mist. Wild beasts like lightning wolves had strong eyesight, but weak hearing. The frenzy lightning wolf was the same. Right now, its most powerful sensory organ was obscured, and it anxiously howled. As it moved, it crashed through many trees and rocks, becoming more and more berserk. Howl! It suddenly opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a ray of blue lightning. The lightning shot towards Bai Ningbing, but Bai Ningbing did not have any intention of dodging. Crack! The lightning struck Bai Ningbing's chest, piercing through it. Bai Ningbing slowly lowered his head, and the large hole created by the lightning allowed him to see the back from the front. But very quickly, this large wound started to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the wound, and soon the ice melted, turning into flesh and blood. This is the true strength of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. I am ice, and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary Gu masters can be healed in a few breaths for me. Bai Ningbing sighed in his heart, and then slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was originally broken, but now with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, it had already recovered to its original state. The white form immortal snake Gu also sensed the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique and entered my aperture. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique can attract water-type Gu worms. It is so strong, yet so weak. Bai Ningbing sighed towards the sky. These days, he did not suppress his cultivation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique was getting stronger, but he also felt that his death was approaching. Great Immortal is still not moving. At this time, the Bai clan leader walked over and asked in concern. Bai Ningbing shook his head. This snake Gu did not acknowledge me, but was attracted by the aura of my Northern Dark Ice Soul physique and moved from the spirit spring to my aperture. Only when I am in danger and my life is in danger will it come out to protect me. But the white form immortal snake was not refined by Bai Ningbing, thus this protection effect was extremely limited. For example, the frenzy lightning wolf's lightning was too fast, and the white form immortal snake could not react in time, and Bai Ningbing was struck. In the end, the white form immortal snake was not a defensive Gu. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Jiang Fan and the river-swallowing toad were also like this. Although Jiang Fan obtained the rank 5 river-swallowing toad's help, he was still assassinated by a Gu master. By clan leader's side, he felt extreme regret and pity towards this, but he had no other choice. He had done everything he could. Right, the results of the 3 clans' negotiation is out. Xiong clan's strength is mostly preserved and cannot be underestimated. Finally, the 3 clans decided to hold a 3-clan tournament. Based on this result, the compensation will be decided. This tournament can only be participated by Gu masters below 30 years old. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I already have a premonition that my life is coming to an end. To be able to have a tournament, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. No need to thank me. I am only thinking for the clan. Bai clan leader's expression was embarrassed. He was the one who suggested this, and the goal was to squeeze out Bai Ningbing's value to the greatest degree. However, Bai Ningbing's gratitude was sincere. There was no movement from the white form immortal snake Gu, which meant he had no fate with the first ancestor's inheritance. But if there is life, there is death. So what? Bai Ningbing had already found his own path and was no longer afraid. But in his heart, there was still a battle that he could not let go. Fang Yuan, you will come to the 3-clan tournament, right? Don't disappoint me, because the current me is really very strong. Chapter 183. The flower wine monk knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The 4th-generation clan leader was kind and merciful. The 4th-generation clan leader killed the flower wine monk on the spot, but he was heavily injured and died not long after. What a pity! The people of the demonic path are indeed treacherous and fickle. As Tai Ruanen read the contents, her eyes gradually dimmed. A pity! The flower wine monk was killed on the spot and could not have left behind any inheritance. If he could, then the timing would be just right. The young girl sighed in her heart. She did not give up and continued to read through the Guyue history book. Only when the time was up did Guyue Yaoji come to urge them. The moment the Tai father and daughter left the main pavilion, Fang Zheng went up to them. Did you discover anything? Tai Shuelong was silent. Tai Ruanen shook her head with a bitter smile. But Fang Zheng said, I just thought of something that might be helpful to you. Brother was once very close to the Qi faction. The Qi faction elder, Guyue Lian, had defended him in front of everyone. Miss Tai, do you think this liquor worm was secretly given to my brother by Qi Lian? The Qi faction? Tai Ruanen frowned. That's right. Before the wolf tide, the Qi faction and the Mo faction were our Guyue faction's 2 biggest factions. Fang Zheng explained. How did the Qi faction get involved? Tai Ruanen was silent. She felt a headache coming on. This was her first time solving a case. She was originally full of confidence, but when she actually carried it out, she felt that it was extremely difficult. In the past, she saw her father solving cases like spinning silk from a cocoon. It was orderly and clear, as if success came naturally to him. But now that she was putting it into practice, she finally understood how difficult it was to solve cases. Sometimes there were no clues at all. Sometimes all kinds of clues appeared randomly, causing people to not know what to do. The truth was always shrouded in fog. She did not know if she was getting closer to the truth or getting further away. Was the Qi faction's clue useful or not? Tai Ruanen could not help but feel lost. She subconsciously looked at her father, Tai Shuelong. Father must have already found a clue. The young girl's admiration for her father deepened. If it was father, this case would have been solved long ago. I'm still too far away from my father. However, even if I fail, as long as father is by my side, the truth will be revealed and the culprit will be brought to justice. Tai Ruanen felt both ashamed and proud. With Tai Shuelong around, she wasn't worried that the culprit would go unpunished. However, the girl quickly shook her head, feeling a little annoyed. These frustrations were all directed at herself. Runen, you're such a good-for-nothing. Don't you want to surpass your father? Always wanting to rely on father, this kind of mentality will never be able to surpass the day. Ruanen, you have to work hard. You can do it. The girl pursed her lips and cheered herself on. Her will to fight surged through her again. She decided to overturn her previous assumption and start all over again. If the liquor worm wasn't obtained by Fang Yuan from the relic inheritance, but was given to him by someone else, then the Qi faction was the biggest suspect. But there was one thing. Why would the Qi faction secretly give the liquor worm to a C-grade aptitude student? What special advantage does Fang Yuan have that is worth the Qi faction's investment? Just because he is Fang Zheng's brother? No, this value is too small. Wait. It might not be the Qi faction's investment. There is another possibility, that is the Qi faction was threatened by Fang Yuan. If this is the case, what kind of leverage did Fang Yuan have that made the Qi faction pinch their nose and obediently compromise with a student who isn't even a Gu master? Tai Ruanen racked her brains, and an answer gradually appeared in her mind. But this answer was too vague, like a ray of light behind a paper window. Tai Ruanen could sense it, and knew it was there, but she couldn't touch it or see it clearly. Father. The girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tai Shuelong. I want to borrow the immortal finger. Tai Shuelong's tone was low and unhurried. This immortal finger gives clues based on the planted person's knowledge. It only thinks for you and might not be correct. Are you sure you want to use it? The girl nodded. The immortal finger was a seed. Tai Ruonen took it and buried it in the soil under her feet, then placed her palm on the ground and poured in her white-silver primeval essence. A few breaths later, she retracted her palm. Soon, the soil loosened and a sapling broke out of the ground. The newly born sapling had a translucent green color and was very fresh and tender. It grew with the wind, growing bigger and bigger. From a tender yellow-green color, it turned into a verdant green color and finally into a dark green color. It grew into the shape of a cactus. There were sharp black thorns on its surface, its skin was thick, and it was overflowing with dark green color. In a flash, a flower bud appeared at the center of its top. The white flower bud gradually grew into a flower bud, tender and beautiful, but the cactus's main body shrunk, as if it was dehydrated. Tai Ruonen stretched out her slender fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The cactus immediately turned gray and died in a few seconds. Immortal Finger was a rank 3 consumable goo. Tai Ruonen took out this flower bud and carefully opened it. The flower bud was not wrapped in flower petals, but instead resembled a ball of paper. Tai Ruonen completely opened the flower bud, turning it into a square piece of white paper with petals. On the white paper, there were 2 words, aptitude. These 2 words, to others, were ordinary and inexplicable, but to Tai Ruonen, it was the most important hint. Immortal Finger, a grass goo, was originally used here to provide inspiration to goo masters who were racking their brains to no avail. It often had the effect of poking through the window paper and allowing goo masters to gain enlightenment. Right aptitude, Tai Ruonen shouted. She immediately took out a letter from her bosom. This letter recorded all the information Jia Fu had gathered. In this information, there was a line that stated when and at what price Guiyue Lian bought the cleansing water goo. Right, this is it. I saw this earlier, but did not think of the deeper meaning. I felt that I had overlooked something. Immortal Finger thought for me and gave me the answer. That's right. Cleansing water goo only has one use, that is to remove the aura of foreign primeval essence in the aperture. Why does Guiyue Lian need it? This situation is too common. It happens frequently in many villages. It should be for Qi faction's inheritor. Qi faction's inheritor's aptitude is terrible, so Guiyue Lian injected primeval essence and raised his cultivation. To get rid of the repercussions, he needs the cleansing water goo. For some reason, Fang Yuan got hold of this secret and used it to threaten Qi faction, forcing them to compromise and give him the liquor worm. Tai Ruonen mumbled as she spoke of her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are too amazing. Just from this point, you can deduce so many things. But Guiyue City clearly has be great aptitude. Fang Zheng said, be great aptitude. Can't he cheat? It is too easy to prove this. As long as we check Qiqing's aperture, the truth will be revealed. Tai Ruonen's gaze shone as her lips curled up. No. Tai Shuelong shook his head. If the truth was found out, it would be a severe blow to Qi faction and cause turmoil in the higher-ups of Guiyue village, causing political strife. Tai Shuelong said, we are here to solve the case, not to cause destruction. We are outsiders, after all. Unless we have no other choice, we should not interfere in other clans' politics. Tai Ruonen nodded. Father is right. But other than this method, there are other ways to prove it. I remember that for every important sacrificial ceremony, the clan would use the photo-audio Gu to record it. This is a tradition. I believe Guyue clan is no exception. I want to check the video of that awakening ceremony. Divine Investigator Tai, you have been working hard for so many days to solve this case. Please have some tea. As for the video you want to check, it is stored in the secret room in the underground cave of my clan's forbidden area. It is not convenient for the two of you to enter, but I have already sent people to retrieve it. Just wait here for a while. Guyuebo sat and said with a smile, "Sorry to disturb clan leader." Tai Shuelong said politely. Tai Rua Nen and Guyue Fangjing were standing at the side. Divine Investigator Tai, I have a presumptuous request. Guyuebo suddenly said. Tai Shuelong said, "Oh, clan leader, please speak." This is our Qing Mao Mountain's internal matter. My clan, Bai clan and Xiong clan have always been in a stalemate. Now that the wolf tide has caused the three clans' strength to fluctuate, Xiong clan evaded with evil intentions and tried to use the wolf tide to weaken the other two clans. Our previous negotiations for compensation did not have an ideal result. Thus, our three clans discussed and held a three-clan tournament. Only young Gu masters below 30 years of age will participate, using the future strength of each clan to determine the victor. Saying so, Guyuebo sighed. I had already sensed something strange with Fang Yuan, but I did not investigate it in detail because of the wolf tide. If he really is the culprit, my clan will not protect him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay it for a few days. After all, the three-clan tournament is the day after tomorrow. Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's entire family. They were all mortals and were not worth pursuing. If he killed them, so be it. It was no big deal. But if Fang Yuan really killed Jia Jinsheng, the situation would be completely different. If Guyue clan still protected Fang Yuan, they would become enemies with the Jia clan. No more Jia clan caravans would come to trade with them, and it might even attract the Jia clan's revenge. Organizations would protect their internal members, but if it involved a huge threat to their interests, then they would abandon one or two members. Any mature organization would be familiar with this. The earliest formation of organizations was in the remote antiquity era. Due to the pressure of survival, humans gathered together and borrowed each other's strength to gather more food. This way, hunting would be more successful. The essence of any organization was to obtain more benefits. If one or two members obstructed the obtaining of benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing to do. Thus, even if the Guyue clan had few elders, the clan leader would not hesitate to abandon Fang Yuan. But the three-clan tournament would be held the day after tomorrow. The result of the tournament would determine the distribution of benefits in Qing Mao Mountain for the next few years. As a rank 3 Gu master, Fang Yuan was an important battle strength for the Guyue village. Chapter 184. It's about time. I can't wait any longer. Night had already fallen. In the dark room, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He had already taken off his Gu master attire and wore a black robe that covered his legs. Together with his long black hair, he looked like a specter in the dark. In his previous life, he was already used to having long hair. Some Gu worms needed long hair to display their might. For example, black hair Gu, steel mane Gu, and so on. Long hair was very convenient. Sometimes when he needed to change his appearance, he would cut his hair short. But short hair could only grow in a short period of time with the power of Gu worms. Not long ago, he made an agreement with Guyue and Mo Chen. Till now, the pig iron Gu and the 40,000 yuan stone had been delivered to Fang Yuan in batches. Only the grass Gu for healing was not in his hands. Without healing Gu, I can only forget about it. How can everything go according to plan? Reality is full of helplessness. Fang Yuan sighed and stood up. He lightly pushed open the door and used the stealth scale's goo, disappearing into the night. He was forced by the situation and had no choice but to take action. The Tai father and daughter were pressing harder and harder, and his plan to go to Xiong clan was also stopped. Most of Xiong clan's strength was preserved, causing Bai clan and Guyue clan to not dare to pressure them too much. Thus, their request for compensation ended in failure, and the three sides agreed to hold a three-clan competition, although the Mo faction wanted to recruit Fang Yuan. This caused Fang Yuan to be caught in a political struggle, causing the other clan elders to view him with enmity. Adding on the fact that Bai Ningbing was getting stronger the closer he got to death, the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous for Fang Yuan, forcing him into a desperate situation. Fang Yuan was a schemer, but his schemes needed to be supported by his own strength. Facing such a situation, even if he tried his best and improved greatly compared to his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to break out of this predicament. The situation is deteriorating. I can only make a risky move and use a strong medicine. Fang Yuan pondered and placed his thoughts on the heavenly essence treasure lotus. As long as he plucked the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be destroyed. The clan would definitely conduct a frantic investigation, but what else could they do other than investigate? The spirit spring had already been destroyed. Even if he retrieved the heavenly essence treasure lotus and placed it back into the spirit spring, or even destroyed it, he would not be able to restore the spirit spring. If the clan wanted to survive, what else could they do? There was only one way, and that was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs on Qingmao Mountain, and each one was occupied by 3 families. If one of them was destroyed by Fang Yuan, then the Guyue clan would only have one choice. 2 choices. That choice was war. There were 2 choices. The first was the Bai family, and the second was the Xiong family. Only by seizing the spirit spring of one of them would the Guyue clan have the material foundation to exist. Without the support of a spirit spring, a Gu master could not cultivate at all. However, this move was extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan had no other choice. The spring autumn cicada was recovering faster and faster. His aperture could no longer bear the burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back and fight for a chance of survival in the face of death. In the hall, the lights were lit. The Gu master had already taken out the photo-audio Gu, but this Gu was in Guyue Bo's hands. Divine Investigator Tai, what do you think of my request? Guyue Bo smiled. Tai Rua Nen lightly snorted. Tai Shuelung pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, if we find out that Fang Yuan is the culprit, I will also leave enough time for him to participate in the 3-clan competition. Father, Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed with a strange light. This was not Tai Shuelung's style. He. Divine Investigator Tai's words are worth a lot. He never goes back on his words. I trust you completely, and thank you for your understanding. Guyue Bo's smile became even more warm, but he was coldly snorting in his heart. Guyue Yaoji had secretly led the Tai father and daughter pair into the underground cave to read the clan's official history books. As the clan leader, how could he not know about this? It was just that the competition was near, and at the same time, the clan's political struggles were complicated. So he restrained himself. Although Tai Shuelung was a rank 5 expert, his great strength could not stifle the dissatisfaction in Guyue Bo's heart. Fortunately, the true contents are all recorded in the clan's secret history book, and only the clan leader knows about it. That official history book is only for outsiders to read. Guyue Bo was secretly pleased. Guyue clan's history books were divided into official history and secret history. The official history book was kept in the secret room in the underground cave, and the contents were covered up by the later generations, mixing truth and falsehood to fool people. As for the secret history book, it recorded the true contents without a trace of falsehood. There were even many secrets that could not be divulged, recorded in the records. For example, how to summon the flying guillotine. There was absolutely no such thing in the official history book. Only the secret history book recorded it in detail. Clan leader Guyue, my father has already agreed to your request. Can you show us the recording now? Tai Ruonan's tone was not pleasant. Even if divine investigator Tai did not agree, I would still do my best to cooperate with you in the investigation. Guyue smiled as he clarified, and with a light pinch, the photo-audio goo was crushed. This goo was crushed, but it turned into a lump of 7-colored smoke, mixed with all sorts of noises. Guyue opened his mouth and blew lightly, and this smoke floated to a wall, entering it, like a drop of ink falling into water. The pure, white wall soon had a rainbow imprint. The imprint grew larger and larger until it formed an image. It was the scene of the awakening ceremony. In this image, Fangjin quickly found himself, as well as many familiar faces. These faces were all excitedly looking around the cave, their faces filled with the immaturity of youths, like a fledgling that had just spread its wings and flew out of its nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruonan also quickly found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked in the group. Although he looked around, his gaze was calm and cold. Among his peers, he was like a crane among chickens. But if one did not pay attention to him, normal people would not notice this peculiarity. But now, everyone's gazes were focused on him, causing this peculiarity to be exposed. This Fang Yuan is really strange. At this moment, even Guyue could not help but show a slightly surprised expression. The image on the wall changed, and the youths arrived at the Sea of Flowers. They were about to awaken. One by one, the youths crossed the underground river, walking towards the Sea of Flowers on the other side. The Hope Goo's radiance rose and fell. The voices of the youths and clan elders could also be heard clearly. The scene of that time was replayed, making people feel like they were there. First, Guyue Mabe was tested to be grade aptitude, causing a commotion. Next, it was Guyue Chung, who was also tested to have B grade aptitude. There is indeed something strange. This Guyue Cheng's expression is too nervous, his body is stiff, and his skin color is not normal. It is just that the underground cave is not bright, but if you observe carefully, you can see that he has smeared something on his body to attract the Hope Goo. It should be cheating. Tai Ruonan saw this and was certain, but soon she frowned. Fang Yuan appeared. He crossed the river and went to the other side. The Hope Goo's radiance was not very bright. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The youths and clan elders sighed in disappointment and entered everyone's ears. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruonan's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's expression was very calm at that time. His back was facing the clan elders and the youths, thus others could not see his expression. But now, as a spectator, Tai Ruonan found that Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, without any change. It was as if he had already known this result. This is impossible. Putting myself in his shoes, if it was me, a 15-year-old with great potential, but was found to only have C grade aptitude. How could I not feel a trace of disappointment, and discouragement? How could this be? How could this be? Tai Ruonan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. A huge cloud of doubt shrouded her mind, causing her breathing to become stifled. Her heart was thumping wildly at this moment. Thoughts after thoughts flashed in her mind like lightning. Why? How could this be? Wait a minute, aptitude, could it be? Tai Ruonan raised her head, feeling as if her heart was about to explode. An extremely daring and crazy guess appeared in her mind. The bright light shone on Fang Jing's face. The awakening ceremony, to him, was the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he had a kind of life, humble and insignificant, unknown to the public. After the awakening ceremony, he had a different kind of life, shining brightly and bursting with confidence. In his memory, the awakening ceremony was a blur, and he was muddle-headed. At this moment, Fang Zheng looked at the ceremony from the perspective of a bystander. The complicated feelings in his heart could not be described with words. Fang Zheng saw himself on the stage, and at that time, he felt so inferior and weak. Following that, he saw himself falling into the river, struggling, and being picked up by his brother. Fang Yuan, his whole body drenched in water, looking extremely battered and exhausted. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was him in the past, the one who was mocked by so many people. Then he saw himself stepping onto the other shore, walking with his head lowered, his body shrouded in the light of hope, shocking countless people. This was a moment of glory. This was a moment of miracle. A great aptitude. From now on, the world was different. Fang Zheng, I have a question I want to ask you. Tai Ruan suddenly spoke, disturbing Fang Zheng's mood. What is it? Ask away. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Fang Zheng turned back, smiling. It's about your brother. When your brother was supporting you, I saw his lips moving, but the surroundings were too noisy. What did he say to you? Can you tell me truthfully? Tai Ruan's eyes shone as she asked. At that time, Fang Zheng fell into his memories. I think he said, the road. That's right. It's the road. Fang Zheng's eyes became clear. I remember now. He said to me, the road in the future will be exciting. That's strange. I didn't feel it at that time, but now that I think about it, I feel that my brother's words had a deeper meaning, as if he knew I had a great aptitude beforehand. Chapter 185. Lady Tai, what is the meaning of this? Fang Zheng did not understand. Tai Ruan pointed at the wall. Look at him, Gue Fang Yuan. Don't you think he is too calm? He was tested to have C-grade aptitude, but his brother was a great aptitude. Any normal person would feel their heart waver. But him, he was not moved. The praises and ridicule from the surroundings could not shake his heart. Don't you think it is strange? During the entire process, he was too calm. Tai Ruan's words attracted everyone's attention. At this time, the scene was replayed, and several gazes gathered on the painting wall on Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the crowd, all alone, standing there alone. A shadow covered most of his body, and this scene was in stark contrast to the other side. His brother, Gue Fang Zheng, was walking step by step, his body bathed in the white light of the Hope Gu. At this moment, the situation between the elder brother and younger brother changed. The former fell from the sky, falling into the lowest point of his life, shrouded in darkness. The latter was favored by fate, shining brightly, climbing to the peak. A 15-year-old youngster, experiencing such a huge change in his life, but there is not a trace of disappointment, bewilderment, or jealousy on him. There is only calmness. He is standing in the crowd, watching quietly like an outsider, like he is watching a show. Tai Ruan's voice came at the right time. Yes, Fang Yuan was watching quietly. The shadow covered most of his body. His expression was indifferent, with the unique, pale skin of a youngster. Gue both stared at the painting wall, muttering to himself. Fang Zheng, however, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Brother, what are you? Even if he expected the result of the awakening, his heart would be shaken and not so calm. I used the celestial finger earlier and thought the word aptitude was referring to Guiyue's city. Now that I think about it, it might not be Guiyue's city, it might be Fang Yuan. Tai Ruan said, Lady Tai, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Fang Zheng was even more confused. Tai Ruonan raised a finger. There is only one situation that could make Fang Yuan so calm. That was, he had an unknown backing. There was only one situation where he wouldn't be jealous, and that was when he had an even stronger trump card. When two people walked together, one person would pick up a primal stone on the road, and the other would only pick up 10 or 100 primal stones. Only then would he not feel jealous at all, and his heart would remain calm. And Fang Yuan is in such a situation. Are you saying that Fang Yuan cheated and hid his true aptitude? He's actually not a C-grade talent. Guiyuebo heard the meaning behind Tai Ruonan's words, but if he has B-grade or a great aptitude, why doesn't he openly display it? Fang Yuan has early wisdom. Tai Ruonan's lips curled up. She had a confident expression, giving off an enchanting radiance. These few days, I've read some of his poems from his early years. They were grand and grand. Even father couldn't help but praise them. Such a genius naturally has his own plans. Guiyuebo shook his head. Just based on this point, it doesn't mean anything. Hiding one's aptitude and revealing it are two completely different types of treatment. Even if Fang Yuan didn't know before, after a year in the academy, he should be clear about it. Of course he knows. That's why he doesn't dare to reveal it. Tai Ruonan's words were straightforward, with a trace of decisiveness. What do you mean? Guiyuebo was also confused. Tribe leader, Guiyue. Tai Ruonan turned around and looked at Guiyuebo solemnly. Do you know the 10 sons of Rinzhu? Guiyuebo was stunned at first, but he soon reacted and understood Tai Ruonan's true meaning. He was shocked. His pupils expanded, and his mouth opened wide, without a trace of his usual demeanor as a tribe leader. This was the first time Fang Zheng had seen Guiyuebo show such an expression. Rinzhu's 10 sons. Eldest son, verdant great son. Second daughter, Guiyue desolate. Yin, the 10 sons had heaven-defying aptitude, and were feared by heaven and earth. None of them had long lives. In the Gu Master world, the 10 sons represented the top 10 aptitude. That was the 10 extreme physiques. Rinzhu's 10 sons died one after another, and Rinzhu also died of old age. At the final moment, Rinzhu took the corpses of his 10 sons and sacrificed himself, throwing them into the stomach of Derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst open, and countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have the aptitude of Rinzhu or the 10 sons, but they could awaken their apertures and cultivate. Thus, humanity multiplied for generations, forming the scale it is today. Of course, this is all a legend. But according to the legend, every one of us has the blood of Rinzhu and his 10 sons flowing in our bodies. Tai Ruonan continued, it is just that in some people the different bloodlines are sparse, and they mutually restrict each other, thus it is not obvious. But some people are born with a relatively dense bloodline, or as they grow older or cultivate, it slowly becomes extreme, and one bloodline suppresses the others. When it is shown, it is the 10 extreme physique. Then what is this 10 extreme physique? Fang Zheng asked. Don't tell me this Fang Yuan actually has the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Guiyuebo was shocked. That is very likely. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan so calm and have low requirements for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physiques that surpass a grade can make Fang Yuan feel no jealousy or envy towards Fang Zheng. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan not dare to reveal it, afraid of being killed in advance, so he chose to cheat and hide it. Tai Ruonan spoke quickly. Even Tai Shuelong would not think of rebirth. The young girl was even more so. Under all sorts of coincidences, she came to a conclusion that was the exact opposite of the truth. After hearing this, everyone was dumbstruck. Tai Ruonan's deduction was backed by evidence, causing everyone to unconsciously believe it. If it was not this reason, what other explanation could there be? That's right, that's right. 10 extreme physiques. 10 extreme physiques should be the Guyue desolate in physique. Guyue Bo was overwhelmed with emotions, his body trembling in excitement. Others might not understand, but he had the clan's secret history and knew many secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first generation ancestor established the village here and named it the Guyue village. In reality, before this, the first generation was not surnamed Guyue. Why did the first generation take the name Guyue? This was a mystery. But before the first generation died, he had sighed, passing down the bloodline, 100-year plan, Guyue, desolate in physique, the world will panic. He left behind a will, and in it, he predicted that in the future, a Gu master would appear in the Guyue village, possessing one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guyue desolate in physique. He would make the world panic and bring Guyue village to glory. The will also told the descendants, if one day such a physique really appears, they should bring it to the Blood Lake graveyard. As the clan leader, Guyue Bo naturally understood the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. But when he looked into the will, he found that the first generation ancestor seemed to have a method to overcome the drawbacks. And this method was left in the coffin in the graveyard, accompanying him in his eternal sleep. If a genius with the Guyue desolate in physique really appears, he should be brought to the coffin to think that Guyue Fang Yuan is that prophesied genius, Guyue desolate in physique. Guyue Bo roared in his heart. This is impossible. How could brother cheat in front of everyone's eyes? Fang Jing's heart was extremely shaken. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this deduction. Tai Ruanen looked at him pitifully. Since Qi Chen can cheat, why can't Fang Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless mysteries. It is hard to imagine. Maybe Fang Yuan had already awakened his aperture. Or maybe he was able to deceive bamboo gentlemen because of the 10 extreme physiques. Maybe Jia Jinsheng was killed by Fang Yuan because he unintentionally saw through Fang Yuan's secret. Tai clan girl, be careful with your words. Guyue Bo's expression was very unhappy, his voice gloomy. You can't speak so carelessly. Whether Jia Jinsheng was killed by Fang Yuan or not, it is still uncertain. Fang Yuan is a member of our clan, even if he really killed him. How we explain it to the Jia clan is our problem. You are only in charge of investigating the case. The Guyu clan leader's attitude instantly had a complete change. Previously, he thought that Fang Yuan had C-grade talent, and there was no possibility of investing. But now, Fang Yuan actually had Guyue's desolating physique. When it involved the ancestor's prophecy and will, his value was immediately different. I have to protect him. Even if it means offending the Jia clan, I have to do it. Damn it. This Guyue clan leader turn his back on me. He is too shameless. His attitude changed so quickly. I should not have revealed the secret of the 10 extreme physiques so early. The 10 extreme physiques are talents above a grade talent. Looks like clan leader Guyue wants to protect Fang Yuan. This will make it very difficult for me to solve the case. Father, what should I do? Tai Ruanan's heart sank. She gritted her teeth and subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where is father? The young girl was stunned. Divine investigator Tai was just there, but in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. This discovery made Guyue Bo instantly nervous. Where could Tai Shueleng go at this time? Clan leader Guyue naturally thought of Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, I will go look for your brother first. Go inform the other clan elders to quickly gather and find me. After saying this, Guyue Bo activated his Gu worm and flew out of the window. Tai Ruanen snorted coldly and ran out of the room, rushing towards Fang Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fang Zheng was left. How can this be? Guyue Fangjing's condition was extremely bad. His face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse, as if his spine had been sucked dry. He felt like the world was in darkness. He felt like the sky was about to collapse. How could it be like this? Brother's aptitude is actually one of the 10 extreme physiques. Compared to the 10 extreme physiques, my great aptitude is like a clay chicken or a clay dog. Thinking about it, Fangjing's tears flowed down his face. At this moment, all the energy in his heart was sucked dry. All along, his greatest pride was that his aptitude surpassed Fang Yuan's. His confidence was built on this aspect. But now, someone told him the truth. His aptitude was far from his brother's. His proudest and most confident aspect was suppressed by Fang Yuan. The confidence that he had built up with great difficulty completely collapsed at this moment. Brother! He raised his head, tears flowing down his face. He screamed helplessly in his heart. From start to end, were you just watching the show? Watching me jump up and down? Watching my clown-like performance? The corner of his eyes glanced at the painting wall again. The image changed, the figures became modeled, and countless voices exclaimed at Fangjing's performance on the other side. Only Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, calmly watching. He just calmly looked at it. Fangjing suddenly felt that this image of him, wrapped in the light of hope, was so childish, so glaring. And in his heart, Fang Yuan's calm black eyes seemed to reveal the gaze of a god. His figure gradually rose higher and higher, becoming an insurmountable mountain that reached the horizon. That pair of calm eyes looked down at the foot of the mountain, at Fangjing's humble figure. That pair of eyes seemed to be saying, "Fangjing, my laughable brother, you can't. Like an echo in the valley, it echoed in Fangjing's heart. He felt stifled, an unparalleled stifling to the point that he could not breathe properly. He once thought that he had completely gotten rid of this feeling, but he did not expect that this feeling would come back to him today. In fact, it was 100 times stronger than before. I'm going to die. Fangjing's face twitched, and the veins on his forehead popped. He was immersed in his own fantasy, his hand tightly clutching his throat. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Because of the lack of oxygen, his face was red, and he stuck out his tongue. His eyes gradually bulged out of their sockets. No, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. His other hand gripped the floor tiles, and he used too much force. His nails were peeled off, and fresh blood flowed. The excruciating pain made Fangjing's desire to live burn even more. His body wasn't injured at all, but his heart had already suffered a fatal wound. He could not get up, and the pride that supported him had been shattered. He felt that he had no face to see anyone, and he could not face reality, and his brother. He had become a huge joke, a bitter satire. His heart was like dead ashes, but within the ashes, there was still a little bit of red that had not been extinguished. So what if you have the 10 absolute aptitude? Brother, you've made a mistake. You've killed someone you shouldn't have. Yes, that's right. You have to pay with your life. Brother, you killed Jia Jinsheng. Didn't you? You've gone the wrong way. You've done the wrong thing. So what if you have the best aptitude? Bang! There seemed to be a soft sound beside his ear. A ball of dark red flame burned in Fangjing's heart. Resurrection! The hand that was clutching his throat slowly loosened. Fangjing was covered in sweat. He knelt on the ground and supported himself with one hand. The floor tiles were covered in blood. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks and nose and dripped onto the floor tiles. His twisted and horrifying face slowly calmed down. A gust of wind blew into the hall through the open doors and windows. The cold night wind caused his body to shiver. Ha ha ha! Fangjing was almost lying on the ground and laughed out loud. His voice was sharp and strange.